keep the convo beautiful when I on chat. Other locked on the guest, give them room, ass deep cuts. Pull the best from the best, from Toronto to the west. You can feel that flag? Little red on the cap, white cross on the tag. Yeah, I'm proud where I'm from. He say that live, but the love worldwide every time he goes live. Yeah, Blaze Works TV, we grind, we climb, we eat. Path of Exile, 2 on repeat. You stuck, he bring that hit. From the not believe high, Canadian pride in the sky. Let's go, helping you clear that line. He the line, he the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. The nails in the fog, he the waypoint lit. If your bill feel wrong, he will tweak that quick. From Act 1 rocks to the end game drip. Type Blaze in the ball, watch your whole run flip. Blaze Works TV, we grind, we climb, we eat. Have an exile, 2 on repeat. You stuck, he bring that heat. From the north to Napoli, high Canadian pride in the sky. Let's go, helping you clear that line. He the guy, he the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. He the guy while the mobs all die. Blaze Works TV. Blaze Works. Blaze Works TV. Building. Yeah. Blaze Works TV in the building. Path of Exile 2. We what? Yeah. Big gun. Big stuff too. Walk in the way, Blaze Works up. Log in, blow the screen, glow on his face. Act 1, he already 3 steps in the race track, going crazy. Yo, Blaze, what's the play? Pull a bill from the brain like try it this way. Fast maps, he mapping out routes like a tour guide, breaking down nodes, every passive, every more. Multiply, spreadsheet mind, but the flow stay wild. Turn a noob to a vet in the night in the heart, that style. Stuck at the bar, he rewind frame by frame with it. You missing this flash, this roll, now you game ready. He the compass in the chaos, still cracking jokes. Rap maps, white key, but the aura stay gold. Blaze Works TV, we grind, we climb, we eat. Path of Exile, 2 on repeat. Stuck, he bring that heat.
Einhard. Einhard. Good morning. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you as well. What's going on, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, I guess. How are we doing, fellas? How are we doing? Let's kick this off with a little StarCraft OST. Get ourselves into the groove. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. Finishing up some yogurt. We got some XP grinding to do today. Man, I love yogurt. Oh, good in Norway. Minus 15 degrees. Keeping your ass inside. I would do the same, Ein. I would do the same. How cold is it here? Okay, you absolutely win. It's only -1 today. It's actually quite nice out in comparison. StarCraft OST is one of the best. I agree. Absolute bangers. What up, KJ? How's it going, man? All right, so we have about 25% to go into level 99. So that is the goal today. And then at 5 o'clock p.m., we have a podcast with a very special guest. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Sir Gog. Grab yourself a drink. It's time for some Path of Exile discussion. Sir Gog is a literal god. Yo, what up, Troy? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Rookie numbers. Holy, the stream just started and I'm already getting shit on. What else is new, I suppose? Where were we last night? Okay, yeah, we were over here doing some corrupted areas. We'll just keep on. Oh yeah, wait. We could do. Actually, I don't even need fracturing orbs. We'll just go straight for the XP. Troy, how you doing today, bud? Say hi to the guild first. Yeah, I'm excited. I've been enjoying. I haven't been a long-term Sir Gog enjoyer, but a very, very big short-term Sir Gog enjoyer. I mean, I haven't really been playing the. I haven't really been playing PoE for that long. But like ever since I started, he's been like pretty much the go-to guy for me whenever I want to hear like news about the game. Because he just has such a very concise, informative, level-headed approach to his news content that I really enjoy. Right to the point, kind of. I don't know how to describe it. How would you guys describe his content? I really am a big fan of his news content. You're doing great. It's pretty awesome to see your success. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, Troy, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. I'm on my 8th character, all level 80, leveling Invoker Monk now. Oh shit. Okay, what are you doing on the Invoker Monk now, Hein? What skills are you going? Hollow Palm? Are you doing Quarterstaff? Ice Strike? What's the vibe? Are you using something completely different? Not even using Quarterstaff at all? Appreciate all you guys hanging out on YouTube today. The YouTube is going ham already. We almost have 10 people in here and just starting the stream. Love to see it. Welcome in, guys. Hope you guys are having a special... what day is it today? A special Tuesday. I totally know what day it is. Don't mind me, guys. I'm fully put together here. Oh, you're doing Whirling Slash. Nice, dude. Whirling Slash looks really cool. How is Whirling Slash feeling now that you can like probably scale it pretty well? The end game. Dude, the Terran music is just a timeless classic. This should be in like a museum of video game classic music. Classical video game music museum. Yeah, the podcast has been doing really, really well, though. Had some great episodes lately. I've been super proud of it. Although I had a guy comment on he said yesterday, it was like the first comment on the podcast, and it happened so quickly after I released it that it was very evident that he didn't listen to the whole episode at all, or listen to much of it. Because it was like a 2.5 hour long episode. But anyway, so he was saying that he said half the podcast is super interesting and the other half of it is super boring, and that's because he didn't like the life portion or talking about like the creators as sort of the get to know them portion of the podcast. which I don't think resonates with everybody, but it resonates with a lot of people. And for me personally, that sort of aspect of the show is something that I really hold dearly to myself. Not only because I really enjoy learning about these content creators and the person behind the content, but also because I think it's something that has created its identity as part of the show. Just level 55 with the monk, but I'm going freeze. It's very smooth, and bosses don't stand a chance. Twink leveling, though, is very fun and fast. Nice, Ein. I commented on it and lit his ass up. I saw that, dude. I appreciate you stepping in for me, brother. Yo, Scrone, what up, bro? Good morning. Questions look good. I sent you one that you could add. Oh, nice. Okay, let me take a look. Thank you. Oh, that's a good question. Does knowing too much of the system calculations ever take away from your enjoyment of playing either game? But like, here's the thing. By him like taking the time to understand the system calculations, wouldn't that reflect in like his enjoyment of the game? Like, he wouldn't have spent all that time like learning the system calculations if he wasn't enjoying the game, right? Why would he know all that and then have it like impact him negatively? It's kind of what I'm asking as a counter question. It's going good, Scrone. How are you doing, my friend? Yo, dessert. Yeah, the life portion is cool that we don't get from other PoE pods. Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. It helps differentiate the podcast, because there are plenty of PoE podcasts, and they're all great for their own reasons. But I feel like a lot of the time it's just talking about topical points within the game. So for me, and it's fun because I also like to learn this stuff selfishly for my own reasons, but I also think that can directly translate to other people's interest in these creators as well, because we spend so much time, at least I do, watching YouTube, watching content and stuff like that. And so I feel like it's cool to kind of get to learn more about these people as well. I mean, more so you think of a build to play only for POB to tell you it's slightly unoptimal. So are you saying that because of his understanding of the deep system calculations, it takes away from him playing unoptimal builds? Is that what you want me to ask? Good, man. I ripped at 94. Oh no, dude, what got you last night, bro? You were alive last night, right? Pretty sure I saw you in Everseen stream, perhaps, or that might have been something. What got you, dude? You have a clip? Yeah, the Arbiter practice is a big W. I died to the Genor Citadel. I greeted a meditate and got 2-shot. Oh no, dude, he's actually really fucking deadly, especially with a bunch of like damage map mods. Like his backwards swipe can be extremely painful. It can be a one-way ticket to the old beach resort. I'm sorry to hear you died, brother. 07. 94 is a hell of a run, though. What are you doing next? Are you doing the same build again, or are you trying something completely different? Oh, you're doing ice shot Amazon. Nice. Do you have the soul tether belt all ready to go? Dude, I want that to be my next character, bro. I died on my ice shot Amazon, sadly. Oh god. But it was feeling good, dude. I love ice shot, and it feels even better in 0.4 with all of the buffs to like ice shot and stuff. And snipe feels so good when you hit it, and feels so fucking bad when you miss. It's hilarious. But like, damn, it actually does big damage, especially when you're critting on bosses and stuff. I'm kind of learning how to build. I take whatever I like from PoE Ninja and do a bad mix. Hey, that's the way to learn, dude. That's kind of what I do too. Get some inspiration from PoE Ninja, and then sometimes I'll look at softcore builds and be like, oh, like how can I like adapt this to like hardcore? Or I'll just like look at hardcore builds and be like, oh, what can I do to maybe make this happen on like a different ascendancy, or like play with a different class entirely, different weapon. One item in particular that is of interest to me at this moment is the Atziri Spear. I see a lot of spear builds popping off. Spear Field in particular looks really cool. I haven't killed Atziri yet in the temple, but I'm thinking about maybe doing that once I hit level 100 and making a spear build of some kind. It even could work on Tactician. Poison Shield Wall Pathfinder for second wind? Brother, that sounds crazy. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I need to adapt to hardcore, but evasion nodes feel rippy. I'd probably go monk area. Yes, that is definitely the most optimal defensive area for sure, Scrum. Although with Amazon specifically, you can do a pure energy shield body armor and then go for the crazy amounts of evasion and deflect. Because of the like notable that it like doubles the evasion on your helmet, gloves, and boots. I did see, I believe it was Worm doing that on his Amazon. He was doing it on Twister. I don't know if the individual wall segments apply their own individual ailments. I would have to test that. I'm not entirely sure. It does sound interesting, though. Oh, shit, I have a blank tab here. Yo, let's just quickly move my jewels over there. Surely this will go quickly. I didn't realize I had a nice blank quad tab. I'm down to try that, but after trying CI Meditate 15k ES, everything feels wrong. Bro, I know. I know, dude. It's a lot of energy shields. Ugh. Yeah, the Invoker Meditate is so good for hardcore. I just love the Invoker Ascendancy is like overall. It's amazing for hardcore. Surely they'll nerf ES in 0.5, surely Temple. Don't they nerf ES every league and it's still the best? Where are my life buffs at? I honestly feel like if they made life count as a global defense, it may be enough to make life scaling feel better. Like, we don't need a shit ton of clusters on the tree, but I don't know. If we can get life on the as a global defense, it could be quite nice. They either rework deflection, or I don't know, pure evasion is the baitiest of baits. I haven't tried it in hardcore, probably for good reason. Last time they did it in PoE, they just added higher ES bases. Boom. Yeah, it's definitely something that maybe we just don't know what the full plan is for defenses. Oh, here it comes Muzz, guys. Fun detected. Muzz is in the chat. What up, brother? Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good day. What would they rework about evasion? I'm curious. Because they already did rework it, right? They made it so that everybody has acrobatics, which is kind of cool. at the cost of having lower overall evasion chance. Nerf ES recharge. Okay. So like, would you say get rid of convalescence entirely, or just like nerf the amount of like recharge that we can spec into? Because that is sort of the issue with, well, there's two issues with energy shield. One is its scaling and how it completely over precedes the amount of health that you can get, and therefore it makes way more sense to scale energy shield as a form of increasing your overall effective HP. And secondly, the amount of recovery that you get is a lot easier to scale as well in the form of recharge. You know, you have things like convalescence. There's like a lot of investment on the tree. There's modifiers on your armor. There's jewels. A lot of these things that work in tandem together can create it so that not only do you have a fuck ton of effective HP with a lot of energy shield, but you also have insane recharge as well. Nice shirt. Yo, thanks, man. How you doing, Dapper? What's up, brother? To you. Good afternoon. ES should be higher than life, but life, recharge, and regen should be much better in trade-off. True. True. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a decent trade-off for sure. What up, Dapper Goldie, my boy? You still working on the Ember Fusillade insane build or what? I'm convinced they don't know how to balance overall player life with monster HP, and that's why we don't get too much. It's the same reason as movement speed. I'm convinced they don't know how to balance overall player life with monster HP. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to say about that. Chillin', making some final adjustments to the build and starting the script for the video. Nice, dude. Excited for that. Are you still planning on playing Twister build? I actually made the Twister build, Dizzy, during the holidays. So during the holidays, like after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's, I took about a week off from like streaming and stuff, and I just played some like alt characters. Oh my god, what is this lag? Holy lag spikes. We good now? I think we're good now. So I did make the Tactician Twister build, and I just basically realized after playing Twisters that Twisters just ain't it for me. I just don't like it. I don't like how... my biggest issue with Twisters is I did it on Tactician, so it's probably not optimal. It's actually fully not optimal. But also, I don't like how random the damage feels. And this might be like a pure SSF problem with not having like good gear and stuff, or like insano gear. But I don't like how like the damage is very much based on like the environment of the map layout and the boss arena. Like some map layouts and boss arenas are really good for Twister, especially if they're like small, like compact areas where the Twisters can just bounce off of walls and shit. But if you do like Arbiter of Ash, for instance, or like Asmati areas, or like big, like my favorite map in this game is Confluence right now, or like Steppe or Willow or stuff like that. If you go into those maps with Twister, you don't really get like a good return because you miss a lot of damage. It's just, I don't know. I just don't love how Twisters function. It might just be an SSF thing though. Like if I did it on trade and I had like crazy Giga gear, it might be completely different. I think they can't simply add life on the tree because they would have to rebalance every monster type to compensate. True. But do we think that that's like a massive undertaking? Do we think that that's a massive undertaking? For sure, it requires a T1 weapon. Without the elemental ground and pushing crit, you're going to have a horrible time. Yeah, and that's the thing. I invested in crit. I had the companion on Weapon Swap 2 to give me the shocked ground so I could get the electric twisters. But with the Tactician specifically, it just wasn't the greatest ascendancy to push for crit. So I would probably have to do it on like Amazon and go accuracy stacking. Or Invoker, perhaps, for hardcore. Invoker could be quite nice as well. So there's definitely some like adjustments to the build that would have made it a lot more enjoyable for me. It was just an L build that I made, and you know what? That happens sometimes. You try out some like kooky off meta shit like Tactician Twister, the Twisted T, and it doesn't work sometimes, and it is what it is. The way you mitigate it is by adding more defensive layers, but that also goes against the PoE2 too complicated, which is not something I believe in at all. No, we need more defensive layers, 100%. The defenses in PoE2 right now are boring. I love the defensive puzzle, and I would love for more pieces to be added. Personally. They added deflection, which is more complicated than it needs to be. Yo, good morning, Riff Raff. How are you, bud? Good to see you, as always. Okay, I completed this map. Why am I playing? Armor applies to Elemental is such a nice addition. That is a massive addition. I agree. That makes armor feel so much better. 100%. No, Zeroic. Then I say have them rebalance mobs so they can add more life on the tree. I'm tired of my melee builds being more squishy than a mage. That's BS. Yep. I think that's just the general opinion, Zeroic. Like, why are the tanky classes not as tanky as the classes wearing cloth armor? Like, from a lore perspective, it makes no sense. Like, from a place of being grounded within like the lore of the game, how does it make sense that like a warrior, like, how does it make sense that a warrior decked out in full plate armor is way squishier than a fucking mage wearing a piece of cloth? It just doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, rant over. Tangent over. I'm doing well. I should be sleeping at work tonight. Hope all is well. All is well for me. I appreciate you stopping by. Defenses right now where everything has diminishing returns, so stack some different ones to their peak. And then there's energy shield. Yeah. I like the defensive lasagna. I like the layers. I like that. I think they need to add a 7% chance to avoid death nodes to the tree. Oh my god, Dapper, you fucking kill me, bro. I'm all in on the 7% a chance to avoid death nodes, boys. As long as each defensive layer is simple, like in PoE1, stacking them shouldn't be complicated. Yes. Jonathan has a weird idea of what players want. He was on a Ziggy Q&A one league, and he was saying that players just want to scale DPS. The longer you play PoE, the more you realize how important defensive are, even in softcore. True. Nostalgic. Back to 9 to 5. Today, I just want to play PoE 2. Oh no, dude. Is vacation over now? I'm sorry, dude. Welcome back to the 9 to 5. We're going to craft a bunch of maps here right now so we can get ready for today's blasting session. Oh, and we have 28 Val orbs. We can Val like 20 maps. And probably get one T16. Yes, I also like the complementing different defenses, but deflection is just a meme right now. I don't think deflection's a meme. Adding deflection into your build, if you're already using energy shield and evasion, actually gives you quite a bit more of effective HP overall because of the damage mitigation. Don't get me started on the ranting. My warrior has to dance in and out of degen pools, but range characters can tank big hits while avoiding them. Yeah, something's gotta give. Yeah, let's do 20 maps. Oh, we actually got a bunch of... Holy shit! No! We just got so lucky. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 T16s from that. That is insane. Holy shit, guys. What the fuck? Normally, I would get like 1 T16 from that. We just got like 6 out of 20. That is fucking nuts. Also loved your previous pod with Ziggy. Looking forward to the Sir Gog one. Yo, Okrums, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Looking forward to the Sir Gog one today as well. Do you plan on playing the Second Wind Private League? No, I don't. I'm not going to play the Second Wind. I don't really play hardcore trade. Okay, collared shirt. Yeah, this is inspired by the Ziggy D, boys. We got the Ziggy outfit on. Damn, Halo music, Paul. Yes, sir. We're vibing to some video game music today. I don't know. I saw this shirt in my closet. It was like, yo, I should rock this today. I love how they said you could cap it at 100 and you couldn't. I mean, yeah, they were like, yeah, with enough investment, you can have 100% deflect. Has anybody actually achieved 100% deflect? Like, the amount of evasion and passive tree investment you need to get 100% deflect rating is absolutely absurd. Probably only obtainable by, like, Amazon, maybe because of the extra double evasion from the boots, armor, and glove slot, which can give you potentially, like, 2,000 to 3,000 evasion with decent gear. And then you would have to go into basically every single deflect and evasion notable on the tree in order to maybe get it to like 75 or 80%. So yeah, you can get 1 billion evasion. You only have 95% deflect. That's, I mean, 99% is basically 100%, right? It's like 1% off. My math is correct. It was possible in the first implementation, but they changed it. That 1%, dude, imagine having to take 400% of your damage 100 or 1% of the time. Might as well not have it if you can't hit 100% per route. And then there's me with my 20% deflect rating. Massive dub. If I have 100% evasion, I shouldn't be hit. True, you're just evading everything like a ghost, bro. You're invisible. Absolutely invisible gamer. %, means every 100 hits you get hit once, and that hit could be a rip. True. Just don't get hit. That's the... Guys, I've been reading this book called The Art of War. It's by a Chinese author named Whatever Media. And it basically is 150 pages of just... don't get hit over and over again. I kind of identify with that message. You can't die in this game if you just don't ever get hit. You know what I'm saying? What about with glancing blows? What about with lucky deflect? Yo, lucky deflect would be crazy. Is there lucky deflect on the tree? Oh yeah, right here. Glancing blows. Guys, glancing blows. If you have 99% deflect and you have glancing blows, that is basically like 100%, right? The lead deflect, worst addition to the game. I mean, I'll take it because I take every piece of defense that I can get. Honestly, if it makes my EHP go up on POB, I'm happy. Especially because you can just get deflect rating on like a piece of gear. But yeah, I don't know. I don't hate it. I'm not a hater of it currently. Me rolling 1% twice into the beach. Oh no, you're not gonna get that. Yo, what up, Majiz? What up, dude? Deflect rate strong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It feels good. It feels good to have 40% damage reduction. I like that. I like taking less damage. It just feels weird that ES is basically the only good defense stat. It's not the only good defense stat, it's the best defense stat. Other defensive layers are good. I mean, in a vacuum, armor with block and elemental application feels really fucking good. It's just the big hits that are the problem. Like, if you've played a Smith of Katava with max armor, 50% block, elemental application, and you're taking 25% of fizz hits as fire damage instead, and you have like 90 fire res, it's really fucking cozy. Insanely cozy. No! I got greedy with my nades. This music brings back so many good memories. Brother, I love the Sonic soundtrack. So good. So me and Darth Microtransaction are actually kind of working on a collaborative video game YouTube playlist. And I actually started it. I've been working on it by myself for a while. And then I asked him if he had a video game music playlist. And he was like, no, I don't have one. He was like, I just use autoplay for everything. And so I was like, yo, like, collab with me, brother. And so he was listening to it on stream a couple days ago, and he was adding some songs to it. This playlist has got some heat on it, boys. It's got some heat on it already. I can guarantee that. They need some Warframe OST. Yo, is the Warframe OST good, or are you being sarcastic? Until you get one shot, with high ES, I just get one shot, so much less. True. 100%. Doom OST during Uber boss fights. Yo, if I hit 100, or should I say when, should we do Uber Arbiter? I was curious. Do you guys think that Uber Arbiter, like, do you guys know if like the mechanics are different in the Uber Arbiter fight, or is it just literally the Arbiter of Ash with more health? Warframe has some bangers, true. Warframe is a great game all around. Devs are as good as GGG. Wow, that is a big claim. The devs are as good as GGG. That is a large claim. That is some high praise. Excuse me. Nah, it seems like spam attacks are way more in the Uber version, but I haven't done a lot. Oh, okay. So him just like attacking really quickly, or like the actual mechanics? They're super in tune with the community. Yo, that's sick. I've actually never played Warframe. What like kind of game is it? I don't really know anything about Warframe. Is it an MMO? Space ninjas? Wait, it's a game about space ninjas? How do I not know about this? It's an MMO space ninja game. What? And the developers are as good as GGG? That's crazy, bro. Is it free? Or do you have to pay like a monthly sub? Do we do like a Warframe like first playthrough stream? It's free as fuck. Oh, so they definitely got microtransactions, right? There's definitely a battle pass at least, right? The looter shooter has tons of grind if you like grinding things. I do like grinding things. Although I do think after the grind to 100 and hardcore, I may go a little slower on grinding things for a bit. I do have a lot of videos that I want to work on as well. But I just really want to get this achievement done with because I've been wanting to do this. It would be a great way to kick off the year. You know what I mean? Starting off at the new year with a big achievement in my favorite video game, it just kind of just sounds awesome. You can get everything for free. The battle pass is free. So how do they make money? There's got to be cosmetics. There's cosmetics, surely. I come from Lost Ark and stuck to PoE 2. Okay, yeah, I played Lost Ark for a bit when it came out. It was actually really fun. I really liked the combat. I didn't love the pay-to-win aspect, so that kind of ruined the game for me. And I didn't like all the FOMO shit, like all the fucking daily FOMO bullshit. That's just me, though. Like Last Epoch. Yo, Last Epoch's a really good game, man. Yo, what up, Neo? Welcome in, dude. First message. Yeah, Last Epoch is awesome. It has really great systems and mechanics and features. The crafting is really good. The end game system is super cool. I really like the SSF mode, the League of Fortune. I don't love the combat feel in Last Epoch. I feel like if Last Epoch just did like a huge character and combat feel and animation rework, it would be an S tier ARPG. 100%. What do you guys think? For those of you who have played Last Epoch, like if the combat felt as good as PoE 2's did, oh my god, it would be absolutely S tier. I think that it's still an A+ tier game though. I really do enjoy it. I've been supporting Last Epoch since it basically came into early access. Last Epoch is like PoE 2 but better. Holy. The end game for Warframe is fashion. It has lots of cosmetics, but you can trade in-game items to other players who have the platinum, the paid currency, and then you can use that to purchase fashion for frames. Oh, okay. I like how deterministic crafting is, but it felt boring. Ah, okay. So you missed a little bit of RNG. I like the class creation. Yeah, the skill tree system in Last Epoch is cool too. I like that. Where you can kind of focus on like 5 or 6 skills and like build them out your own way. It was like intuitive enough where like there was definitely some depth, but not over complicated to the point where I felt like I needed to follow a build guide. Oh my god, you can drop the shark pin now? No way. I just stopped killing that boss. I fully just stopped killing that boss because I fucking hated the shark pin. That's awesome. That's a great change. God, carrying that thing around for like the whole of Act 4. Nothing like having a nice 2x2 shark fin. I took it by accident. Nice, dude. That's some good intel right there. The reward for the shark fin's not good, especially not for having to carry it around for so long. You know what I mean? Like you have to fucking lug this bitch around for like the entire act, and then you get like a skill gem. Yes, it's just a skill spear to support gem. That's it. Like it's helpful on a first playthrough, but other than that, it's. Yo, Atomic, what up, bro? Welcome in, sir. How are you today, bud? How's the Tim Hortons treating you today, bud? Oh, I'm so chilly, so cold. I feel like iron right now in Norway and minus 15 degrees. How many of you played Last Epoch, chat? I think a lot of people have played Last Epoch here. A lot of people have played Last Epoch here. We're big ARPG enjoyers around these parts. We like games where you can kill monsters, build characters, and find items. That is the vibe around here. See, look, Dapper Goldie's an OG. He's got 8 hours in the game. I like how gear in Last Epoch can change a build. Yes, there are situations like in that, like with every game though. Like that goes back to like Diablo 1, Diablo 2. Like items, like specifically unique items, can absolutely impact or create builds, which I really like. I played it too. It's a good game. I hope the new investment thing doesn't fuck it up. I don't think it will. At the same time, in parallel, they did actually just introduce a paid new class, I believe, which people were not a fan of. So yeah, maybe Krafton is just a greedy bitch, and they're gonna completely ruin the game. We'll see. We will see. I hope it doesn't, though. I have been supporting them for a long time. It would be sad to see the game die. Like, I've been supporting them for like 5 years. Not trying to brag about that. I just get excited when new ARPGs come out, and I love to see success stories. Especially their success story, because it was literally like a bunch of dudes on Reddit, if I'm not mistaken, who got together and made a new ARPG. And then it got Kickstarter funded, and now it got bought by Krafton for like $69 million. It's fucking crazy. UE has spoiled the RPG community with how much they put out for free. The value of what GGG delivers to the player base is almost unparalleled with any other game. I do believe that. And that's why they demand so much respect and also so much trust from the player base. Because not only do they give you value, but they have one of the least egregious microtransaction and monetization policies in like video games in an era where like there are so many egregious, money hungry, malicious, dark pattern filled like games. So GGG is pretty tight. I understand the last resort before going 07 approach of it, but damn, that move smells like Diablo. Oh man, yeah, it's not. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I don't want to jump to any conclusions. You know what I mean? We'll see. Diablo has the dark patterns. I never realized that. Wake up, Dapper Goldie. Wake up. EHG was hemorrhaging money they had to sell. Really? You think they were hemorrhaging money? Is that like actual public knowledge, or is that what you think? I'm so glad PoE never jumped on the battle pass thing. Oh my god, me too. Oh, Judd literally said they were losing money. True. Okay. We were losing money, so we had to sell. I mean, guys, let's be honest. If someone offered you $69 million for your game that you made with a bunch of people you met on Reddit, who would say no to that? Let's be honest. That is literally life-changing money. And that's within a 5-year span. If someone offers me 69 of anything and give her my game, I accept. True, guys. Don't be offering this man 69 of anything, all right? He folds under pressure. It's the magic number. True. That's how Krafton got him, huh? Hell, even if I got 6 to 10 mil out of that, I would be set for life. Brother! Oh my god. When money is being talked about in values of millions, of course that's life-changing. Ever tried Project Diablo 2? Yes, but I haven't played it in quite a long time. I really like it though. I've been asking my friends to do like a off-season new fresh league start for Project Diablo 2. I'd be so down for that. I'm like overdue for some Diablo 2 nostalgia directly intravenously fed into my brain and into my bloodstream. I love Diablo 2 so much. Oh my god, we got so many tablets that run. I didn't realize how many tablets we got. No XP? No XP? Yo, give me XP, game. Come on now. Don't be like that. We got 1. Don't be like that. Don't hold out on me. Nice, we can use this new tab we opened up to store even more tablets. Project Diablo 2 was fun when I played it. Yeah, dude, it's great. They basically did what every player wanted, which was to give Diablo 2 more updates and endgame features and quality of life. Like Diablo 2, in my opinion, is one of the best ARPGs ever made. And it could still be, like, if Blizzard, like, listened to what players wanted, they could have made they could have made Diablo 2 Resurrected like a really, really good modern ARPG if they had just added a bunch of shit that they did in Project Diablo 2. But for some reason, Blizzard was like, nah, we're just gonna like leave it up to the player base, the community, to like make a I don't know, a new version of the game. Well, D4 made me discover and hype for PoE 2, so I'm happy. Well, that is a great silver lining about Diablo 4. I think a lot of people fall within that that category as well, where they tried it, Scrone, like yourself, and we're like, nah, I'm good. Oh my god. Okay, we're literally not even an hour in and we're getting Rings of Power references in here. Guys, let's fucking rein it in here, all right? Dreddy's not even here yet. Let's fucking hold off on that for a little bit, all right? You guys are trying to make me crash out already. What do you guys think Chris Wilson is working on right now? So his company, he started a company called Light Pattern Games, which is just kind of a general stab at like undoing all of the dark patterns with the video games. It's probably going to be the most ethical, non-confrontational, fair game ever made. Definitely an ARPG. Really? You think so? Do you really think that a guy who helped make one of the best ARPGs ever would leave that company and start his own company and then make another ARPG? You're waiting for Chris Wilson to make PoE 3? Imagine he gets rehired by GGG again. The company that he helped found. I don't think he's going to make another ARPG. That's just a hot take. I actually pushed to 100 HD on Diablo 4 in the Infernal Horde season. D4 is a fun game, but it's run by Blizzard, so 07. Yeah, Blizzard is kinda scuffed these days. Blizzard is kinda scuffed. Saw some people say he was hiring for people with ARPG experience. Oh shit, really? Okay. Maybe it's like a new hybrid or kind of take on the ARPG genre. I could see some sort of third-person loot-based game. I'm excited for whatever it is. I've been really enjoying his YouTube content. Waiting forever on the new WoW Classic announcement. Brother, again, Blizzard just needs to listen to what players want. Start updating Diablo 2 Resurrected. That is like one of the only games that people love to play from the Blizzard side. That hasn't, like, they haven't fucked it up. And then where's like the Classic Plus announcement? Like, how many people would love to play World of Warcraft Classic Plus in a similar fashion as the way that, like, Jagex did the old school RuneScape? I mean, dude, like, the evidence is abundant. Old school RuneScape was made after Jagex made RuneScape 3. And players were like, we don't like these changes. We don't like the modernization of this game that we've been playing. Bring back the old school version of the game. And then they just started adding content to it. And now it's like still one of the most successful MMOs. So yeah, but they're waiting for BlizzCon. Are they still doing BlizzCon? WoW is one game I've never played. Oh, dude, WoW was so fun back in the day. I think my childhood, bro. RuneScape, Guild Wars, MapleStory, World of Warcraft. BlizzCon came back. Oh, they did one in 2025? They're doing BlizzCon this year. They must have something big to announce. I see. Yo, Classic Plus would go hard. Honestly, I would probably play it. Not gonna lie, I would probably play it. Especially if they had a hardcore server. It was so successful because you could basically play it on a toaster. Yes. Any game that's accessible to the masses, like RuneScape was, where you could play it on any computer ever on a browser, helped absolutely contribute to its success. I'm not saying that accessibility and success are directly correlated, but they definitely can help each other out. They definitely can, like, epic handshake together from time to time. Dude, yeah, you can play RuneScape on your phone. You can play RuneScape on your electric razor, dude, while you're shaving, you know? It's that chill on the PC. Pretty sure they've got some new MMO. So they had a new project. It was called Titan, I believe, or something. It was actually supposed to be a survival crafting game similar to Rust, but they canceled it. Don't quote me on that title, but it was something like that. I do think that properly made, a Blizzard survival crafting game could be pretty fun, though. I'm surprised they haven't jumped on that. I'm surprised Riot Games also hasn't jumped on that genre as well. Because I'm not going to lie, that genre of game is probably one of my favorite games to play at the moment. I don't play Rust anymore. I've just watched some of the goated creators. Dude, some of the videos that people make on Rust are insane. Like Blueprint, Frost, Willjum, all those guys that are making like movies within Rust. Insane. Most hours in a survival craft game I have is probably Grounded. I haven't tried Grounded. I haven't tried it. It looks good though. Wasn't Ryan going to make an ARPG? They were going to make an MMO, then they canceled that. They restarted it. Yeah. I'd like to see a bigger version of Torchlight. Oh, what do you mean bigger version of Torchlight? Like a new version? A longer, more open version. Oh, okay. The last Torchlight that I played was Torchlight 2, and I actually really enjoyed it. Wellen, yo, I love Wellen. Wellen's hilarious. He makes great videos too. Rust just inherently has really fun like stories to tell, which I think is why, combined with great editing, creates some really powerful content. Rust has some great content to watch. I don't really watch a lot of it anymore, but like, I remember when I started watching like Frost movies and like Blueprint movies and stuff like that, I was like in shock with like how high quality some of these content creators make these videos. To the point where they would actually like reenact specific events in like private servers so they could get like cinematic with it. It was incredible. Even though some of their videos are scripted, it's entertaining. Absolutely, nothing wrong with scripted, man. When you're making movies like that, like you're literally like, you have a plot, right? You have characters, you have dialogue, like, you know, all of these movies that we enjoy, these pieces of art are very much so scripted. I don't have an issue with that. As long as you're not like, in my opinion, I think the only thing that's dicey is when you're pushing that your shit isn't scripted when it actually is. I think that's super sus. Like, you shouldn't be lying about your content. But yeah, if you're not, if you're like, yo, this was a scripted movie that I made, and I really am proud of this, like, you know, series of events that we wrote. That's fucking tight. Yeah, being transparent about that is good. Because there are some of them where you're like, is this scripted or is this not scripted? Because like the order of events are like too good to be true almost, you know what I mean? Writers are definitely underrated nowadays, especially with the generative AI. Yeah, true. True. I still enjoy like the aspect of writing. Like I do all of my scripts, you know, without AI and just off the dome, you know, it's fun. AKA don't make reality TV slop. Yo, what up, Nico? How's it going, man? Hey, man, some people enjoy reality TV, bro. Yo, Snoobe85 with the raid. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome in. We had a great stream. Let me hit you with a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Shout out to the homie Snoobe. Yo, how's it going, man? How's life? Happy holidays. Happy New Year. I am just doing the long push to 100 on a hardcore solo cell phone at the moment. Temple Purgatory? Oh, shit. How's the new temple going, man? Yeah, just grinding, dude. I'm trying to hit this achievement. I have a lot of free time right now. So, yeah, I'm level 898 at almost 80% to 99 right now. This is my personal best that I've ever done. Very excited to get this one done with, honestly. It is a absolute fucking grind. It's constantly evolving. True. Dude, how crazy has the last week been for you? With all the changes and nerfs and undoing of nerfs and stuff like that. Like, do you think personally that the temple's in a good enough state now where they can just leave it until 0.5 or what? Get Snoobay on the pod, dude. Yo, that's a great idea. Snoobay. I got to get you on the podcast, brother. Also, Snoo, I was in Japan a few months ago as well. I don't know where you live in Japan, but I know that you are based out of there. What a beautiful and amazing country. I was particularly impressed by 3 different things about Japan. I was impressed with the train system. I think it's probably the most elite train system I've ever seen in any country. I was impressed with the food. The food was amazing. I had so many dishes that were like very cheap and very delicious. And the third thing was the toilets. The toilets were... I have never sat on a heated seat toilet before with a bidet. My booty was absolutely taken care of, like an absolute royalty in Japan. It was incredible. I think they should leave it for now, but I think they're going to have to keep jinkering around with it. Yeah, I hope that it's in a good enough state right now that they can leave it and then hopefully add stuff to it for 0.5. Like, dude, I was talking to Ziggy D about this yesterday or 2 days ago. How cool would it be if, like, the temple had, like, metacrafting? Like, he said, you know, import something like they have in PoE1 where if you go into the temple, you can get, like, specific, you know, like, modifiers in there. Like, temple mods. That would be cool, right? Some metacrafting in PoE2. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, the toilets always get people. The automatic raising seats. Yeah, it's just, like, very, very futuristic, and it makes North American bathroom hygiene feel very primitive in comparison, because we're literally just like using fucking paper on our butts instead of like having it warmed and like rinsed for us. I guess metacrafting is kind of there with the double corrupts and bow corrupts. That's true. It has some aspect of metacrafting. I don't know. I would just love to see more, like, as an SSF player, more reasons to go in other than like the double corrupt and the cultivation orbs. Like, I like obviously the body modifications and shit like that, but it would be cool if like we could farm temple for like bases. Obviously you get really high level bases in there. That could also potentially drop with like really high level meta crafting mods as well. That would be awesome. The benches need better mods and more unique mods. That would be sick if there were like crafting mods associated with maybe some of the crafting benches in there. I like what Ziggy said about the unique temple mods for items. Yeah, that would be awesome. I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff they could do with the temple, personally, that, you know, I think the 0.4 testing of it has been a great jump off point for it. But yeah, I would like to see maybe how they continue to iterate on it in the future. Grab your bell. For sure, higher level benches should have had greater or perfect options. That was what initially threw me off from the temple overall at the beginning, Snoo, was, you know, the campaign experience, especially on League Start, just felt so good and so rewarding. I had never had a 4-link in Act 1 before, prior to the temple coming out. So I was like, wow, like this is significant and very, very good to go in here and do this. And then, yeah, I guess because it wasn't very well, like, established and figured out, I slowly started realizing, oh, like the rewards aren't really scaling here in the way that I thought they would, like the benches and stuff like that. So even as an SSF player, like if there was a chance that some of those exalted workbenches could be greater or perfect exalts, it would give me such a bigger reason to go in there, because, man, like having a perfect exalt is, I guess they do drop pretty frequently when you have a juice snake temple, but like if you don't, getting those can really help you like finish off items in like a really strong way for crafting. My guess is that they're too cautious to add more unique mods because it adds complexity. They're not ready to do that yet. That's fair. But like obviously metacrafting is in the works for the game, like in more ways. Like I'm very excited for like metacrafting for influenced items to pop up in the game. Like that's going to be super duper exciting. Snoo, are you playing Second Wind, by the way, before you take off, or if you're still here? Are you also going to be joining the Second Wind brigade? Seems like everybody's going to be popping in there. Way harder to isolate stuff in PoE 2 for crafting, so adding more mods makes the pool way more difficult. True. Yeah, that makes sense. Unless they added a way to isolate stuff, potentially. Ooh, another depths. Another depths. It's interesting because I noted during campaign the gem cutter rooms give you a 10 qual if you use them, but there were 5 qual if you select to take. I think they should make it the Exalt workbench do the same. I see. Make it more consistent across the board if you take it versus... So like if you use the bench, are you saying low waffles that it would give you like a greater Exalted perhaps? But if you take it, it's just a regular? Oh, yes, I like that, low waffles. I like that a lot. Yeah, like forcing you to have to still interact with the bench in order to like get the best rewards. I think would be a fine like compromise personally. I mean, at the end of the day, it'd be cool if you could take them out too. I wouldn't hate that at all. It's like they're allergic to adding the crafting bench. I mean, they added them, dude. They added crafting benches in the temple, boys. It's basically PoE 1 now. Man, when you were playing Super Smash Bros. Melee and this song came on in Hyrule Temple, you knew that it was on. Oh, let's pull this guy out a bit. Yo, Omen of Light, let's go, boys. I guess we could try and roll one of our weapons that we're working on. I hope that they rework these invincible snake monsters a bit. I do think that they are invincible for way too long. Like their whole charging up at you and spinning around phase are just fully invulnerable. And I do think that that feels like an oversight and not intended. Because they basically took this Serpent Queen boss from Act 2 Keth and turned her into a monster. And she also does that during her like phase. The only reason I can see them not letting you take a perfect or greater exalt is discovering some degen strat for farming them. True. Question. Oh, first message from Ken. When hunting for Jade Isles or Temporal Sandstorms for Rakiata, is item rarity in maps important? Because I have used unidentified T15 maps, and so I have 6 full revives. From what I understand, Ken, map like rarity has no effect on the drop rate of Rakiatas or Garukon. You can literally drop those lineage support gems from a level 6 white map, and it's fine. It doesn't matter what level map you run it on. It's just RNG. Does anybody have any clarification on that in chat? I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like 99% sure. Okay, we have I'm also very unlucky, and no worries, Ken. Dude, I've done like over a dozen Jade Isles this league, and I have not found it yet. So you're in the same boat as me, brother. We're struggling out here. We are struggling. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Ken. Welcome in, bro. Okay, let's try and hit this one, maybe. Uber with the follow. Thanks, bro. Okay, let's Omen of Light this and hopefully hit T1 IPD. And then we actually will have an upgrade for this crossbow that we're currently using. Surely we'll hit it. Swear I saw something in 0.3 or 0.4 patch notes saying that they fixed or removed the invulnerable on Abyss Serpents. They did not. I can guarantee they didn't. Because they've been clapping my cheeks while they've been invincible. Oh shit, 100%. What tier of mod is that? That's got to be tier 3, right? That's got to be tier 3, right? Crossbows, modifiers. Get rid of all these fucking ads. Oh, 100 is only tier 5. Guys, what do you think? Do you think we take this for now and then keep re-rolling it? Or do you think we hit it with a re-roll because we're really just trying to get tier 1? I feel like we just try and re-roll, yeah? It was nothing we wanted before. We're really just trying to... For this to be a fat upgrade, we'll really need to get either a T2 or a T1 IPD roll. Sadly, it wasn't either of those this time around. Good lightning? Yeah, we don't need lightning, though. We really, really want to get the physical damage. Yeah, the lightning isn't bad, though, in terms of, like, the roll. It's like T4. It's all right. Okay, and then we have a reliquary key that we found in the last map, so we're going to go do that. Get ourselves our first headhunter of the league. Surely. God damn it. Hey, I pulled my shiny headhunter. Did you really? That's sick. I have not been able to hunt a single head in PoE 2 yet. I eagerly await the moment where that's a possibility for me. And I will tell you something right now. I have sent... Oh no, it's a dig site. I fucking hate this map. I'm honestly just going to run a T1 on this and skip it because it sucks so bad. I was blown away. Buddy of mine did last league. Did he drop it, or did he chance orbit, or did he get it from the reliquary vault? It always feels like, and this is gonna sound like a fucking yo, what up, DH? How's it going, brother? Oh, we got it from reliquary. That's sick. It always feels like every league, everyone's like, I got like mad FOMO, dude. It always feels like it gets one but me for some reason. I feel like a kid like back in the day, like basically with a flip phone, and everyone's out here with their fucking iPhones and shit. How long is the Timmy League? I think it's till the end of the league, bro. My first H stage was this league too, when you play trade. And, oh yeah, and you dropped it, right? Let's see. I'm working on my second HCSSF character. Yo, nice. What's your next build that you're working on, DH? $199? Bro, we're hitting 99 today, 100%. 100%. I couldn't be bothered shelling out a ton of div for HH before, but now that I had a taste of it, I may have to. Oh no, you're addicted to the power, bro. Oh, you're doing a sword build with limit storms. Oh shit, nice. That sounds awesome, dude. Surprised you're not min-maxing temple for XP. The problem is that in order to do that, you actually have to set it up a lot, which actually wastes a lot of time. If I do push XP on Timmy's League, I'll be building the temple accordingly for that. But like at this point in time, it's probably just better for me to not fuck. My temple's not set up at all. So I'd have to spend a lot of time running the temple in order to build it out to min-max it for XP. And then when you do that, you actually get way better returns. But it's just the investment period of time that I would have to do. I'd probably have to dedicate like a whole day to build it out or more. And in that time period, I'm not getting a lot of XP. But yeah, I'm kind of just going the full natty route right now, the full mappy route. It's probably not optimal. Actually, I can probably guarantee that it's not optimal. Are you in a rush to 100? Not specifically. My goal is to get 100 before Timmy's League. So Timmy's League is on the 23rd. I'm giving myself like 10 or 11 days after hitting level 99 to hit level 100. And then I should be ready to go for Timmy's League by then. No rush, but like I would like to be like top 20 in the world. Which would be cool. Why is Timmy's League so important to everyone? It's just it's just vibes, dude. Especially within like the HCSSF community. It's like, I don't know, a lot of cool creators, a lot of good people, a lot of homies. It's just a vibe in there, dude. Highly recommend it. Don't think I'll trade? Yeah, we're all trading in Timmy's League. This league. We're doing a guild self-found league with the Beach Boys. Which is just nice because we play so much SSF, and you don't have to trade. Obviously, if you want to play SSF, you can just keep playing SSF, but it's just nice to switch it up. I died at 99 on HCSSF and PB1 yesterday. I'm taking a break. Oh my god, dude, you died at level 99. That's brutal. What got you yesterday? You're doing like pinnacles? Yeah, exactly, Dapper. It'll be more like people just helping each other out, honestly. Yeah, just doing very juice content. Oh, I got you. Yo, what up, protagonist? How's it going, bro? How goes the New Vegas playthrough? I saw you been playing that a lot recently. I've actually never played New Vegas, and I've heard it's amazing. Yeah, dude, I see your streams and stuff like that. I pop in and lurk for a little bit. New Vegas is pretty fun. Lots of fun going back to Fallout. Hell yeah. I actually need to catch up on some of the new episodes of the show. I feel like I've only seen episode 1 and 2 of the show so far. There must be more episodes. I've been craving playing Fallout as well, protagonist. I played Fallout 4 on survival mode at Brittany's house the other week. And I actually had so much fun playing like Fallout on the hardest difficulty. It's so good, dude. If you're enjoying Fallout New Vegas, you should definitely try Fallout 4 on survival mode. I think it would definitely be of interest to you. Apparently, it's like the best way to play the game. The survival mode in Fallout 4 have like thirst and hunger mechanics? Yes. It basically makes you feel like you actually have to survive in a apocalyptic world. You can only save at like beds. You can't fast travel at all. Hard pass, fair. Oh man, it's so immersive. It completely changed the way that the game played. So in Fallout 4, you can build like settlements and stuff. Which always kind of wasn't interesting to me. But in Fallout 4 on survival mode, there's a bunch of like things at the settlement that are actually very valuable, like making purified water and making food and farming and stuff like that. Again, it just sort of like reinforces the whole like you're actually surviving in this world. And it feels very, very grounded. By the way, you checked out the Ziggy interview last night. It was very nice. Yo, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it, bro. It was awesome. Had a great time with Ziggy. G'day, mate. Ziggy D here. Yeah, for those of you who are new to the channel or here from Snoobay's Raid, go ahead and, if you want to, check out my YouTube channel. I have a lot of YouTube content on there, hardcore solo Southbound related for Path of Exile 2, and also a lot of Path of Exile 2 podcast content as well. Something that I'm definitely becoming more and more known for. So if you're curious about that, go check it out. So what's the next game that you're going to play after New Vegas, Protagonist? Good question. I'm kind of fly by the seat of my pants. I'm thinking about doing Half-Life or Dark Urge playing through or Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, have you never played Half-Life before, bro? Holy. Yeah, go and play Half-Life. Oh, Mass Effect. Okay, yeah, completely different. Yep. Also streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch for anybody who is prefers the YouTube platform.
I have many services. Let us hope this now lies dormant.
Yeah, what up, Laces? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. First message. Holy. Original Half-Life goated? Yeah. They also made a remastered version called Black Mesa, which is also fucking amazing. If you guys have never played Half-Life or hits me with a follow. Welcome in, legend. Yeah, if you guys have never played Half-Life before and want to play it but are not a big fan of the older graphics or kind of like the more outdated graphics, give Black Mesa a try. That game is fucking dope. That reminds me, still need to play Portal 2. Oh, shit. Yeah, you could do Portal 2. Oh, shit. We got a corrupted area over here. W. Oh, we need some more tablets as well. 10%. Oh, we only have one more Abyssic XP tablet? What the fuck? That sucks. What up, Lasis? What you up to today, bro? Appreciate you stopping in, man. You can't chaos spam tablets? I actually think you can. Pretty sure you can. Although I wouldn't really waste chaos orbs on tablets. I would just reforge them. I strictly reserve chaos spamming for items. You're just chilling and cooking some builds? Fuck yeah, bro. What's on the agenda for the next character? Oh, so are you playing the softcore league or no? I do. It's easier to hit certain mods. True. I guess there is a pretty small loot pool. Then again, you're in trade. That's fair. Yeah, because of being in SSF, it's kind of nice to have a huge stockpile of chaos orbs in case you hit like that lucky fracture and you need to like because here's the thing, if you want to hit like T1 IPD, it could be like potentially thousands of chaos orbs until you hit like the right item or the right modifier. So yeah. Are you gonna do a fresh start? HCSSF, fuck yeah. Want to chill for a bit? The grind was intense. Yeah, the grind is intense, brother. I can't wait to hit 100 so I can just chill out. No, you should play Timmy's League, dude, with us. Did you play last year? Fuck you, Blaze. Now I want to play Smash. Yes. Let the urge to play Smash Bros consume you. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Let's play some Timmy's League. Dude, Corneria is such a banger Smash Bros level. It has been literally since the N64 days. One of my personal favorites of all time in terms of like stages. You might do Lightning Spear. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I haven't touched Lightning Spear since 0.2. Did you kill Atziri? Are you going to be using the Atziri Spear, Laces? I want to cook up a build with that item. That item looks dope. I've been seeing some sick shit on PoE2 Ninja using like Spear Field, which looks really sick. Which I could also do on my a Tactician, because I have a second Tactician that's level like 80 something right now. Harness playing the Atziri Spear build. Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of Atziri Spear builds at the moment. You could do Glacial Lance for like a cold spammy one. I don't want a farmer, to be honest. Why not? Is she rippy? Oh, you wanted to make a sick XP temple. Oh, true. Are you still gonna try and do an XP push this ladder? I'm not gonna do an XP temple this ladder. I'm just gonna do it on Timmy's private league. Oh, she just gets clapped. Yeah, apparently she's not that hard. She's got like low HP, right? Like basically like a T1 pinnacle boss type HP. And there's no like Uber version of her, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know a single mechanic. I feel like I would absolutely dust her with this build. Like she would just get pinned and die and phase immediately. I should do her once I hit level 100. Well, that's a lot of rare boys pouring out of this hole. That's good for me. Oh, it's the Ulamon multiplying dudes. Yeah, you would melt her. She's weaker than Kulamak. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Kulamak got dusted too by this build a long time ago. Did you kill Arbiter, Lasis as well? I love how you have to actually kill Arbiter now in hardcore SSF. Dude, how good do the rare tablets feel? Brother, it's like insane how good they are. It's such an absolute W of a change. Like that small of a change has made the end game feel so much better than it did last league, and we didn't even get any of like the promised like end game changes or reworks. I would imagine that in conjunction with like everything else that they plan on doing to the end game, like a potential Atlas tree rework and stuff, like wow, it could be really, really good. The end game could be in a really good spot potentially by next patch or the rest of the year. But yeah, rare tablets are such a massive dub. Agreed, dude. Yeah, the map crafting is so much better. Just Alk and go. Alk double Exalt and go. Maybe slap corruption on it if you're balling like that. For the clan. Yeah, I'm excited to play Timmy's League, man. I think I'm going with the shapeshifting. I haven't tried any talisman stuff really. I did like maybe 10-15 minutes of talisman play as a wolf, which I thought felt really great. But I think I'm going to league start as a bear smith of Katava and see how that feels. And then if it sucks, I'll just go shield wall. But I want to see how the talisman feels. Because I've been so locked into this character that I haven't really... Oh, 20%. Yo. T1 cast speed. Might be something worth holding on to. I want to mass 3-to-1 reforging now, and I'm happy with mapping too. Yeah, that would be nice. So in terms of mass 3-to-1 reforging, what do you mean? Like if you put in a shit ton into this window here, like if there was a window here that allowed you to add in more than just 3 things at a time, that would be great. That would be super great. I hate like the process of reforging so much. It's so annoying. If we had a button on the bench, oh, and that would like open a vent. Oh, okay, I see. That would be amazing. Holy fuck. That'd be such a big W quality of life change. I was skeptical about trying the Wyvern and ended up being my HCSSF record. Oh shit, hell yeah. Yeah, the Wyvern looks really, really cool as well. I know there's quite a few different like ways to go about doing it. Like you could do the oil breath, you could do the like the fucking the beam, like him flying down. You could do the just the swipe. I think the swipe is super powerful if you like scale that with like AoE and damage. Is that one called Rend? You did Rend and Oil Barrage. Okay, yeah. I remember seeing clips of Oil Barrage at the very beginning of the league, and it was like, holy fuck, dude. Like, it was melting bosses. I don't think anyone had seen Quinn do that much damage before, ever. Melee! Oh. Do you know that the clip is not Quinn? He's reacting to somebody else? Oh, really? What? Dude, I thought that was him. It looked so much like he was actually playing, dude. I got baited. Oh, man. I got baited. I got clip farm, dude. And it was funny because everyone that watched that reacted to that clip of Quinn specifically, not like the other person, I guess, or whoever it was. Yeah, everybody, you saw it on Exile again, and everyone was getting baited. Yeah, yeah. Legendary react on Quinn's behalf, dude. Legendary react. So who was the original player then who was showing off that oil barrage tech with the power charges? Is that someone who was just like random, or was it an actual like streamer or something? Dude, this fucking map is juicy. There's a lot of pack size on this map. Must have been a good waste down. Didn't even look at it. Oh, it's just random. True. Oh, double freezing shrine. Don't mind if I do. Wait a minute. That's a lot of shrines. Yeah, Smith Bear is going to be pretty fun. Oh, sorry, I missed your message, protagonist. Talismans are interesting. I think each archetype needs about 2 more moves to truly feel like their own thing. Yeah, no, I feel like that makes sense from what I've heard from a lot of other people, that like there are very specific kind of moves at the moment, or ways to build out the talisman characters or the talisman skills. But yeah, like of course they're gonna add more skills to them, and then it's gonna feel way more fleshed out. But like in your experience, how did the talisman skills feel as you were just playing them in general? Like regardless of it feeling maybe a little bit limiting or lack of options. Oh, he's punching. He's trying to go Mike Tyson on my ass. Have a plan until you get punched in the face. Yeah. Words of wisdom. Words to live by. Oh, almost on the coffee, boys. Sag. Gotta move on to the bubbly after this. Oh, we got a Abyssal Depths too. Wyvern power charge generation feels nuts. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody cooks up a flicker strike, do a double weapon set thing. Oh, really? Who's your hockey team? Who's my hockey team? I mean, locally, if I had to pick a hockey team, it'd be the Toronto Maple Leafs. Absolutely. If you take the talisman as one thing, they're pretty interesting. A lot of synergy, but very specific playstyles. But they do offer a lot in terms of like, even if you wanted to mix and match it with different weapon sets or different like weapon types, right? Which is cool. But yeah, if you're just strictly playing the you sure you're Canadian? You hesitated? I actually don't give a fuck about hockey, bro. I am a rare Canadian who does not watch hockey at all. I'm a through and through absolute gamer, bro. I would rather watch, and I'm probably going to get like deported from my country after saying this. I would rather watch like esports than like professional sports. I'd rather watch like StarCraft or Counter-Strike than hockey, personally. Uh-oh, I hear the government. They're coming after me. Don't tell Barricade about this, okay? Barricade will not hang out with me if he knows this information. I'm Spanish and I don't like football. I understand you so much. My dude, one of us, bro. Bro, I think we just became best friends. You don't like soccer either. Where are you from, DH? Are you from the US? Yeah, like I think football or soccer, however you would say it, is like probably one of my least favorite sports. Like if I had to watch sports, I think personally, I would personally my favorite sports to watch are basketball. I think basketball is pretty dope. There's just like a lot happening in basketball all the time. Football's amazing. Soccer's terrible. I've never really gotten into football, like American football. I prefer basketball and volleyball. Yo, which type of volleyball? Yeah. Yo, which type of volleyball are you talking about, bro? Fine, you can like whatever type of volleyball you want. I'm not judging. I might be encouraging, even. Oh! Echo! Let's go. It's not about being a beautiful sport. It's about the culture and how much attention it gets in comparison to other sports. Oh, I guess, like, yeah, football must be, like, the overriding majority in, like, most of Europe in terms of sports, right? I like watching women's volleyball. First time chatter from Snoobay's raid. Welcome in, OP. You found yourself a new home here. Absolutely. All caps as well. Nice first message, yeah. I prefer both sand and volleyball women's. Yeah, there you go. I'm down to join the guild. Oh shit, hell yeah, hit me up in game. Blaze Pinduin. You can also add me as a friend if you want. Bro, I've been tuning in the entire time and I couldn't believe no one's did the punchline you set up. I know, guys, you've been slacking. Thank you for filling in the void, OP. I appreciate it. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the feedback about the about the women's volleyball. Zachy hit him with the bugged mob. Somebody fucking ban this guy. Someone time this guy out. This guy wants me dead. What up, Xanda? How you doing, bro? What's good, bro? Especially when those cameramen change angle. Yeah, imagine being a cameraman for that. That's a pretty good job, I would say. You could have a lot worse of work to do. Like, there's a lot worse jobs you can do. Dude, I'm doing good, man. We're finally getting Sir Gog on the podcast. It's all for you, bro. Remember how you kept asking me to get Sir Gog on the podcast? Yo, Moon Man, what up, bro? Ducks. Finally, yeah, only 32 episodes later. Blazeworks TV, bro, it was about to ask you about your next interview. It was really good and unique in PoE 2 interviews. Yo, thank you, Squid. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, next interview's tonight at 5 o'clock. So in about 3.5 hours with Sir Gog himself. I appreciate that, Squid. I'm glad you're enjoying them, man. Welcome to the cult, I mean guild. Yes, welcome. Yeah, so Lasis, we're also doing guild self-found for Timmy's League. So I'll be buying some guild stash tabs and decking out the new hideout we got, guys. Gifted to us by Boomer_GM. We got our new hideout for the guilds. Also, if any of you are in the chat right now and are interested in joining the HCSSF community known as the Beach Boys, we are a HCSSF forward guild, although it's not only for HCSSF players. Feel free to hit me up in game. We just bought another 10 slots, so there are some spaces available if you're interested in joining the Beach Boys. No, only HCSSF. HCSSF and friends, okay? It has to be a majority HCSSF by a large factor. If everyone starts swapping off to softcore, it's gonna be an issue. I'd hit, bro. You're softcore. You're not. There's no way. You're a softcore main, bro. I played HC trade to start to feel like an imposter. Dude, isn't it weird that just having trade enabled is crazy? Friends, not even VIP. Time to ride. Bro, you were so close to VIP and then you brought it up. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Your timer was like literally like seconds away from expiring. That's unreal, bro. I'm sorry. That is so unfortunate, dude. I have a timer that I have to reset on you now. It couldn't be me. It's true. He was talking about it earlier in stream. See, everyone knows. Everyone knows. I was like, guys, I'm so excited. Today is the day that DH finally gets VIP. All right. Just kidding, DH. Enjoy your VIP, bro. It's a timer based on the number generated on Google. Yeah. And luckily for you, that timer has expired. Whoa, for real? For real, buddy? You better believe it. Don't abuse it. You're welcome, bro. Thank you for supporting the stream. Which weapon am I looking forward to next? Which weapon am I looking forward to next? New Dreamcore content is out. Oh, hell yeah. I'll have to watch that later. Maybe when I take a food break, we'll watch that. And by maybe, I mean we're definitely watching that. Which weapon am I looking forward to next? I'm really excited for axes. I'm really excited for swords. Just any new melee weapon. I feel like the diversity in melee weapons is pretty slim right now with like maces and spears and quarterstaffs. So I would love to see. Oh, am I hearing some N64 Zelda on the stream? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're going through the video game music playlist right now. Oh shit, we got an overrun map. Hell yeah. Wait, there's a breach in here that I missed? Where? Oh, over here. Fuck. Serious question, do you think a sorceress could be fun? Yeah, man. Why don't you try the Disciple of Varashta? Disciple of Varashta looks amazing. I'm like very, very strongly considering that as a league starter in Timmy's league as well. I just want swords. GGG baiting us with the Count Geonor sword moveset. Bro, I know, dude. I know, dude. I want it as well. ARPG without swords has always just felt weird. I know that's been a sentiment that's kind of been beaten to death already by a lot of people, but Blaze out here baiting the sword. Dude, also Chronomancer, pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Stuck in my nose. Fuck, dude. I had a sneeze in there and then it just disappeared. It got shy and just went back inside. Hate that feeling. Also, cheers, boys. Today's bubbly flavor of choice is raspberry. This shit is fucking fire, by the way. Like, it actually might be one of my new favorites. I wonder what weapon will come with a shadow. It'll be daggers, most likely, and traps. Yeah. You should just get a soda stream. I know, dude. I know. The crazy part is I have one, bro. It's at my girl's place right now, and she hasn't bought like a new soda thing for a long time. I have one and I never use it. That's the thing. Everyone gets soda streams and never fucking uses it. Or they get it and then they use it until you need more CO2 and flavor. Oh shit, there's 3 fucking wisp right here for the same monster. Like, let's cook this guy. Danger and bow build mix. I need it. I also have a custom CO2 kit for it, but I never run out. Wait, how do you never run out? You never run out and you still never use it? That's crazy, bro. Oh, dagger and bow. Sorry, I was like, huh? Oh, I didn't mean to sell that. Yo, +3, boys. What is this? On the gold amulet base. Sheesh. That was off the ground too. What can we do here? We need to get rid of that prefix. Where are the fracturing orbs? Bro, what are fracturing orbs? Tonka, can you explain to the class what this fracturing orb item is? I've actually never heard of this before. I've never seen one either. Crafting tutorial when? Bro, what do you mean tutorial? Here's my crafting tutorial. Take an Exalt orb and bash it over the item's head until it has 6 mods. That is how you craft in this game. Yo, King of Nothing. Yo, what up, man? Dude, I've seen, are you the mod for DM? I swear you're a DM mod. I'm in DM stream all the time. What up, man? Thanks for stopping in. Saw your interview with Ziggy earlier. Good stuff. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks for stopping in and saying some nice shit about the podcast. Got another episode lined up with Sir Gog tonight in about 3.5 hours. Roll and pray it's good. So the first thing we would do here, guys, is we would actually get the omen of sinistral crystallization so that we could remove the suffix. I mean, sorry, so that we could remove the prefix. Wait. What if we just immediately rolled it with global defenses? Essence rarity? I don't give a fuck about rarity though, but we could do that. Epic's rarity, prefix global. Will that immediately get rid of the armor roll? Yeah, let's do this. Rarity. Needs to be rare. Global defenses. So there's this video I'm working on called a crafting tutorial video, and this is going to go in the video as what not to do. Never craft items and listen to chat. Never do that. Someone crashed the service and forced a rollback. It's all good. We have another +3. We have another +3 right here, boys. Guys, you really think this guy doesn't have multiple +3 proj amulets sitting in his stash right now? Like, come on, boys. Come on. Oh, I got rid of the fucking sound effects. Oops. Tonka with the +5 gifted subs out of guilt. Dude, thank you so much, bro. You didn't have to do that, man. That's very kind of you. In case anyone needs crafting tutorials in the future. Holy, what's this? Oh, failed to determine content classification. Huh? Handsome, adventurous. Oh, I think this clip is broken, sadly. What the hell? What the hell is that? I enjoy that it says something went wrong, because it certainly did. True. Something went preposterously wrong. Thank you, Tonka, for the 5 gifted, bro. It was definitely not your fault that I fucked that item up. I rolled that without listening. Omen of Sinistral Crystallization. Yeah. So before we rolled that, I was literally just saying how I needed one of those. I was literally just saying how I needed one of those and I didn't listen. Oh, we did that for content. That was for content. Not a true streamer. It's always chat's fault. No, that was not chat's fault. That was absolutely my fault. You could have got around it by filling your prefixes first. Oh, yeah. We absolutely whiffed on the +3 proj. We absolutely whiffed on the +3 proj. It's not a big deal, guys. We got extras, all right? We got extra +3 projes here, boys. I'll take a minimum 25%. Okay, yeah. 75% my fault. 25% your fault, right? I can live with that. Oh, shit. We got XP. Let's head in there. I don't know. It's all over now. Just need to wait till next. Like, guys, it's over. I deleted +3 proj off of my amulet, guys. I think it's time for a private league at this point. What do you guys think? Should we just log into the second wind right now? Was that the first +3 proj? That was the first +3 proj that I found full natty off the ground. But yesterday I was complaining about it, and then I spent about 10 million gold at the old casino, at the old Ange casino, and I actually got 3 +3 proj amulets from gambling, which might be like the best way to get them. If you guys are like down bad for like your +3 amulet of choice. They say that the house always wins, but I'm not gonna lie. I kind of walked out of the Ange Casino winning yesterday. So for context, I crafted this amulet yesterday. +3 proj, global, energy shield, the Kurgle energy shield equipped from armor increase, maximum energy shield, 1 res and int. On the mana base, which is dog shit, but it's still pretty good. It's still pretty fucking good as an Ami. Yeah, I don't think you're going to top that one. Basically, it's just RNG to top that one at a certain point. So what you're saying is I should remortgage my house. Yes. If you are down bad financially, and you know, I'm a professional financial advisor, so this is all professional advice that you should absolutely take. What you should do is remortgage your house and then take all of that money and go to the casino and put it all on your color of choice. And you're either going to be up big or you're going to be down even worse. It's just it's a 50-50. Hey, man, I just saw the interview with Ziggy, and I got to say it was a good episode. Yo, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, Doe. That's awesome that you guys are enjoying the pod, dude. I think it was great as well. Do it twice, though, after you win. True, because then you're up even bigger. He isn't lying. It's a 50-50. Yeah. It's a 50-50. You basically either win or you don't. Okay, why can't I leave this room? Why am I trapped? Yo, I'm trapped. I'm pretty sure I'm trapped. All right, I guess the map is over, even though I'm... Why can't I leave? Early access problems. Log out? Happened to you twice? Where's Step Bro when I get trapped like this? Log out and back in? You mean like log out fully or character select? Fuck it, we're just gonna go to a new map. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna move on. I can't go back to hideout because then I lose the portal, bro. It's a one portal map. So if you go to hideout, you instantly lose your portal. Yulty Step Bro. All right. All right. If you say so. Where's my XP map? You do that if it's more than one portal? Okay. That's a good way to do it if it's more than one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got to get over here. Hello there. Excuse me. I think Necropolis might fit into the category of maps I actually don't really like either. I don't run this map a lot, but every time I go in here, I'm like, damn, this map kind of sucks. Speaking of things that don't suck, this song is absolutely on the opposite side of things. Brinstar for the Super Smash Bros. Melee soundtrack. I like that map because of the Draven boss. I do like fighting Draven. Draven is definitely like a manageable map boss. Hot take, Crypt was better. I like Crypt a lot. Epitaph as well, the giant square version of Crypt. Absolute W of a map. Is it going to let me free from this prison of bone? Why is it always reduced attribute requirements, fellas? Holy exceptional buckler. Has anyone tried parry this league? Didn't they buff parry like an insane amount? Like you can parry like ranged attacks and shit now. That is one like weapon that I always, or like thing in this game that I always forget about that exists. That's just like never had any interest for me personally. I've like never wanted to try it. Parry is good for hardcore if you like to try new characters. Damn. Yo, what up, Kadachi? Shit, sorry, I missed you in here. How's it going, bro? It's pretty good. Oh shit, really? Hell yeah. Have you made some builds with Perry? Or a build with Perry? Hey, sexy. What up, Machi? How's it going, brother? Welcome in. How's your stream? What's poppin'? What's poppin', Kadachi? I don't know if I can handle being weak after playing with Headhunter since level 80 to 98. Hey, bro. Why are you flexing on me that you've had Headhunter for 18 levels? What did I do to deserve that? You know I'm poor. And you come in here flexing your wealth and riches? That's crazy. You got it? Oh my god, and you got it from the interlude campaign, dude, with a free fucking unique item? That's amazing. Oh, you even got it. Yeah, you basically got it at like level 60. I dropped Kalandra's touch before ripping my poor wyvern. No, did you die with it on as well? That's crazy, bro. No way you died with Kalandra's touch on. Oh my god, that hurts. Oh, why does that hurt me so much? It wasn't even me doing it. How far into 98? We are 81%. We'll be hitting 99 today, surely. Surely I'll stay locked in. Oh, and we can do a T16 on Sulfuric Caverns. Do that. For that extra XP. Yeah, man, it's going good. It's going good. 99 today, and then I'm estimating a week and a half to up 2 weeks for 100. Playing at a decent pace. I'm not going to degen it. Although Zreddy kind of makes me want to. Yo, what up, Jules? Welcome in. How you doing, homie? Yes, of course. You can ask any question you like. Sadly, I'm not single. If that's your first question, I'm saving myself for marriage with Machi. I'm in a marriage pact with Machi at the moment. So hopefully that preemptively answers at least one question. Yo, the Sultan of Swing. What a sick name. Hey, I just watched the podcast with Ziggy. Cool stuff. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad you enjoyed. Got another podcast tonight, 5 o'clock EST with the homie, Mr. Sir Gog himself, the Toucan Master. That was my first question. Okay, what's your next question? Oh my god, the beach choice hideout. I actually need to pass off the decorations to like Dapper Goldie or something because he's like he's the one who designed my hideout. I will do it. I will do it eventually. Dapper, how do I promote you to like guild hideout decorator? Is there a way to do that without like passing leadership of the guild to you? I just bought the hideout to fucking start fucking with it. Did you actually? No way, dude. Oh, so you can basically just design it and then you can send it to me and I can upload it for the guild, right? Holy fuck, you're a legend. Guys, everybody put some respect on this man's name. If you're not respecting Dapper Goldie, I highly recommend you put some respect on his name. A true Chad. You and Machi had a video idea. Oh. You need to see his work? I'll show you my hideout. He did a great job on it. Oh, you guys want to rate viewers' hideouts? Yeah, well, I'll show you my hideout when we go back to my hideout. It's great. It's beautiful. It's efficient. It's nice and tight and intimate. I have to walk around very little to get to the places I need to go to in order to keep running maps efficiently. I fucking love it, man. And for anyone who's an OG of the channel and saw my hideout before, it was so fucking bad. People would not leave me alone about my hideout before. It was so ugly. I don't know why the Wildwood hideout isn't in PoE 2. It's literally the King of the Mist Arena. I'm pretty sure that's a guild hideout. I'm pretty sure that is a guild hideout protagonist that you can get. Raiding the Beach Boys hideout? Yes. Oh shit, guys, we got researchers. Yo, it's gambling time. Why does it not even say anything about my beach or new hideout? Bro, what do you mean? I like your hideout. You showed me the whole thing yesterday. I didn't like physically go into it, but I watched it. It was sick. All right, boys, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh shit! Yo, Knight hit a fucking +5. Okay. Yo, Rune of the Hunt. That's not bad. First pull. Not a bad first pull. We have enough to do the entire box. And exalts. Could be worse. All the Jorkin spots are sick. There's a lot of Jorkin spots. There's a lot of Jorkin spots in Machi's hideout. I mean, to be expected, of course. That was 4 million gold. 4 million gold for a greater jeweler's ore, boys. Was it worth it? Let me know in the comments section below. Ten exalts for 2 mil. I would pay it. I saw that you had like 0 exalts yesterday, bro, so that makes sense. This man is down enormous. Doesn't even have an exalt to his name at the moment. You gotta roll, bro. You gotta gamble. You gotta craft. You gotta craft those upgrades. I want to hide behind the wardrobe, but brother, what happened to the old hideout, Machi? Also, how banger is this Iron Forge music, boys? For all the classic WoW candies. You're just tired of the beach? That's totally fair. I actually wanted to do a beach hideout when I unlocked it, as it's very fitting for the Beach Boys concept. Yo, what up, Torn? Welcome in, dude. First message, Cat Jam. You love to see it. He's vibing absolutely uncontrollably to the WoW music. Classic WoW has some like seriously good bangers. All right, that was a T16 XP map. Got us up to 82%. Take it. Yo, Ken, thanks for the lurk, dude. Appreciate you. You can always do exclamation lurked to let us know that you're lurking. We got a whole command set up for it. Oh. You've solved the temple problem. Yo, what up, one hit? How you doing, brother?
If you must.
Good to see you, man. Wow, good for you.
For my research.
How do you get the local time thing on your XP bar? So what you need to do is you need to go into options and then under interface, hit the show clock button. And that'll tell you what local time. All right, let's see if we have any more XP maps. Yo, we have a triple overrun map right here. Look at this. How did that even happen? Let's work our way over there, I suppose. Doesn't look like we have any more maps that are plus to monster level. So I think it's safe to do the middle of Riverside. Fuck that. Let's go to Willow, I guess. Having the clock on makes me feel bad about how live in game. Dude, I need to have the clock on, dude. I need to have the clock on. Or else I lose all track of time. Time is important. What up, Red Eye? How you going, bro? I'm just memeing. I don't have a temple set up. Dude, I haven't been doing my temple either. But I'm making a pact in Timmy's League. I'm going to set up the juiciest, sickest, freshest, badass, optimal, divine printing temple ever. It's going to be awesome. But for now, we're just going to go XP farming the old-fashioned way. Maps. The old-fashioned and unoptimal way. Yeah, Timmy's League, we're going to have a juicer temple. Do I have a league starter in mind? I'm thinking about cooking up a Smith of Katava bear build. And if that build sucks ass, I'll do a shield wall. But I haven't really fucked around with shapeshifting at all. So I'm probably going to start with the bear. If I wanted to be a min-maxer and a blaster, I'd probably do Disciple of Varash to minions and use Zreddy's build, because he's blasting with that. But I do want to try some bear stuff or some talisman stuff. Dude, I'm gonna name my character Blaze Furry Enjoyer or something like that, 100%. But I'm not gonna be like super sweaty in Timmy's League. It's gonna be chill. We're just gonna fuck around. I kind of like Timmy's League for that. It's definitely less like sweaty. Speaking of sweaty, there's a Yeti that entered the chat. What up, brother? How you doing, homie? Comes in with the big first message. Uh-oh. I think that sneeze that was hiding in my nose is coming back. Oh, no, I'm on the way. 6 a.m. game time. Wait, is it 6 a.m. for you right now? That's crazy. Why are you up so early, bro? Are you up early just so you can hang out with us and play video games? Yeah, I guess it depends on which way you look at it, Ace Grown. It could either be interpreted as, damn, you stayed up late, you absolute degenerate, or, oh, nice, you're like a productive adult who gets up at 6 a.m. like I should. Hell yeah. It's kind of one or the other. Oh shit, we got some Persona bangers. Courtesy of whatever media. I think he lives in Australia. Or is that somebody else? I may be misremembering this. Where are you located again, Yeti, if you don't mind me asking? Not Australia. Yeah, oh yeah, it is Australia. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Sir Gog is also from Australia. So the podcast would be for him at 9 a.m. Just a good time. Wake up, have some coffee, do some yapping. Man, I'm so appreciative of you guys coming in. There's been a lot of really great feedback about the Ziggy D interview from a couple days ago. Just a small plug. If you guys haven't seen that and want to check it out, it's live on my YouTube channel. Head on over to my YouTube channel, check it out. Super proud of that interview. I think it was extremely fun, even though I did it while I was really tired because it was 2 in the morning. You can have our summer 30 days of 30 plus and 40 on Saturday. Holy bro, I would take that any day of the week over what we got over here. I mean, the weather's not super bad for me right now. It's like only -1 degrees Celsius, but this winter has kind of been up and down. It's been snowing like crazy recently. Super duper cold. But apparently this weekend is actually supposed to be like in the positives, which is nice. I would love to do like a Christmas in Australia, like a warm Christmas. That's great. That's 40 degrees. Yeah. I used to live in Singapore, Yeti. And so like every single day when I lived there for like 2 years, it was like 35 to 40 degrees basically. And it was like disgusting at first. But after a while, you kind of just get used to it. And I much preferred that. It was so humid there too. Yeah, it was like sticky and humid, tropical humidity. I loved it there though. You just live in Seattle and you love the weather there. What's the weather like? Oh shit, that was a lot of damage. Hold on. We gotta lock in here, boys. Lachlan is kind of rippy, actually. Always forget that. The missus gave me this Nam because winter's my favorite. Oh, nice. The human Yeti. I love that. Damn, we got some Yeti lore today, boys. Holy. We got some goon lore. I wear a tank top and shorts in the winter? Oh my god, bro. You're a fucking Sasquatch. He's literally a human Yeti. Are you just covered in body hair as well, up to your face? Albino? I grew up in Florida, so the snow where I live now is not it. True. Snow is not it for me either, and I grew up in Canada. I'm not a very real Canadian, if I'm being honest. I like maple syrup and poutine, but I don't fuck with hockey and I don't fuck with snow that much. Personally. Dude, I'm also warm-blooded too, to a certain degree. Like, my girl is always cold as shit. And so, for me, it's nice because I'm always warm, so I'm like a little mini heater. Routine these nut... Oh my god, bro. Why did I read that? Why did I get baited into reading that? My girl calls me her personal heater as well. Dude, that's all we're good for, man. That's all we're good for. Hot-blooded men. We're just basically personal heaters. For our ladies. For our partners. Like, dude, I'll go into bed and the lady will like purposefully like put her ice cold feet on me. And it makes me fucking like crash out every time. The more fit you are, the hotter you are. If you're fat, you're cold. What? Is that true? They don't know what we all do when we're together though, and they never will. True. Don't tell them. Don't let them know. That's our secret, all right? That is our little dirty secret. Feet equal knockout. She's like, my feet are cold, and then like shoves them on my body, and I'm like, okay. I didn't ask for that, but thank you, I guess. There's no escape. Did we do our ritual rewards? Oh, we did. Damn, Killer Instinct had a fucking badass OST, eh, boys? This shit goes hard. Oops. Killer Instinct was such a vibe. Yes. It was pretty awesome fighting game. Spinal. Oh, +2 melee ring. Oh. For amulet. Excuse me. Oh, that's a lot of resistance. Triple res fire damage ring. I could use it. You're a Jago main? Yo, Jago is sick. Jago is so sick. Oh, double XP. Oh. I need that in my life. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to use the washroom. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Appreciate you guys chilling today, man. Been an awesome stream. Been a great time chilling with you guys so far. Thank you so much for hanging out today, boys. Oh wow, we came back to the GoldenEye soundtrack? That's crazy. Someone just commented on the podcast, PoE 2 does nothing better than PoE 1, and it keeps getting worse every league. Oh my god. I'm a PoE 1 player and I can't get over that. I love my game. And the second game is just worse objectively. in every single area. Oh! Sorry, I'll stop. That's just how I imagine those people sound. Just the absolute most nuanced take on the internet. I actually will comment that right now. Huey does sprint better than PUE1 does. So he's wrong, Tro. I mean, obviously, you can't be as nuanced as him and be right sometimes. Or wrong sometimes. You can't. 1K hours in PUE1 and 10 years, almost 2K hours in PUE2 so far. Yo, Ape, you're a PUE2 enjoyer. Oh, dude, you got butter tarts? I fucking love butter tarts, man. Just scored a giant bakery order? I'm fucking jealous. What else did you get? You get coffee? Not sure what else is in it. You've only been told about the tarts. I mean, the tarts are good enough. Oh, right. I forgot this was a tier 1 map. Why am I doing content? Yo, Table, what up, brother? Happy Tuesday, man. Welcome in. Wife and kid came into mom's work, Canadian Tire, and she's the GM. Oh, you got hooked up. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, your dad calls a store and he owns goodie, or he owns a bakery and he's sending you goodies? Fuck yeah. Now I want goodies. I have cookies. My lady made me a shit ton of Christmas cookies of different kinds. Got sugar cookies, chocolate chip, shortbread, peanut butter cookies. I've been slowly working through those. Every night, trying to get fat so I can stay warm. Still having cookies from Christmas is crazy. Brother, you don't understand. I literally have a thing this big full of cookies. And I don't eat a ton of cookies. She cooked a lot. I wouldn't say it was 100 plus, but like it was definitely like 30 or 40 cookies. And I'm not like a guy who the only cookie I will actually ever binge is like double stuffed Oreos. I could probably body a full box of Oreos just like in one sitting. They're so fucking good. Oh, I didn't realize this map had chilled ground on it. That's unfortunate. I can speedrun diabetes if I reach too many of those juiced up Oreos. Yeah, bro. 0 to 100 any percent fucking speedrun diabetes. Oh my god, Moody's here. Guys, Moody is the first person in our guild to hit level 100 this league. Absolute fucking giga, Chad. Damn, RuneScape had some serious bangers, especially with the trap versions of them. Oh. Surely after 50 runs and another Rastus layout. Yes, of course. 15 runs and you should be an absolute professional runner at this point. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love Erastus, personally. It feels like if you try to go up to the right, you always end up hitting a dead end. You have to kind of go down and around, and I don't know, maybe I'm just bad. I'm probably just bad. And if everything is better than Act 3, yeah, I'm not. The thing is, I've done Act 3 more, so I'm pretty familiar with all the layouts. Even though they have changed over the seasons or over the leagues, I'm still definitely like learning all the Act 4 ones. Levers into the drowned apex into Temple of Sun is wild. Yeah, that is wild. Yeah, it's like the waterways into the drowned city, into the apex, into the Sun Temple is probably one of the worst, like, quadruple whammy layout sections in the game. Do me a favor, when you get to the hideout, see if you have the encampment available to you. Is that that's a decoration? Let me see. Where would that be under, Dapper? Oh, encampment, yeah. I have this stuff here. Encampment, equipment, buildings, tables, all this shit. Okay, you have it. Okay, nice. Yeah, we got it. Yes, sir. Excited to see what you cook up, man. Oh, fuck. This is a +1 monster level. God damn it. I should have run a T16 on this. Fuck. Oh, well. Come on, brother. Just one fracturing orb. Just prove to me that they exist. Just prove to me that they exist. I'll never complain about them again if one of them just drops right now. Surely. Isn't there somewhere you can farm them? Usually you can farm them from the Immured Fury monster, who is a guaranteed or who was a guaranteed monster in Corruption Zone. Sometimes when you clicked on a corruption area, it could say, this map has the Immured Fury, and he would always drop a corrupted orb. Or sorry, a fracturing orb. But for some reason, in 0.4, he's bugged and he doesn't spawn. So now us HCSSF boys and SSF boys are limited to just farming cleansed areas, and that's the only way to get them. And it's just based on rarity of, from any monster. Yo, come by the stream tonight and check out what I've been cooking up. I know you're a fellow ice shot enjoyer. Ice shot with high velocity rounds. Okay, yo, I'll definitely check that out. Hell yeah. I love me some ice shot. I can't wait to do ice shot after this. Some Amazonian play styles. Man, you get so many Abyss tablets from doing these maps. It's insane. You're almost first phase as Madi? Damn, that's a good feeling. Are you running like Twink gear or no? Or are you just going through the campaign fresh? Nothing like just absolutely melting the campaign with Twink gear. Oh, it was crafted this run. Hell yeah. That's something that's sought after. Oh my god, bro. All right, note to self, guys, if you're ever down bad for Abyss tablets, just run an overrun map. You're going to walk out of here with at least 10. It's like a flying salsa. It's good XP. Yo, this is really good XP. Overrun maps are popping. Damn, I wish I put a T16 in here. This would have been fat, like 10 mil an hour map. I hate this phase. Away from you, sand crabs. Humiliation. Oh, ritual Utah. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus a unique tab in one map. Holy. That is very, very good. Experience, experience, experience. Very good. Three usable ones for us. Let's go. I was actually running out of experience tablets for Abyss specifically, so that was super helpful. It's time to get slick. Am I running that blessing for extra XP? No, I'm not. It's risky, dude. It's risky. I don't love the downsides of it personally for just 5%. I'd rather keep the global defenses because, man, dude, imagine dying at like level 98 or 99. How bad that feels. By this point, your character should be on what I like to call like cruise control, where you like, yes, you have to be locked in and have your build obviously like good and stuff like that, but you shouldn't be worried about dying to a lot of shit unless you're playing really recklessly or really stupidly. Sarge died at 99 off stream. Yeah, and he was actually super close to 100 too. He said that he got killed by Lachlan, which is totally fair. Lachlan can fuck you up. He says he said he was playing and then a family member was over and he was talking to the family member and then Lachlan just clapped him. Yeah, that would absolutely suck. You almost ripped the same way at Christmas? Just chilling with your brother? Fuck, dude. Yeah. You mega juiced expedition? Like you were doing a logbook? Lesson learned. Yeah, just like completely ignore your family. Oh, just in maps, true. I'm just a big bomb type of guy in Expedition. I just slap down the big bomb and blow it up and back the fuck up away and blow everything up. Do not engage with family if you want to survive in the game. Your girlfriend almost PK'd you as well. There's many instances of people getting PK'd by the lady. God bless them. Good morning, Moody. Welcome in, brother. Congrats again on 100. You're the first member of the Beach Boys to hit 100 this season. I'm so proud. How did it feel last night, bro? Watching that final level up animation happen, dude. Wait, Moody, was this your first time hitting 100, or have you done it in previous leagues as well? Trying to find the next build. What are you cooking up right now? First time in PoE 2 was only my first league last league. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I forgot. Plants. Nice. Blood Mage angle? Oracle angle? What's your vibe? Plants are apparently really, really strong. I haven't tried them myself. Have you killed Ziri, Moody? Plants are lit? Oh, hell yeah. I heard plants are fire. Oracle, so you don't have to worry about crit. Got it. I died at level 86 against Coolmac with Oracle Plants. Cast on crit Bone Cage is so good. Oh, shit. That sounds fire. Yeah, it's time to look at some ninjas, get some inspo, put together some POB. Yo, good afternoon, Everseen. What up, bro? Yeah, the Oracle nodes look insane from what I've seen. I haven't looked like too in-depthly at them, but there's a lot to work with there. How goes the grind? The grind's going good, man. Grind's going good. Gonna do a big push to 99 today, and then it's just like, I think 98 is the worst level because you're not at 99 where you can use that whole like every single percent gets me closer to the goal. It's like every single percent gets you closer to the next level, which gets you to the goal. You're actually almost 98. Yeah, 98 is pretty rough. 98 is definitely rough. Yeah, I'm excited to take the time to set up the temple in Timmy's League for sure. Also, you asked how I felt. It felt like a zombie. Last 5%, I had no juice left. Yeah, you were going hard, man. You deserve a little break. You deserve a little break. You almost fucked yours up last night by looping it? Oh, shit. Did you loop it by accident? You, like, put down the wrong room or something? Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. Trying to do some tack. I got it. So cool. Ten temples netted you 45%. Yo, that's solid. Yeah, like 97 is nice because you can do like the whole level in like a day or two if you really degen it. Once you hit 98, it's like you get to the point where you're looking at like incremental percentages of your level per day. And it just, yeah. And then at 99, I would imagine you're looking at it at even smaller percentage goals for the day. My percentage goal is like 10% a day? Very possible it's nap time. Oh shit, nap time? I can't do it. I can't do nap time, bro. Oh shit, the playlist is over. All right. Let's go to some Spotify. And let's do some chromatic. Let's keep the vibes pumping up. You're fighting a bad ear infection? Fuck, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Put some antibiotics in you and take a nap, dude. For sure. Wait, where's the boss? Oh, I missed her. She's way back over there. Oh, and I didn't get the checkpoint. I'm an idiot. Yo. What you up to in here? This boss arena is pretty cool. The candles all lighting up like as she comes through. Remember this level before GGG added the bosses? Dude, what is today? Tell me. Yeah, Slick Boss Room's awesome. I love it. Today is the day. You can feel it in your plums, brother. Yeah, I love the Slick Boss Room. It was such a nice addition to have after they added bosses to every map. And we got a ton of extra Abyss tablets again. XP, you'd love to see it. Yep, the podcast is in 2 hours. 2 hours till the podcast. Probably take a food break in like an hour. Get some food in me, get ready to yap, and then I'll probably keep playing after the pod so that we can hit level 99.
Take our gold and go. Let us hope. Zest now lies dormant.
Keep black. Today should be a longer stream. Like you're gonna see sounds after talking to Sir Gog, bro. You're gonna get mathed out of your mind. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get mathed out of our mind, bro. I'm gonna be able to see sounds, hear colors, taste algorithms. I'm here for it. Oh shit, we need more tablets. Did you get hooked on that Aussie flavor? Bro, we even have another Aussie coming on. I have Guy That Dies coming on next week as well, and he's from Australia. I'm just like 0.4 podcast interview season is just it's the Aussie special. Guy that dies is from New Zealand? No, he's from Australia, I believe. Oh wait, is he from New Zealand? That's my bad. I don't know actually. For some reason I was under the impression that he was from Australia. He was asking me his accent sounds like it. I mean, I don't have a key ear for accents. If I hear New Zealand and I hear Australia, and Yeti, don't get mad at me, bro. I feel like they are similar. I know they're not, but as somebody who doesn't hear them speak a lot, I mean, Everseen is basically American. I mean, yes, I've heard that from me as well. Like, we don't have super intense Canadian accents. You only notice Everseen's Canadian accent when he says out? Yeah. That's what people say about me too. In fact, my nose is itchy. Out in a boat, eh? Some people have like really pronounced Canadian accents. I feel like out of the Canadian streamers, I would say that Barricade probably has more of a Canadian flavor to him than me or Everseen, for instance. Nothing wrong with that at all, just as an observation. The Barricade hate is wild. Oh my god, bro. I love Barricade. I don't want to hear this. I don't hate anybody, okay? Dude, hit us with a Barricade dance? I literally can't, because if I push my chair back, it's going to knock my green screen over. Also, I don't have the fucking moves. I'll let you know that right now. Barricade's got the fucking moves, bro. Dude, the first time I added him on Discord, bro, he did the funniest shit. Here, I'll try and find it. I think I have it saved here somewhere. Oh yeah, I do have it. Here we go. Let's watch this. This is what happened when we added each other on Discord. What? There's no volume? Fuck, bro. The volume's the best part. Hold on. I'll watch that again. Oh, it's because I don't have audio source, maybe? Audio source. It'd be default audio, right? Okay, how about this? Can you hear this now? There we go. Bro, that was just for adding me on Discord. Fucking love Barricade, man. What a fucking legend. What a fucking legend. Big dad energy, 100%. I think he has a couple kids. Pretty sure.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
I wonder how many times he actually does that every day. The moves with the music and shit like that. Like, this guy's got a lot of energy. The answer is not enough. True. But I showed Brittany that, she was dying. She's like, I want to be this guy's best friend. We need to go like hang out with this guy IRL. I do think that maybe for 0.5, I'd probably ask him to do an IRL podcast, and he'll be the next like IRL passive tree podcast, which could be pretty fun. Maybe get Talkative Try in there too. Man, I saw a video on YouTube today of someone just being like, why Talkative Try is ruining Path of Exile. And it was just like the most unhinged shit. I don't understand why people are so like, oh my god, this guy who's like a casual player is like ruining fucking Path of Exile because he's interviewing Jonathan and shit. It's just like, dude, people are fucking wild. People are fucking wild.
To the books.
Yes, Talkative Try has insane blackmail and influence over GGG. Yeah. His power is out of control. Somebody take away the amount of power this guy has. It's not allowed. He's definitely pulling the strings as a casual player. Yeah. He's behind the curtain, guys. Everything that's wrong with this game is Talkative Try's fault, right? I honestly like it. And the crazy thing is that this guy, I mean, the video only had like 500 views, but there was like people in the comments being like, I totally agree with this take and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, oh my God. You guys are cooked. You guys are absolutely cooked. I heard that Druid was gonna have 4 shapes, but Talkative Try didn't want it, so they rolled it back. Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, I heard Talkative Try actually designed the entire Druid himself. He programmed it. He did the art for it. He did all the animations for it. He designed the skills. I'm pretty sure like he solo devved the druid for GGG.
Ready to hunt. Ready? Let's do this.
I heard GGG was going to finish the endgame rework in time for 0.4, but Try said it'd be better for 0.5. I heard that too. That's crazy. Crazy that Try wanted the endgame rework to come out in 0.5, but no, it's up to him at this point. He is the game director of the game, right? People love to complain. 0.3 had the lightning arrow drama, and now we have the best build viability patch, and no one talks about it. True. Yeah, but there's not enough people talking about how many builds there are right now. True. Yeah, you always hearing that, bro. That's not a different story today. You'll probably be hearing that tomorrow, I bet.
You there, local, come here.
Yo, ECH88. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. How you doing today, bro? Wait, dropped over here. Oh. Oh, shit. It's a bow. It's a bow of some kind. Oh, fuck. There's a ton of monsters over here. I'd love to see it. Moody, if you're still here, it's time for you to run tier 3 Zesht 100 times with all of your with all of your splinters, bro. Think about how many items you could get from him. Let me sleep another 20 hours. Yeah, it'll put you right to sleep. Moody, did you kill Aziri in the temple or no? Then get blasted by Zesht and die? No. Moody, he's allowed to die now. He's already hit level 100. Doesn't matter anymore. Oh, you didn't kill Aziri? True. Are you going to kill her? I want to get her spear. I've been looking at some cool Aziri spear builds. Like fun. I want to kill her too. I plan on doing something like kill her to hit at 100, but that's too much effort. Oh, that would be fun to do that, actually, Moody. Shit, maybe I'll steal that idea. I would have to, like, reset my temple a few times with the Architect, but that would be fun to kill Ansiri as the final, like, XP thing. I like that idea. People were saying that she has less health than, like, a T3 map boss, so she's probably just going to get melted. And then die at 99.9%. That would be hilarious, bro. That clip would be unreal. And then die at 9. Boys, we're not gonna die at 99.9%, all right? Bro, there's no way. No, we're gonna do her like unjuiced. We're gonna do her fully unjuiced. We're not gonna like go in there and fuck. Ansiri's not a free boss? Even for the pin boys? Really? A mechanic at first can kill you? True.
What do you need?
I just assumed that she would just get absolutely deleted.
Now lies dormant.
Well, we were talking about 99.9% is not the same as 100%, yeah. The corrupted blood mechanic can kill you? Okay. And you can't pause during her either, so you have to be pretty quick with the Alt F4. She's easy, do it. I would be blind as well. I've never fought her, so. You don't even know! You haven't even killed her, Moody. You can't say that. There's a reason you got to level 100, okay? And it's because you didn't kill her. That's the secret. That's the secret you're telling me right now. I did her blind on your Pathfinder, and you melted her, didn't you? I would do Uber Arbiter. I feel like I'd be a lot more comfortable doing Uber Arbiter if I had Arakiatas. Yo, you got a Headhunter. Nice. Let's go. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm still waiting to get mine. Okay, Moody, we'll see you in a bit, buddy. Enjoy your lunch, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you lurking. All that good stuff. You want to try Ritualist? I feel like Ritualist is pretty open-ended in terms of builds you can do with it. You can pretty much do anything on a Ritualist, can't you? Stat stacking seems dead. Yeah, take me back to 0.1, bro. Gemling, Legionnaire, Stat Stacker. That shit was fun as hell. With the Herald chains. Strength stack with Timeless Jewel for ES is alive for sure. Yes, that is true. You could do that. But then what skill? That's the question. Or what skills? If you're going strength, do you go like spears? I want an int stacking ritualist for ritualist, but pure power is changed now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I've never actually played a ritualist, but I felt like just with the ring slot stuff alone, like, I don't know, you could kind of pretty generic ascendancy choice. Ring slot should be so comfy. Yeah, you can spec into so much shit. Potent damage and Giga endgame, yeah. Or if you just want to farm rarity for whatever shit you need. I know, the Pathfinder's QL is very tempting. Very, very tempting. Very tempting indeed. I'll probably die because of tripping over when I reroll. Yeah. You're going to have to get used to hitting escape when you fall over, man. But after playing off meta, it would be fun in Timmy's League to just play some absolute, like, crazy meta shit. Like doing Poison Pathfinder or, I don't know, maybe some Shield Wall stuff would be fun. You haven't played in days? What have you been up to? You're scared? Oh, you're scared to play. No, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Oh, you're making a new character? Just make a new character as like a warm-up, and then when you feel like you're ready to go back on the 95, just play the 95. You named him Twitch Jin? Or you named him Twitch Jin? Nice. Hell yeah. Yo, how are all your baked goods, dude? How are the butter tarts? Yo, ancient collarbone, boys. Holy, of all the fucking ancient pieces to get, I've never found one of these before. Yeah. That's an item to never use. Yeah. That's just gonna sit in my stash forever now. Plus 3 Ami? Sure. Yeah, we'll save that for when we're crafting a new amulet, of course. What's like the best use case scenario for like an ancient collarbone? Use it on that plus 3 proj amulet from earlier. Yeah, what happened to that one, Tonka? I can't remember, bro. What happened to that one? Honestly, since I finished the Morage, I haven't moved in 3 days. True. Some dummy had some sweet trigger finger. Yeah. I acted the fool on stream. I acted the fool. I just finished the mortgage and the sense of fulfillment was overwhelming. You just sat here for 3 days basking in victory. Dude, congratulations, man. That's a massive achievement, bro. Sell it? Bro, I can't sell it. It's SSF.
I have many services. Find more breach remnants for my research.
I couldn't sell it if I wanted to. Called the lawyer and got the boy's name dropped on the will. He's 5 with a giant head start at life, but he's got a house. Dude, that's massive. Massive W for your kid, bro. Setting him up. Love to see it. As a good father. Oh, yo, we got Confluence. When he grows, I'll take the wife to condo, and then he can have it. Nice, dude. Absolutely massive W. And I wish I was 5 years old and had a house already in my name. Or given to me in wills. I was not blessed up like that. He doesn't know. You have to tell him. You have to grab him by the collar and be like, "You have a house to your name." I left for an hour and it doesn't look like the XP bar hasn't moved at all. Bro, it has. It has. It moved by 1%. It's not that type of XP bar anymore, Nostalgic. It doesn't move very much. It's shy, all right? It takes a lot of excitement for this XP bar to grow, you know? We need to get this XP bar some fucking XP Viagra, boys. Get it growing quickly. Bro, you got hit with the defib, and you got a second chance at life. That's insanely lucky, brother. That is insanely lucky. Yeah. It's definitely a shower for sure. That's why I'm well behaved now. Let's go. Hey, man. If you can take that as a lesson, it's a good lesson to learn. Let's put on the coffee shop collection. I'm happy that you're doing better, man. Not everybody gets a second chance, you feel me? Can you adopt me? I need a house. 9 years clean since December 27th. Yo, that's huge, man. Almost at 10 years. Bro. Hey, can you adopt me as well? I think me and Nostalgic could also be your children, right? Right? And alcohol usually leads to poor decisions being made. That is usually when people talk about alcohol, they don't say, wow, whenever I drink, I just make the smartest decisions. I love alcohol. It makes me make the best decisions. Last time that happened, D4 came out. Wait, and so you bought it because you were drunk or what? Oh my god, Atomic. That's crazy. Yeah. Seriously. Oh, they just released it? Okay. Man, I'm getting hungry, boys. I might have to order some food. Let me see. Let me see what's going on food wise. Yo, there's some blueberry banana bread upstairs. Holy shit. All right, we're going to eat that. Have you seen how all the stuff about a new Hobbit movie? Wait, what? A new Hobbit movie based on what material? Who's writing this shit? Hold on, boys. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some blueberry banana bread. The Real Housewives of the Shire. That's crazy. The problem is, it's gonna get a lot of people are gonna watch it, right? Finding Nemo, Finding Dory, Finding Gollum. Yo, what up, Westy? Yo, this is just what I needed. Reading some comments here on the old pod. Let's take a quick food break here real quick, boys. I think there's an exiled again. What do you think? Oh, sorry, I missed your messages. What did you say? Visit my hideout if you want to peep the progress. Oh shit, do I have to go into softcore to check that? Finding Gollum, a nature doc narrated by David Attenborough. I mean, I can listen to David Attenborough anytime.
So good, this game.
All right, let's watch this.
Please, God, don't make me destroy it. Please. Fuck! Fuck! Please, God, don't make me destroy it. Please. Fuck! Fuck! Brother!
All right, Jazzerus, you're my homie, but that reaction is too much, bro. What the fuck is that?
No!
What the fuck is that?
I can't get them all at once. And
That is the most clip farmy reaction I've ever seen.
once.
All right, settle down there, Ape. We don't say shit like that around here, brother.
Oh, my dog Temple just gave me a beer.
It's like he hit a jackpot on stick, but the opposite. He lost money, bro.
Ooh, look at that. Chat. Look at that. A lock.
Hey,
Unicor's lock on the fucking floor. God damn.
Oh, look at that chart.
Yo, what? Everyone's getting lost.
Look at that chart. Look at that. Look at that. Temple delivers, everybody. That's 500 divines, everybody, right here. Temple delivers. You don't even need a complete temple. Look at that. Look at that. Not complete temple. Unicorn log dropped. I rest my case.
Ok, ça doit... Oui, ça va le faire, ça va le faire. Allez, tu fous doucement. Je t'ai dit de faire attention.
Je suis one shot there. Je suis one shot there.
What?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
What the hell? No, what is that?
Wait, Pathfinder's so broken. You can literally just keep running and he can just never attack you. Look at this. Hold on. Watch this, guys.
That thing coming. 3, 2. Yep.
Oh! What? What the heck happened there?
Do we try to lock in here or do we just yeet out? We try to lock in. I believe.
Lock in. Lock in.
Ah, shit.
Lock
This
in, brother.
motherfucker hurts. We need to get out of this. I'm dead. I'm so stupid.
What?
Hell yeah.
Like if scientists could do a scan of my brain after death, okay, like they're gonna find that if I hadn't done this temple, I'd be like retarded, right? I would actually be like a Neanderthal brain. But since I did temple, my brain has like
Yeah.
2-inch deep wrinkles everywhere for more surface area. Okay, I'm thinking with portals right now. Holy! Watch this, boys. Oh, I looped. Yes. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. The logic is good. Jesus
Bro,
Christ,
what is this temple layout?
God is good.
What is
Inshallah.
this?
Oh, Spy
That's like
Mask.
the worst temple I've ever
Wait, what do we do
seen.
here? Oh, I have a sack chamber. Wait, the sack chamber solves everything. Oh shit, dude, sack chamber. Oh, it's perfect, dude. It's perfect. Dude, I'm so good at this game. Actually perfect. It's literally the 2 exact tiles I needed.
Let's see this
My temple's
destabilization,
also
chat.
embarrassing.
We want him to move here.
Bro.
I'm literally the architect, chat. I am the architect, chat.
Hey guys. I'm good here.
I even got to keep the Spy Master.
Home of ASML.
Oh no, don't die.
Now show me. Okay, lock this. Upgrade this. Alright. Guys, show me Garrison Spy Master right now. Garrison Spy Master. Boom, there it is. Ah, yes! Oh my god, today is the best day for temple building ever!
All right. And on that note, we go back to gaming. And on that note, we're back, boys. And on that note, we are back. ruined it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I finished my food, so I'm good to go. You're gonna reset your temple to farm at Ziri? True. I also kind of want to do that. We do respect women here, of course. I still have no idea what I'm doing in my temple. I just randomly throw cards wherever. Hell yeah, Zeroic. Peep the hideout. I'm done. How do I join your hideout? All right, boys. Dapper has been working hard. Yo, how do I check it out, Dapper? Do I have to go in standard? Softcore tune, okay. I can't do that in hardcore though. Yeah, Dapper literally just architected the whole guild hideout like a fucking Chad. All right, let's see the magic. All right, all right. Yo, this is a fucking vibe in here, brother. What? Dude, this looks sick. Holy. Dude, this looks fucking dope, bro. Look at these guys just hanging out. Descend. Okay, I'm just taking in all the details here. So we got the guild stash. We got the regular stash here. This area is very nice. Very, very nice. I like it. You're going to come out of your portal. Salvage, reforge. You got Ange and Doriani over here. Okay, then we got this we got this pathway over here. Okay, let's go down here. What's down here? If there's an anime girl's fucking ass down here, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay, we've got no anime girl's ass. It's good. I'm never leaving this in Timmy's. Same, bro. We're all gonna be hanging out here. Yo, this looks sick, dude. Dude, this is the guild meeting area. What? Dude, this looks amazing, brother. Guys, everybody, round of applause for the fucking hideout architect, all right? Dude, look at this. This is like a total just hangout spot. It doesn't say come on the floor. Yeah, this looks sick. It's like a village. Yo, this is my house. Okay? Here's where Everseen lives. All right? This is where Pav lives in this little tent right here. It's like a little guild subdivision. This is where Moody lives. This is sick. Not enough sand? Oh, shit. Pav is a kokiri, lives in a tree. No, he lives in the beach, bro. Yeah, well done, Dapper. This looks so sick. I'm never leaving this too in Timmy's league. Oh, shit, and you can click this. Wait. What did that just do? Did that just do something?
I am so go then.
Dude, that looks so tight. Yo, send me that. When you're done with it, send me that. All right, back to grinding, boys. Back to the grind. Bro, you should do a Pimp My Hideout series on YouTube. Yo, that would be sick, dude. And then you could pimp out different creators' hideouts. Oh, yo, sorry. Here, let me take a look. And you spent $100 on it? Let's take a look. Well, what is this loading time? Holy. Oh shit, this is my Gemling Legionnaire.
I think that'll go down well here.
Remember this guy? Guys, remember this guy? Are we friends in game, Atomic? Okay, good. Wait, where the fuck are you? Oh, I scrolled past up top. Oh, here we go. I cannot access this player's area. Huh? It says I can't access your area. Oh, am I in standard? Yeah, I'm in standard. He's also in standard. He's not in softcore. He's in softcore. Oh, you locked it. Bro, you're trying to get me to visit your hideout and you have me locked out. That's crazy, brother. That's crazy. All right. I'm going to it a different time, bud. You can't ask me to come visit your hideout, tell me you spent $100 on it, and then have it locked. The Beach Boys hideout. Let's go, dude. Yo, Dapper, you're such a fucking legend, bro. Holy. You are such a legend, bro. We don't deserve you. Woo! All right. Guild hideout created. Yo, is my sync off right now? Are we out of sync audio-wise and camera-wise right now, boys? What up, Initial? How you doing, man? Like a split second? All right, we'll fix it after. I'm taking Moody down. Yo, Moody, this is the village. Moody, this is the village. This is my house. Moody, this is your house. This is Everseen's house here. This is Pov's house. All right, well, I'll look at it later, Atomic. Dude, this looks so tight. See ya. Did I just absolutely cock block you on the elevator? Yo, what up, bro? You're gonna run a map in here? Yo, I'm also gonna run a map in here too. I might just hang out in here, guys. This is looking great. Now Machi can't complain about this at all. I think I'm just gonna hang out in here. Your guild drove you mad? Well, I'm glad you're not with them anymore. Glad you're with the boys. I love how, guys, nobody needs to know that a softcore player designed the Beach Boys hideout, all right? Yep, anybody can use the map device and it just shows up as their portals. So like if Moody was running maps, I wouldn't be able to see his portals, which is super cool. I like how you did the basement too. Like the basement is like the village, and then the upstairs is like the actual place where we all are gonna hang out and shit. That's so cool that everyone can hang out there if they want to make it to maps. Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you can go to the hideout without being in maps, Nostalgic. You can go if you want to go into the hideout in the campaign, you can. You just can't like progress the campaign from the hideout. Visions of Salami. Goondick. Is the Itziri fight actually sketchy, boys? Because it would be sick to line her up as like the final fight up to level 100. If you fight her at like 99.9%. Wait, do you even get XP from pinnacle bosses? No, that's an easy fight. Okay. Some people were saying that she's scary. I've never fought her before. I've only seen Media fight her once, and he barely had to do anything. She just got melted. She's just tall. She's just a large lady. She has mechanics that can one-shot you? Okay. Like, even if you're at range? If I remember correctly, she's not treated as a pinnacle and you can pause. Really? No way. That's hilarious. That must be like a mistake or an oversight by the GG. Oh, the one shot that you have to stay at one spot is something like Benedictus. Oh, so something goes on the ground and you have to like check it out. Pausing in Coolamac is also like, wait, you can pause in Coolamac as well? I also didn't know that.
Speak.
Have an order?
Choose what you need. Go.
Do we have the bronze timekeeper map device? No, but I could buy it. Let's see. Guild. I have 396 coins. You can help. Okay, sure. What was the one that you wanted to get called? The bronze timekeeper? I don't think I have that one. Sadly, it's only these ones. Save coins for tabs? Okay. It's the one that has a timer for map completion? Oh, no, I don't have that one. That one sounds awesome. Yeah, we can do that. Wait. What are the utility? I just want to look and see what the utility skins are. Oh. Oh. Bronze timekeeper. Okay, well, I mean, yes, we should save coins for, we should definitely save coins for this. But yeah, we'll also save coins for the tabs as well. That is something really nice to have, though. Got you one second. Bro, are you going to donate? You don't have to do that, man. That is very generous. That is very, very generous of you. And I appreciate you. This guild hideouts are going to be sicker than my actual hideout. And they were both designed by Dapper anyways. Man, you know it'd be sick if you could create your own like assets too for the hideout. Like how cool would it be if Dapper could leave like a little golden retriever with a top hat in there so that people knew that he was the one who like cooked it? I'm not gonna lie, I would pay money to have a little golden retriever with the top hat just chilling in the hideout. Anime titties everywhere? No. We don't do that here. This is not a goon cave. This isn't Yeti's hideout, all right? No. That should be put to a vote? What do you mean? Turn the basement into a goon cave? This guy worked so hard on it. Excuse me? It'd be pictures of the boys to goon over? None of this anime shit? Damn, bro. I don't know. I think Yeti's saying that he would rather goon to all the fucking boys. Which might be even more base than anime titties. I come from Lost Ark, so no hideout you guys are able to make will be gooner than that. True. No, I love the village downstairs. How juiced map she running? Fully juiced. Fully juiced. So what's the plan for the Guild Southbound thing, Blaze? So next for Timmy's League, Westy, we are going to have a guild stash with multiple stash tabs that people can pull from in terms of items. And we can just trade between each other. All Beach Boys can trade between each other on Timmy's League. No issues. So if I find something that you need, I'll just post in the guild like, yo, does anybody want this? And you can either have it or you can trade me for shit. It's probably going to be a lot of like, yo, I'm just going to hook you up with stuff, or you can hook me up with stuff. But yeah, anybody within the guild can trade. What up, Rukane? How you doing, man? How's your day going, bro? We're just vibing. Dude, the new guild hideout is sick. Lots of hooking. Yes, sir. A lot of hooking. I can't wait to fill a tab with individual wisdom scrolls. That is going to be one of the many funny things, surely, that will happen this league. It's gonna be nice to just trade with the boys, help each other out, get some better shit. There's gonna be a lot of begging too, like, please, somebody get me a perfect Essence of Battle. I will literally sell my soul for a perfect Essence of Battle. This is my wisdom scroll tab. Do not touch. I'm looking on PoE Hideout website, and there's some crazy 2B butts going on. Holy, yeah. There's a lot of butts. There's a lot of butts. Whole lot of butts. I don't know if you ever knew this, Nostalgic, but people like butts. People want to see more butts, dude.
Gold is useless to me.
And they can't lie, yes. It's impossible to lie about it.
These are our supplies. Indeed.
Oh, shit. Is this what I think it is over here, boys? Is this a Rocky Yada's area over here? Is this a Jade Isles? Can we do a Jade Isles before we talk with GOG? I think we can. Yo, Azizel, I'm doing well. Good to see you, man. How's it going? Welcome in, dude. Life is good, bro. Just playing some games, getting that XP bar to slowly go up. And then got a podcast lined up with Sir GOG in about an hour's time. I never knew you could go so in depth with their hideout. Yes, you can. You 99 yet? Not quite yet. We should be getting it today. We're 86%. Trying to get as much XP as possible. The goal is to hit 99 today, though. Hopefully we can find a corrupted area with a couple XP areas. That would be massive. Is there a good way to reduce stun threshold aside from reducing life? Like reduce stun threshold on other monsters, Westy? You could use overwhelming presence, like the aura skill, the spirit gem. Oh, you want to reduce stun threshold on yourself? You want to get stunned more. Oh. I mean, just undo every defensive layer possible. Get less armor, less evasion, less energy shield, less health. That is not something I've ever had to think about. Put on CI, there you go. Yeah, put on CI and you'll be stunned every single hit. Oh, you need it with life. Oh, I see. How are you doing today, Ziesel? What's going on with you, brother? Wait, do we have like a hidden worm here somewhere? Why can't I activate this? I can't activate my hidden worm? No, dude. There's always a hidden worm, but I can't fucking find it. There's a unique ring in PoE 1 that reduces your stun threshold. Huh. I don't think that ring is in PoE 2, but I could be wrong. There might be some unique item, though, Westy. Doing all right, man? You worked today, which was nice. I'll take what I can get during the slow month. Nice, dude. Glad you're doing well. Glad you got some work today, made some money. Now it's time to just vibe out. My goal is to basically get insta-stunned on every hit. What are you doing for that build? Or why are you looking to do that, Westy? Five in my favorite stream? Dude, happy to have you, buddy. Welcome in. Welcome in. BDSM build. It's a fucking cock and ball and torture build, bro. I don't know, bro. Are you trying to like test some shit out, Westy, or is there actually like some build craft that you're trying to work on here? .4 mapping compared to 0.3 endgame mapping has 0 loot. What? That is not my experience at all. There's so much loot in 0.4. That's crazy, chat. What? Ban whoever said that? That's Pots on the YouTube side of things. Ban that guy. Oh, that's not ban worthy, boys. Listen, if I haven't... Listen, all right? If I haven't banned Zreddy for bringing up Rings of Power every goddamn day, I'm not going to ban Pots for talking about how he's been getting bad RNG. Opinions. The only bannable opinions are Zreddy's Rings of Power opinions, bro.
This is all we have. Go.
Or it's just my Ritualist, 200% rarity. But you have 200% rarity and you're not getting loot? Huh?
Quickly. Time is of the essence.
That don't make no sense, partner. What do you mean I dropped rite of passage? Cat, perfect rolled. Oh, dude, I dropped a rite of passage this league. What? It was an owl, perfect roll as well. But then I died with it. Like an absolute idiot. What about conspiracies? I'm open to listening to you about talk about conspiracies if you have something. Also, guys, just a heads up, we got TTS working again on this channel. I don't know how long it's going to be working for, but I did mess around with it last night. It is working now. I was thinking if there's a cool Thorn build utilizing the quick recovery node. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot of sense as to where you're at. What does the quick recovery node do? Okay, guys, did you hear that? It's working, right? We've got a nice British voice. True. I was tired of your shit, but I'll put up with it now. I'll put up with it now. I like how the first fucking TTS is just Yeti saying come, come, come. Oh, you don't have that TTS. Wait, what do you mean that TTS, bro? You should get the one where the voice changes? What do you mean? Dude, I barely figured out how to get one that actually works consistently. Yours was first. Oh, I guess you did do one earlier. You're right. I forgot about that. It's my bad. You can get a Duke Nukem one? Do you have to pay for that? That sounds awesome. This one is just through my streaming software. So it's nice and condensed. I don't like having like a bunch of external shit. I have this thing called Mix It Up. And it handles like my bots, my commands, my channel point redemptions, my notifications for events. Mr. Douglas used to use it. I'll look into it, see if I can maybe download it and add it as an extra voice or something. That'd be sick. I plugged my phone GPS into my car a while ago. My wife asked why I had a British guy as Siri. I told her because women don't tell me how to drive. No way. Is that real? Azizel, is that real, bro? Or did you just steal that as a joke? She thinks I'm hilarious? Yeah. That's crazy, bro. That's all you? True. That sounds like good enough of a joke to be like a dad, like just a classic dad joke, you know? Full natty joke? Full natty Azizel joke? You'll love to see it. All right, guys, we have the podcast coming up in T-minus less than an hour now. In about 55 minutes. Yeah, no worries, Azizel. Do your thing. I will be here. Yeah, I'm going to stream after the podcast too. The goal today is to hit level 99, so I'll be streaming until that goal is achieved. So it'll be into the evening for sure. So grab your dinner, get cozy. We will be here. Yes, sir. Yep, 99 tonight. 24. No, hopefully I can do it in less than 24 hours, bro. Oh, gee. On, like, in better news, though, my lungs are actually feeling a lot better today. Apparently, after you quit smoking, you develop even, like, a worse cough because your lungs are, like, healing themselves. So today is day 6. Without any nicotine, full cold turkey. And my lungs are feeling like they're finally starting to, like, catch up with them. Hey, good for you, man. I quit smoking 3 years ago. Nice, dude. I've quit smoking so many times, and then I always start up again. Dude, it's only up from here. Glad you're making a healthy change. Thanks, boys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've quit smoking for like up to like years at a time, and then somehow, you know what they say? It's like once a smoker, always a smoker. I truly believe that. Like you can't even have one, and I need to just like constantly remind myself. Bro, I'm the luckiest man in the world. I don't care what anyone else says. My girl got me a Dapper Goldie neon sign. What the fuck? That's sick, dude. Yeah, wife that woman immediately. I will also pop on a cigar. Yeah. That's a bit different, right? Because you don't really like inhale the cigar. But yeah. Once a smoker, always a smoker. So I have to be very mindful of like, even if I get drunk at like a wedding, and have one cigarette, like that could just be catastrophic. So I just really have to be like, I can't have one at all, like ever. Oh, media with a 20 stream streak, brother. Welcome in. 20 fucking streams, boys. This guy's dedicated. That might be the highest stream I've ever seen in this channel. Banned from the guild hideout if you smoke. Yeah, people can blow it in my face, I guess. I'll accept that. I'll only smoke through secondhand smoke. I don't believe that. I quit smoking like 8 years ago. I can have an occasional drunk cig and not feel the desire. That's good for you. Unfortunately, I am not as strong as you are. I'll have like a drunk cig at a wedding, and then 2 days later I'll be buying darts. You know it's working when the cigarettes smell and taste bad. The problem is I like the smell of them. Like, I don't know, call me weird, but I like the smell of them, which is disgusting. But yeah, the lungs are feeling better today. For sure. Damn, boys, we're at 99 subs right now. We're at 99 subscribers right now in the channel. That's crazy. One off from 100 subscribers. Yeah, I love the smell, dude. The guild hideout became a no smoking zone after we locked the Arbiter of Ash out. Yo, media, you need to go check out the guild hideout, dude. Dapper Goldie blessed us up. Yo! Azizel, thank you, man, for the T1, putting us at 100 subs. This is the most subs I've ever had on the channel. Absolute fucking giga chat. Thank you, dude. That's super nice of you. Let's go, boys. 100 subs. I feel like for a channel of like 800 and X followers, like 100 subs is pretty good. We're doing good, boys. Yeah, not a bad ratio, honestly. They're always up to something. How do we feel about the British man? I kind of like the British TTS man. I will say that the English accent is probably one of my favorite accents to listen to. London, I would say, not like super northern UK where you can't like understand what they're saying. Wait, what? That's fucking dark, bro. Holy. I'm always a fan of a nice Aussie or English accent. Yeah, the Australian accent's pretty fucking awesome, too. I guess the Australian accent is just like a evolution, I would say, of the British accent, because wasn't Australia like a place where they sent all like the British prisoners back in the day? Falling down the stairs was code. True. Damn, that went right over my head, boys. Yeah, we're all convicts. That's crazy. Your whole country is just... The origin of it was all just like, you guys were just like criminals. How does that make you feel? Because that's kind of badass. Yo, what up, Scrimps? How you doing, brother? It's my country. This is my country. No wonder you're not allowed to own guns. Yeah. You guys are all criminals. They're all the descendants of criminals. Rayclass is Australia and Oriath is New Zealand. Damn, bro. That's some big fucking that's some big lore right there. Some big facts. You're 98% and 99 as well? Yo, what the heck? Bro, we're twinning right now. Oh, that actually is the inspiration. Oh shit, I didn't know that. We even pay for them to come? Wait. Now we welcome them? True. Scrims, so basically we're both hitting 99 today, right? It's crazy because in school we never learned anything about Aussie history in the US. Yeah, I think usually in the US, or usually in your country, if you're learning history, isn't it usually about the history of the country that you're living in? Not like I feel like if you lived in the UK, you'd probably learn about Australia in like history class. But like being in Canada, like we're not going to learn about the history of Australia in history class, you know? Oh, you got a bunch of housework to do? That's all good. Housework is important, bro. You'd risk your life to try a lamington? What the fuck is a lamington, bro? Oh, you're allergic to chocolate? Laundry is an S-tier house task for gamers? Yeah, laundry is important. Yeah, it's very low. It's a low requirement house chore where you can just like do the actual activity while doing something else. The one thing I hate doing with laundry. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I can do that in 20 seconds. All right. Our history is actually really fucked up, like many history lessons in the world. So Once upon a time, there was a land with indigenous people on it. There were many of these indigenous cultures. All of a sudden, 150 years ago, settlers from Europe, specifically British settlers and French settlers, came to this land of indigenous people, started murdering them and stealing their land, and that's how Canada was born. It's actually really fucked up, man. And it goes so much deeper and more fucked up than that. But essentially, Canada is just stolen land from the indigenous people. I love my country. It has a lot of beautiful nature, privileges, you know, and things like that. But we can't ignore the shit history of it all. So basically, it's the same as the U.S. pretty much, except for the U.S. The only difference, honestly, between Canada and the U.S. is that the U.S. Rebelled against Britain, and Canada is still aligned to Britain. That is basically the only difference.
Thanks for the check.
So there was like an internal war in Canada between the French and the English, and so the English won in Canada, and so we gave the French the province of Quebec as their own like French area, and then the rest of the country's English. And then in the States, I'm not really super clear on the States' history, but I do believe that, to my understanding, they rebelled against the British, and that's kind of where they got their independence, and that's why they celebrate Independence Day and all that shit. Is that right? Am I on point with that, boys? New Brunswick is super French too. Yes. Ah, that's why they're French Canadians. Yes. That's why they're French Canadians. Correct. Yeah. And Americans are super proud of their liberation from the British. Absolutely. If you want to know the real crazy Canadian history, look at the Canadian war crimes in World War I and II. The Canadians did the dirty work. I mean, war crimes are fucked up, bro, no matter which country you look at. Brits and French came looking for pelts, found beavers, never left. Yeah. Should have used the TTS to give the short version. Oh, you didn't use. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, sorry. I don't know why it didn't work. That sucks. Let me try this. Here, I'll refund you your points too, Atomic. Right. I don't even see it here. Let me see if this works. I don't know why my text-to-speech is so finicky. Did you guys hear that? Oh, what are these? Oh, snake bite. Yo, are these good for the poison Pathfinder? Targets be affected by +1 of your poison at the same time. 21% chance to poison on hit. Those seem pretty solid. I don't have those. Double Titan Rod. Snake bite, good. Okay, we'll take the snake bite. Yeah. Hell yeah, boys. Hell yeah. Poison build.
Yes.
Those gloves are the only way to get +1 without a hit duration. This guy's really trying to get rid of his Titan Rod. Yeah. I saw that crossbow in a twink leveling setup. I think I already have that crossbow. Pretty sure I already have that one. I can't believe we're gonna get Rocky Auta's flow today as well, guys. Like this next, I heard that if you do X number of of Jade Isles, it's guaranteed, and we're at that number right now, guys. This isn't copium at all. This is factual. We'll do a prediction anyway, just because. And Pathfinder double stacks, yeah. So that must be really fucking good for Pathfinder, right? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. We have like all of the gear that we need to make a pretty fucking badass poison Pathfinder. We have the physical belt, Rizlatha's coil. We have Plague Finger. We have Snake Bite now. All we really need is a good bow and quiver, and we could probably cook up a pretty sick poison Pathfinder. Go absolutely meta cuck. And boots and cats. Believers rise. Silver Tongue can also carry you all the way to take 16s. Dude, I have 2 double corrupted Silver Tongues as well. Media. I'll show you them after. I don't know if any of them are good. We probably want like extra fizz enchant on that. I'll show you them after this map. Your old one is triple socket and flat chaos double corrupt. Holy. Yeah, that one's really good. I think I got blind and crit chance or crit damage. Those aren't great though, are they, for the build? I would use it for leveling. Actually, you know what? I could just level up as a crossbow user. Fun fact, the Vikings were the first to run Newfoundland after the Spanish, but it was too cold, so they abandoned it. True, I forgot about that. That's cool. Yeah, I could just level up as crossbow. Although I swore I'd never play nades again. I'm never gonna play nades again. Silver Tongue has really good crit and there's really good blind nodes. Yeah, for sure. Oh my god, Dapper, bro. That's funny. They found that crap first, said no, peace. Yeah, it's cold over there, isn't it? You're from Minnesota? Is MN Minnesota? Forgive me, I'm Canadian. I don't know my American abbreviations. Okay, nice. They taxed cod fishermen. True, smart. You were my neighbor, and then you left me, bro. Yeah, it's cold as fuck there, isn't it? Or it can be, depending on which part of Minnesota you live in. Some of my favorite histories about how Greenland and Iceland's names are reversed. Wait, what? Hey, you gotta TTS me that. Yeah, what up, Fenny? How you doing, man? You hit a owl. You hit a rite of passage owl charm. Fuck you. Okay. How dare you bring up that charm to me? How dare you bring up the charm that I lost on my last character to me? 350 divs. Holy. Guys, loaded. I'm jealous. I miss my my owl passage. Charm was so sick for this build. No, but all seriousness, congrats. I'm telling you, I never get divs. I just get items. Yo, Dapper, I heard this guy wants some divs. Can you make sure to message him and give him some divs? Oh, what the hell? That's real? Wow. Yo, and Atomic's TTS cock-blocked Media's TTS as well. That's crazy work. Oh, let me see if I can put that on a timer. Yeah, let's do TTS timer. And we'll do cooldown limit of 1 minute. There we go. That way people can't get cock blocked. I'm happy that it's working now, though. Blaze, how much do you value EHP Amazon with Panther? The double evasion node thing got a lot. I think it should work, like, pretty well with the double I mean, EHP is very important, Scrone, just to clarify. So I went from 6 divs as a currency in a league and now sitting at 257 because I bought Rocky out his flow. Nice. We're about to get Rocky out his flow right now, guys. We're so close to getting it. Once we complete this area, we will have Rocky out his flow. Very excited to finally get it. Oh yes, we'll be doing the fattest of predictions. And all the non-believers, yo, Igor with the follow. Thanks, dude. Welcome in, man. All the non-believers are going to have their points ripped from their lifeless dead hands. All right? Oh no, this is our last Breach XP tablet. What are we going to do? That's okay. There'll be more predictions to make fun for it. True. There will definitely be more predictions. I got to do more predictions, honestly. The Rocky out his flow one is a good one every time. Thought about giving your 2 headhunters away on trade? I mean, if you're not using them, why not? Why not hook up a random broke? Yo, give it to Fen. I heard Fen loves taking handouts. Oh no, no Iron Rune on the Ferryman? That's rough. Yeah. Atomic went balls to the wall with the Headhunter in the campaign. Kind of a Giga Chad for that one, honestly. You were planning on it, but you never got far enough. You crazy for that one, brother. That's all I gotta say. BBC Radio 1. I know, dude. I have that too. It looks cool, but I don't think it's better than like a really good amulet with like global defenses, +3 to skills, some resistance, some stats, some energy shield. I just think like the amulet slot, you get so much power from it. Gotta make dinner. You'll be back. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, you could save it for like a rippy area, I guess, but I wouldn't rely on that at all. This guy's tanky as fuck.
You know what they say about found money?
Yo, the sample for this song is like from a Halloween horror movie or something? I can't remember. Sounds familiar though. Yeah, The Exorcist. That's it. Jono coming in clutch there. Yeah, it might be The Exorcist. Dang, got pulled away for a while. What am I up to? Dude, Table, welcome back. Just grinding XP, brother. And then we got a podcast in about 25 minutes with Sir Gog. Welcome back. Trying to hit level 99 today. We need 13 more %. So we got some grinding to do, brother. Song is a banger, though. You busted out another 25 songs? That's crazy. It must be really fun to be able to just do that though. Like have the prompt, have the lyrics and just see what it cooks up. It does sound like a lot of fun. Did you make songs for any of the other homies? This tablet must have the increased difficulty on it. I can almost guarantee it. Popping out to play ARC with the bro. Blaze in chat. Hope you all have a great night. Also send some Warframe songs in your video game music to check out later. Dapper, always good to see you, man. Thank you so much for hanging today. Enjoy the raids. And yeah, dude, you crushed it with the guild hideout. The boys are going to love it. I'll see you in the next one, homie. Oh, hell yeah. You're working on some stuff for YDoc? Let's go, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, these guys have so much health now. Peace out, homie. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, this is so fucking rippy. What the fuck? That guy like almost two-shot me. Okay, this is a literal boss. This is a literal boss. And we have a crit shrine. Oh, he's dead. All right. Wait, is he dead? I'm so scared right now. Yeah, fuck this. Fuck this. I'm going to the boss and I'm just fucking taking this tablet out. Good thing he didn't spawn with Proximal. Bro, that would have been insane. Hello? Dude, look how much little damage I'm doing, and I'm doing every single hit I'm doing as a crit. That's crazy. This is the scariest map I've done in a long time. It's crazy how this like tablet just makes everything so fucked. Okay. No. We're not doing this map. We're not doing this map. We're not doing this map. Fuck that. Dude, the damage was fucking crazy, boys. What the fuck? That guy hit me for like 7K. That's just like a rare dude. Yeah, we're out. We're out. We're out of that shit. I just wrote a song and put some hard-hitting technical metal. Nice. Been doing some crazy genre fusion stuff. Nothing but music. Are you going to level 100? Yes, sir. What was the tablet you had in there? It was definitely the difficulty and shit. Oh, camera desync. Thank you. Yeah, I'll fix that right now. Yeah, there was definitely a rippy tablet in there, boys. Definitely a rippy tablet. Yeah, increased difficulty per thing closed, 100%. We back? Are we back? Yeah, that is some of the most rippy content you can do in the game, I think. Let's take this fucking tablet immediately. Ah, yeah. Increased difficulty and increased rewards. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. %20 XP. We'll swap that in, I guess.
Go out quickly. I will make use of what is it?
If difficulty is rippy, you are focused on XP. I'd rather fetch effectiveness and XP. Yes, 100%. I honestly didn't look at that tablet and I threw it in. And usually I get rid of those ones. So that was my mistake.
Good.
I got destroyed yesterday on a fully juiced map that I thought I was ready for. I got killed because I left like 4 stacked ground effects that I couldn't see under me. Oh no, dude. That's fucking rough. I'm sorry to hear that. That wasn't on hardcore though, was it, Table? Yo, Shade, what up, homie? How you doing, bro? Bye-bye. I am doing well. How are you? Oh, dude, it was a good one, man. It was long, but it was a good one. Are there specific modifiers you ignore on maps? No. Oh, actually, yes. The only modifier I ignore is chilled ground. Everything else I run, though. No, thank God. I only go for maps like that on softcore. Okay, I got you. Yeah, for anybody who wasn't watching there, the increased difficulty and rewards XP tablet is the craziest shit I've ever seen for mapping difficulty. Like, if you want to test your build, go do an overrun map with that on, and you're going to get fucking shit on. You're going to grad to 100? Yes, that is the goal. The goal is 100 this league. Yeah, I have the chest piece of the anti-crit, or the reduced crit. I just don't like how slow you are with chilled ground. That's literally the only reason why I don't do it. You forgot to turn on the streamer client from paytowin.com. That's a mistake. That is your first mistake. Yeah, man, we got out of that map by the skin of our teeth. It's definitely not worth it to go there. Oh, Ice Cave. We're just gonna fucking rip this map real quick on a T1. I'm testing and trying everything out on different builds, and I'll push 100 in a couple leagues. Oh, hell yeah, bro. I'm only doing it this league because I have time right now because I'm not really working. I'm just working on my content creation stuff and my PoE stuff. So it's like the perfect time because it is quite a bit of a time investment to get 100. So yeah, I would say that if you have the time, definitely do it. It is a big grind. You don't know how Karn gets 100 so fast every league? He doesn't stop playing. He plays so much. He's also an incredible gamer, but it's just time. Efficiency and time. Yeah, he does. He was that way in PoE 1 too. Yeah. He is a blaster. He's a grinder. He plays this. He plays the same build every league and masters them. Yeah, I think he's been a shield wall enjoyer the last few leagues in PoE 2. He's definitely mastered it as well. Oh, 20%. Oh. Shield wall is the best warrior build by far. It's really fucking good. I agree. It is the. I would say it is the best warrior build as well. I haven't played it in 0.4, but I did try it on Gemling actually in 0.3, and it was so fun and good. And I was running it with Constricting Command as well. Is there a reason you don't complete all the map content sometimes? So the last map that I did, I was literally running it on a tier 1 just to basically skip the map. Otherwise, I usually complete all content. I only skip content if I'm skipping the map entirely and just boss killing. It is indeed. Imagine your weapon being your shield and you gaining damage through flat and percent of armor. It's so good, dude. And then you can get a shield with like a 1000 armor plus, and it's just like insane damage. Plus levels of attack skills. What you gonna do when they come for you? I'm trying Cold Snap, Disciple right now, and to see how good it feels. Yeah, dude, I think Disciple of Varasha is an incredible HCSSF ascendancy. You get a lot of defensive stuff there. Super duper strong. Yo, what up, brother? Bad boys, bad boys. What up, my jizz? How you doing, brother? I don't care for minion builds. I've never tried a minion build. Oh. My what? Yo, that's his name, dude. Every time he comes in here, I have to say it. Ah, jizz. My jizz. The focus node is sick? Yeah. That is crazy. Staff and focus together? Insane. Yo, what up, Guapo? Yo, the grind's going well, my friend. How are you doing? Pod soon? Dude, I haven't heard from him yet. I sent him the question list, asked him if he to confirm, and he hasn't said anything yet. Hopefully, he's just going to message me and say, yo, I'm ready to go. Hopefully, surely he will at least let me know if he's not going to do it today, right? I've never actually been stood up on a podcast yet, so this could be the first one. Yo, Chair, what up, brother? Oh my god, I got baited. Surely he's not going to stand us up today, guys. What are the chances? You're ready to jump in and ramble? Oh, shit. All right, we got a plan B. Dog doesn't seem like that type of guy. That's what I thought, too. He seemed very professional. And I didn't mess up the date, right? Today's the 6th, right? Yep, today's the 6th. Yep. Okay, we're good. Probably just waking up. Yeah, it is morning in Australia. Maybe he grabbed himself too many beers last night. Seems like a nice dude. I doubt he would do that. That's what I was thinking too. Oh shit, we just found this. What the fuck? How do we cook this, chat? How do we cook this? 37 cold res, D2. Alchemy for aura farming? You're insane. No way, we hit T1. Hybrid. Yo. Do we just essence this to ensure that we get the mod? Oh, we got T4. That sucks, but it's a max roll. We need to hit T1, boys, for it to be actually usable. Oh. I think that is, like, basically T1. Oh, it's T4. Fuck, dude. All right, we're just gonna send it on this item, I think. This might be a good, like, secondary characters, like, starting at armor. All right, we hit 4 sockets, right, boys? We hit 4 sockets, right, boys? Oh! my god. We hit 4 sockets. Holy. Okay. All right. Hold on. Guys. What about this? What about this? No, I didn't go for the T1, dude. I didn't go for the T1. Oh god, that's cursed. You have to do it? It's 50-50, right? I mean, this is like kind of a meme armor anyways. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Thorns damage? No, dude. Oh my god. I mean, it's not an L. 07 league. Yo, Cal, where you at, bro? That's a dub? It is a dub. What's the total roll? It's not even that good because it's all T4. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny though. Damn it. I just crafted that shit for fun though. It's not like a serious armor or anything. No, it didn't have T1%. It had like double T4 hybrid and increase. I was like, do I recomp this? And then I was just like, nah, I'm just too lazy to fuck with recomping right now. So we just atrocity crafted it really quickly. Kind of crazy though that we hit the 4 sockets. Did they make this map better? Or is this map still shit? All right, it is 5 o'clock. Haven't heard from Mr. Gog himself. So we're just going to keep gaming. And then if he doesn't mess, we'll give him some time. I'm in no rush to do this. I'm still blasting. We still have XP to get. It's not a big deal. I was going to keep streaming and playing anyway. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yes, here. Everybody grab yourself a beer. This actually might be able to give me some time for actual food. I'm testing this myself right now. I'm going to see how long I can be without alcohol this year. Oh, shit. No beer for this guy. Nice, Jewel. Go. That's sick. Are you gonna try and go the whole year without alcohol, or are you just gonna try and quit drinking like for as long as possible? I mean, Atomic was just in here, and he was saying he's alcohol free for like the last 10 years, so you can do it. Oh, just for as long as you can. 9 years, that's right, almost 10. Oh, I think. Oh my god, you know what I just thought of, guys? What if you did Everseen strategy with these Miri's Wisps, but you also did the tablet with increased difficulty and rewards for each monster on the Amamu? Because you have to think, like, does that increase the rarity on the monster that you kill? They're doing it in softcore. Is it fucking broken or what? It's gotta be insanely broken. You don't think it's crazier? Oh, okay. What if you die? That's what. Yeah, I'm never gonna do that. That map was the closest I've come to dying in a really long time. Bro, that shit is insanely rippy. You're watching people get chain farmed? Yeah. Yeah. It is the most dangerous content that you can do while mapping, I would say. Like, if you really want to test your build, do that on an overrun map and see how it goes. It's so dangerous, man. They hit like a truck. Their health is, they have more health than like max difficulty map bosses, the abyssal monsters. Yeah, the degen aura. Those ain't it. What thought did you have? Oh, cleansed rares? That could be good too for fracturing orbs. Yes, dude. Yeah, you gotta test that. There's something to be cooked there for sure. Holy fuck, this song is goated. Yeah, the song's crazy, huh? I'll share it in the chat. Yeah, this is a crazy cover. You've seen Muse live? Me as well. I saw them a long time ago, though. It was a great show. Wildest laser show I've ever seen? Hell yeah, dude. You move so slow on fresh air. Oh, did you make a new character, dude? Are you doing practice for Timmy's now? HCSSF time. Let's go. What are you league starting for HCSSF? Spear Tactician? Yes, dude. Let's go. It's pinning. Yo, this guy's pinning to winning. Yeah, I haven't heard from Sir Gogmuns. I messaged him this morning. I sent him the questions. He did confirm the date, though. Tuesday, January 6th at 5 o'clock. So I'm not too sure what's happening. I'm chilling, though. He might come on later. We'll see if he messages me. I'm down to just wait.
Bye then.
What do you need?
Where's the Y dog? Dude, I can't always use Y dog as my plan B. Also, some people just hated on Y dog super hard last time, so we gotta let it breathe a little bit. Normally, I don't get that much hate towards any of my guests, but for some reason, like, people were like, "This guy's repulsive. He told me to go to the gym." Okay, bro. He's probably grabbing a drink. He's absolutely grabbing a drink. Wait, really? Yeah, bro. Look at the comments on the podcast. Y Doc's chill. Yeah, he's my boy. We love Y Doc around here. I don't know why he like rubbed people the wrong way for some reason. PoE2 audience in gym has a lot of friction. I mean, dude, I don't go to the gym, but if someone told me to on a podcast, I'm not going to fucking get upset about it. I'd probably be like, yeah, that makes sense. Probably should do that. Depends on the question, I guess. Yeah. If I was like, man, I'm fat, how do I fix it? Oh, yeah. There wasn't like a question. It wasn't like phrased like that, Atomic, at all. You had to be there. You had to watch the pod to get where he was coming from. Yo, is this song worth a rat jam in the chat, boys, or a cat jam? What do we think? There it is. It's all good. It's just good advice that people are sensitive to. Yeah. I think he was talking about physical fitness and gym helping with mental health. I can't remember what it was. If I do recall, it was more like, if you don't like the game, wait till next patch. If you don't like the game next patch, stop playing it and go and do something else. He was just basically making a joke. He was basically just being like, yo, if you don't like the game, stop playing it. Go do something else. Go to the gym. Go spend time with your friends. Go hang out with your family. Like, that was literally, I think, like, not verbatim, but very close to what he was saying. And then some guy was like, that's repulsive. You didn't read the comments, Jono? Dude, there's one guy that you should go on it. Touch some grass, baby? Yes. Touching grass is very important. Oh no, I did not mean to start this boss fight in the middle of this breach. That's unfortunate. Wait, what ring is this? Definitely crying about the game isn't going to do anything for you. True. True. Don't cry, boys. Video games are not worth crying over. Is he still rank 1? Is who still rank 1? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's scientific evidence for fitness helping with mental health. Yeah, that's true. People are so spoiled when it comes to GGG. True. Yo, we heard from Sir Gog. He just woke up, boys. Woo! He just woke up, boys. He's just woke up. He said 20 minutes. I told him take as long as he needs. All right. Tell him to grab himself a drink because it's time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. I can't even say that because I don't want to take the light from the glory that is that intro, you know. I don't know when people became so soft, but I blame Barney the dinosaur. That dude was a wimpy communist. Damn, dude. I used to watch Barney when I was like 3 years old. You know who seemed kind of communist-y? Who? Captain Planet. Why do I not remember that at all? I do not remember Captain Planet at all. Yo, we got a snake pit, boys. We got a pit of the snake. Yeah, didn't Barney ruin a whole generation? That's literally what Table just said, bro. Yo, welcome back, Ken.
I'll tend to the books.
Wait.
What do you need? Find more breach remnants.
Look out, guys. I got a plus 3% chaos damage ring. I'm ramping. Almost 7K for the private league. That's insane. I'm also plugging the private league tonight on the podcast just out of respect for the boys. Dude, did you guys watch Local Hall's video? How epic was the video? It was so sick. Yeah, it was great, dude. It was so fucking badass. First 10 seconds, you thought it was cringe, but then it turned out good. Yeah, it was actually really well done. Ooh. Party started. I have no idea what all of y'all are talking about with this shit, Captain Planet shit. All of this shit went right over my head. Yo, Table, thanks so much for stopping by, man. Enjoy your dinner with the fam. I'll catch you later, homie. Peace. No, you can post URLs, bro. I'm just not gonna look at it right now. I want to get as much XP as possible at this current moment in time before the pod. Don't have time to be reacting Andying. Holy shit, he's ready. All right. Okay, he's ready, guys. We're gonna just finish this map really quickly and then use the washroom. Yo, Zayditiv. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Am I still rank 1? Rank 1 Tactician, yes. Not rank 1 HCSSF. Definitely not. But yeah, no one's playing Tactician in this league, so... Yeah, I've been rank 1 basically the whole league, for the most part. It's so sick. Yo, thanks, man. Dude, Tactician's super underrated. Tactician's awesome. How you doing, man? Thanks for the follow, bro. All right, we got it. Can't wait for this GOG interview. GOG's the GOAT. Dude, I'm excited, man. It's going to go down to like 5. I just got to finish this map, use the bathroom, and then we're good to go. The heck is this boss? First time watching the stream, but you watch all my YouTube. Dude, thank you so much for popping in, man. That's amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed the YouTube content. My rage burns. All right, let's just do this breach and then we'll get ready. Whoa! Get out of here, drowning orbs. No, no, no. I'm not going out like that. RB murdered. No way, dude. Did you clip it? Did you clip it, bro? If you got the clip, share it in the Life Clips channel in my Discord, bro. I'll see that. Oh shit.
Not yet.
I'm on a laptop travel PC. Damn, and you killed Arbiter on your laptop travel PC on HCSSF? Absolute Chad. It's not a laptop. Oh, you have like a little baby PC that you plug into like a monitor and shit? All right, that's cool. All right, guys, we're going to get started with the pod very, very shortly. Use the washroom super quickly. And then we'll get started. Give me 2 seconds, boys. All right. Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning.
How are you, buddy?
Oh, all right. Sorry about that mess there. That was me being not very in touch with time zones even after we'd done them with Discord timestamps and all.
It's funny. I've been struggling with this as well. You're the second Australian person I've talked to in the last 3 days. And I have another guy from Australia, the guy that dies that's coming on next week. And so I'm becoming very, very familiar with the different time zones and stuff. But yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, the thing that's worth keeping in mind is that like we have 3 winter time zones, but we actually have 5 in summer because states like the northern states don't need daylight saving, the southern states do.
Okay.
So that makes it confusing, but obviously with it being our summer at the moment, it's the more confusing time, but most people in the country are on my time zone.
I got
because
you.
this is Melbourne, this is Sydney, and Melbourne and Sydney is half the population of the whole country.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, I want to have my holidays spent in Australia one of these years because I'm very sick and tired of the snow. Have you ever like been to Canada or anywhere that's just like insanely cold in the wintertime or?
No. In fact, this one's crazy. I have not seen snow up close since 00, and that was a light dusting on a hike.
Okay.
But I have not actually been in snow proper, snow that's big enough to throw a snowball in, since I was a little kid in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, wow. I'm envious of that. I'm not a very good Canadian. I just talked about this earlier today. I don't like hockey. I fucking hate winter. I would much rather live in Australia, man. But it's a good country.
To give you a heads up as to what the weather can be like here, I'm not in one of the hottest cities in the country.
Okay.
But we are going to be, we're expecting 37 in my suburb and 40 in the city Celsius. And because I know a bunch of your people listening are probably Fahrenheit, that's 99 to 107, depending. 99 in my suburb, 107 in the hottest parts of the city.
So it's hot. It's very hot.
Yeah, and it gets a lot hotter if you go somewhere regional like Mildura that's inland a bit, which is kind of close to the 3-state border of Victoria, New South Wales, and South Australia. I think they're expecting 45 Celsius today. So
holy,
yeah, that's hot.
Yeah. So I lived in Singapore for 2 years, right before the pandemic. So it was like 2017 until 2019. And when I got there, it was like disgustingly hot, like similar to that weather, like 35, 40 degrees, like every day. But you kind of get used to it after a while. And it was weird. So after, it would start raining one day and it would go down to like 25 degrees. And I would be like, I'm so cold. I need like a sweater and like pants and stuff like that. Yeah, it's funny what the body can get used to, depending on where you live, for sure.
Yeah, and also just the structures around. It's like if we had a Canadian or British winter here, we just don't have the insulation for it, so people would be freezing horribly.
Yeah, sometimes when it snows in places that it's not supposed to, like it completely shuts down the entire city. They just don't have the infrastructure to it. Like we will see on the news sometimes if they get snow in like Texas, they'll get like maybe 3 or 4 inches, and it's like the city is like in peril and the like the power's going out and stuff like that. So
yeah, we have a couple of suburbs in Melbourne that are just that bit more elevated, and they like the city doesn't ever get snow, but those suburbs can get it, and it is really dangerous because just no one has experience with it. It's like a once every 5-year event if you're living in Belgrave or Ferntree Gully, and it's a once in my parents' lifetime event if you live in the rest of the city.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, man. Well, I'm ready to go here. If you're all set, you got like a drink and everything ready to. I didn't mean that ironically, but you got your drink and stuff. All right, sweet. So I'm gonna do like a quick countdown YouTube intro, and we'll get started. First off, before we get started, anybody in the chat right now who's been listening to this sort of like preamble, how does he sound? Maybe Mr. Sir God, could you just give us a few lines of dialogue just for an audio check?
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion.
All right, anybody listening here? That sounds great on my end. He sounds good, all good. Okay, perfect. All right, let's do the countdown and get started. 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Passive Tree Podcast, a podcast dedicated to talking about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. I'm your host, Blaze, and tonight on episode 32, I'm joined by a fellow PoE content creator. His name is Sir Gog. Welcome on, and how are you doing today, sir?
I am waking up because we had a little bit of a mistake getting this set up, and for some reason I had in my mind it was at 10 a.m. my time. I was the one that locked in 9 a.m. my time, but I'm sort of still waking up, but I am here.
Welcome on, man. I appreciate you taking the time. Good morning. Hello. Speaking of like not keeping track of time, I don't know if this happens to you, but every time like Christmas or the holidays, that particular season that we've just kind of gone through happens, I basically forget what day it is. Like even today, I was like, oh, is today Tuesday? Like I need to make sure that I know what day it is so that I can follow my podcast schedule. Does that ever happen to you as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it happens really in the quiet Path of Exile period sometimes as well. I'll be like, oh, my TTRPG session's tomorrow because that's Tuesday morning my time. Or something along those lines. There'll be some sort of weekly occurrence that I'll almost forget about.
Yeah. Speaking of New Year's and the holidays, just want to kind of generally ask you, how was it for you? Did you get up to anything special? And do you have any like special plans for this new year of 2026 that we find ourselves in?
So I'll probably do something. I'll probably actually get away, not in the period that was busy Path of Exile 2 period, but probably some point during January. And I haven't worked out exactly what yet, but it'll be some sort of quick getaway to some hiking or camping place around in the reasonable close vicinity of where I am. That'd be my thoughts there. And yeah, otherwise, not all that much exciting. There's all of the, catching up with extended family people that you drift apart from over the years. So that happened, but that's basically it.
Right on. Yeah, I technically like unplugged, and by unplug it was like I played Path of Exile 2, but I didn't stream it, and so I just made like a bunch of new characters and played off stream, which was fun. But yeah, it was very, very relaxing for me as well. Speaking about
I think the other thing is that like having worked in retail when I was a uni student, which is a long time ago now, I still hate Christmas. Like you can't work in retail and not hate Christmas.
Oh my God, dude. I can't imagine. I've never done the retail thing. I spent a lot of time when I was in uni working in like the hospitality industry. So, restaurants, I worked in like kitchens, I was a server and stuff like that. And as soon as like December 1st rolled around, it was like the playlist was just on, and it was on every day, all day. And it was enough to drive you insane, man. It was crazy.
Yep, I haven't worked in retail since Christmas 2004, at least over Christmas retail. That's the last one I worked in was the end of 2004, and I still hate everything to do with Christmas music. I'm the sort of person that plays Whamageddon not because winning Whamageddon is fun, but because I hate Christmas music so much that I'm just happy to not hear it.
I'm on that train as well. I like it for like Christmas Day. Like if my mom will put on, when we're spending family time together, she'll put on like the Christmas Day classic Christmas playlist, and like that's the time for me when that music's appropriate. But I don't want to name any names, but there were some folks who got pretty into Christmas on Twitch and had like snow falling and music on for like a week leading up to it. And I was like, I'm sorry, I just can't watch your stream this week. I just can't do it. Oh man. So just wanted to ask you, sort of generally speaking, how has your experience been with the 0.4, the Druid, the Temple, and all the things that we've got so far?
So the Temple's been, shall we say, an interesting one. And I think it's one of those things that most people, their first genuinely broken league economy that they're part of the actual breaking of, they tend to enjoy. So for a lot of people who play Path of Exile 1 and 2 these days, that was Affliction. For me, it was Darkshine League, which is years and years ago. I think it was the very tail end of 1.x, so just before 2.0 came along, although I haven't fact-checked that. And that was the one time that I've had fun with this sort of thing. Now it was just, for me, it was Groan Another Affliction. For a lot of people, it was Groan Another Necropolis, because they had a lot of fun with Affliction, but they didn't like Necropolis, even though it was the same thing. For people who are PoE 2 only players, it's kind of a bit different. For them, it's the first really broken economy they've been able to participate in, because the breaking of 0.10 was just flagrant cheating, like the Temporalis duping. So that, I think, has overshadowed a lot. The temple mechanic was kind of, I feel like it's one of those mechanics that is fun when it's not optimized, but it also feels really bad when it's not optimized from a rewards perspective. But the optimization loop is just not fun at all. So yeah, I think it's just I'm glad they tried this sort of wild thing during early access, but I don't think it's got much of a future personally.
Yeah, it seems like they obviously scrambled quite a bit during their holiday season, coming back to the office after break and seeing the many YouTube videos, the outcry on the forums. Reddit was sort of on fire as well. And so they kind of went back and forth, right? And, you know, with 0.4 specifically, there's been a lot of hot fixes despite it actually happening during the holiday season as well. Do you think that the current state of the temple will basically stay as it is now until 0.5 and then basically be like completely reworked or kind of tuned? What are your thoughts about it?
So let's start with the 0.5 side of things first. I think now there is an association between the Incursion Temple and broken economies in game. And just wild inflation. These two things don't have to go together, but I think that most people, like, I don't know if you've seen Chris Wilson's video on why it's important for people to have confidence in the online economy of an ARPG.
The timing on that video was crazy.
Yeah, and like there's all sorts of theories. I feel like it was probably the timing of that video was a good-natured jibe. Some people think it might be because he had a bitter exit. It actually wasn't about developer mistakes that result in massive inflation. It was about flagrant cheating, like the Temporalis duping in 0.10, like there hasn't really been that many. I don't think there's been anything else in Path of Exile 1 that's gone on, but some of the things like what do you call it, the item duplication that was everywhere in Path of Exile, in Diablo 2.
Yep.
That'd be an example there, where you have this authoritative online server to validate your gameplay, but it's actually able to be flagrantly cheated. And when that happens, it ends up causing people to lose confidence in the whole online play experience. And that's sort of Chris Wilson's core thing that he's talking about. So it's not exactly what was going on here, but I do think there is this thing where people need to have confidence that the online economy is actually functionally that it is functionally and genuinely fair. And I think that now people aren't going to have confidence as long as this mechanic's around. So I think it probably needs to be completely obliterated for 0.50, even though it might have otherwise been an interesting addition to the game. I don't think it can really stick around. I also feel the same about a couple of other things with the loot system, like increased item rarity as a player stat. I think now that the loot system has actually broken in a league, I think it is now much more urgent to get rid of rarity next league because of that. So there's those things that are going on. Now, in terms of the rest of this league, and I don't know, like you have this sort of thing where this league's economy is already comprehensively broken, and I don't think they can really fix that. But then at the same time, like, what's going to annoy the people that are still playing the least? Is it going to be leaving things as they are and just allowing inflation to go completely out of control? Maybe hit the point where the Divine Orb ceases to be a functioning currency because it ends up just kind of like Path of Exile 1 Alchemy Orbs, where there's so many of them in circulation that even though they're useful, no one actually cares about them anymore. Is it going to hit that point? I don't know if it will or not. If they'd sort of not done hotfix 12 at all and just left the Holton stuff in. But then you have this thing where every change materially affects the fairness of the economy as well. At the same time, there's people saying, just ignore trade, play in SSF or whatever. But SSF's a hard mode. You know, it's kind of like saying you can also ignore softcore and you can play in hardcore, and hardcore has a more stable economy, but you have to like the game being harder than intended. Otherwise, that doesn't work. So yeah, whole lot of a mess. I don't know what they're going to try and do, and I think that there are going to be people they infuriate with every decision they could make. The key thing is that the decision they needed to make was to do hotfixes 12 and 13 way earlier than they did, before people were far along the process of setting up snakes. And if they'd done that, and then you might have really alienated 20 or 30 people, and there's a bit of a cost when one of them is Fubgun. There's a bit of a PR cost to that. But you end up in this spot where the league would have fundamentally felt fair. And, you know, who knows, maybe the mechanic wouldn't end up on the chopping block at the end of this league.
Okay, so interestingly enough, you think that because of all of the, you know, the whole slew of drama, the slew of things that have happened in the course of, you know, the last few weeks, the temple now essentially has this sort of like stigma about it, essentially, that will like persist into like future leagues. So let's, for example, we'll talk about, as we said, in 0.5, people will look at the temple and kind of still have this sort of like, oh, wasn't that the mechanic that like broke the economy in 0.4? Like, how is that still a thing? Do you think though that, you know, if they were to put it in the game again in 0.5, because I do think that they want everything, of course, to be core, especially in early access. They're sort of trying to add on to this like catalog of things, and the temple is the first like out of maps like piece of content, aside from I guess going into abyssal depths, that we've gotten for the end game loop. So it'd be, I think personally, a pretty big shame for it not to be core in 0.5. What do you think it needs in terms of changes or adjustments to make it worthwhile in core, and maybe help like rid it of this like kind of nasty stigma that it has attached to it right now?
It would need two or three things. The first and most important thing is that it needs top-end loot to be substantially lower even than I think it is now. But it still needs to be enough to be worth considering playing around with. The second thing is that it needs what I would term naive mechanic use loot to be better. So that's when you don't have a min-maxing strategy. When you just go in and you do whatever just seems sensible to you without some overarching plan. A good example of this, I think, at the moment is Path of Exile 1. How much of your viewer base plays PoE 1 as well? Do you know off the top of your head, Place?
Quite a bit. Yeah, I'm on the like lower end of it, but there's lots of people in my community that have played lots of PoE 1.
Well, the example I would give there is Betrayal. You can optimize beyond this, but the naive strategy in Betrayal is just every time that you have the option to execute a member, execute them unless they're rank 3. If they're rank 3, then put them in prison and just do safe houses as they become available, and then collect syndicate medallions and sell them to other players. That's what I would term the naive strategy in Path of Exile 1 Betrayal at the moment. And this is very functional as a strategy. It's quite good. It feels like what you should be doing with the mechanic, and it will get you quite a bunch of loot while you're doing it. It's not as good as what you might term the optimized 2552 strategies, but it's not so far behind that it feels terrible to do. So I feel like if they can get it to the point that that just engaging without a plan with the gameplay loop doesn't feel like a waste of time, and also get it to the point that the mechanics are the best source in the game of some loot, but they're not the best source in the game of core gameplay, you know, of just core drop pool items. Because when you start making core drop pool items more common in the temple and anywhere else, that means that only the temple becomes worthwhile to run for those items. So those would be the two things you'd have to try and do. But that's a very difficult balancing thing, and that's going to take multiple balance and nerf passes. And one thing Grinding Gear Games have not been willing to do is enough balanced nerf passes in order to get things into the right spots. So we see, you know, they'll put out a build that's like, there'll be a build that's dominating one league, and then the next league it will either get massively crushing nerfed, or it will get under nerfed and it will end up being dominant there as well.
Yeah, It's a damn shame too, because I really, as an SSF player specifically, have enjoyed the like things that the temple provides to basically add into like the ecosystem of content within the Path of Exile 2 endgame at the moment. Like I liked going in there and getting my body modifications. Like those things in itself were like very worthwhile as a hardcore player, right? And then, you know, obviously the double corruption and like the Val cultivation orbs, like all of these things just added so much more interesting things to do in terms of like, you know, customize my build, improving my items, improving my character and stuff like that. And so I really like what it has to offer, but I know exactly what you mean. Where like some folks in chat are saying the floor kind of needs to be the floor needs to be raised, the ceiling needs to be dropped to figure out how it fits in, and isn't like the overriding, oh, you want to make raw currency drops? The temple is where you go. Like it should be an option and provide you with certain like specific bonuses. Another thing that Ziggy mentioned on our podcast previously was sort of like maybe an additional meta crafting option for temple. Like if you're in the temple, you know how it scales to your level, right? So you're finding a lot of like level 282 bases, which is really nice. What if you find, you know, some sort of like temple specific modifiers, very similar to stuff that happens in Path of Exile 1, for example, where you could go in there and farm up some like crafting bases to make some cool temple stuff. Like there's a lot of cool stuff that I think they can do in 0.5 to sort of adjust this and make it a good and balanced end game piece of content for sure.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to learn from this is that the loot system in Path of Exile 2 is not as robust as the one in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, if grinding gear games really stuff up and give a zone too much rarity, then what happens is every single item drop becomes a unique, which seems like it's really OP, but the thing is that the balance between the more common and the rarer uniques is still quite, it's still a very strong bias against the rarer uniques. So you might find that 1 in 25,000 drops is Mage Blood, which is I guess you'd say it's the equivalent of something like Headhunter or the Vertex over in Path of Exile 1. And there is also a Headhunter in Path of Exile 1 that's also quite valuable as well. But those two are two of the best of the Drop Anywhere items. Calandra's Touch, there's a few more. But those things are really, really staggeringly rare. And they stay staggeringly rare no matter how much rarity a particular monster has. Whereas in Path of Exile in Path of Exile 2, if you've got enough rarity, and that's counting zone rarity, that's counting monster rarity, and that's counting player rarity, then the ratio of headhunters to what's a really common unique item, life sprigs. The ratio of headhunters to life sprigs condenses quite a bit. Path of Exile 1, it's still like 1 headhunter per 800 or 900 life sprigs. We don't know the exact number, but it's something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Diablo 2 Andy. I've been playing that game for a very long time, and I loved the way that they sort of did it, where like if you wanted to MF or like Magic Find, it would affect like the unique drops. But having a lot of Magic Find, like 300 plus, if you were wearing like full Talrashas or something on a sorceress, it would never affect how many like high runes you got, which were also like super rare and valuable currency. And so, do you think that that would be like an appropriate avenue for them to kind of steer the game in? Like it's kind of funny that like Blizzard North kind of figured it out like 25 years ago. But do you think that that is like an appropriate avenue for rarity moving forward?
I have come to the conclusion now that rarity just is just a bad stat. You can have two different spots where it can be. It can either be so bad that no one wants it, or it can be so busted that everyone needs it.
Oh, I think we lost your voice on Discord. You may have hit the mute key by accident.
Sound check.
Yep, you're back. You're back. I think I'm
okay. That's okay.
Oh, you're good.
That's really strange. I use push to talk while I'm on Discord calls, and I think I hit another button at the same time as the push to talk button. Then,
you're all good.
So that may have been the cause there. Anyway, thank you for calling that out quickly. So yeah, I just generally think that Magic Find as a stat on gear has worked badly, and you sort of see this in Path of Exile 1 at the moment, where it's not as dominant when it comes, like it has no effect on the ratios of currency that you get. So in Path of Exile 1, you always get 48 Chaos Orbs per Divine Orb that drops. It doesn't matter how much rarity you've got, and it doesn't matter how juiced the zone that you're in is. If you are running a tier 17 map, which is the highest tier, and you've giga juiced it out the wazoo, which you can do in PoE 1, you're still going to get 48 Chaos for every 1 Divine that drops. and the same if you're just running the campaign with no rarity gear. So there's no impact on currency ratios in 1 like there is in 2. But even then, there's a whole bunch of strategies that have developed around group gold farming in Path of Exile 1 that I think are quite problematic in that game's economy as well. And so for that reason, and that's like combining 2 stats. There's the always has existed increased item rarity, and there's the newly available in patch 3.27 increased gold looted from is it just from monsters? No, it's just gold looted in general. And this has ended up in this situation where there's a couple of endgame consumables that the only economic way to use them is to sell them to someone that's running a 6-player group, where you use these particular items to then bring a party of 6 in and just get everyone as much gold as possible. Gold's a bit more useful in PoE 1 than it is in 2, but who knows, in the future in 2 it might become useful as well. And that's, yeah, I think in general, loot finding as a mechanic on gear is just always feels bad. I'd rather that the content be made a little bit harder, or at least harder content be made available where you can't afford to waste gear slots or gear attributes on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that option as well. Yeah, I think just because I'm such a fan of the way that Diablo 2 works, and I like how, as an SSF player as well, using those particular roles on gear means that you're very intentionally trying to achieve an outcome. Right now, obviously, that outcome is currency and wealth. But if that was removed, the currency and I guess the monetary value of the rarity stat, and just focused on finding unique items specifically, especially when when there's way more unique items in the game, I think it still would have some merit and some value. But would it be solved if you could find unique items or target unique items in some other way? That's probably the better way to go about it. And it would free up like another attribute or a modifier roll on gear as well. So we will wait and see what happens. But I know it's a very contentious issue that a lot of players are not enjoying right now. The rarity issue for sure.
Sure. Yeah, and that actually makes me think. I don't know how familiar you are with divination cards in Path of Exile 1, but they are a way of target farming certain outcomes.
True.
And they're pretty weak at the moment in Path of Exile 1. Like divination cards, farming certain ones is very reasonable, but farming ones for genuinely uncommon and rare uniques is not in a very good spot currently. But there are ways they could fix that. In PoE 2, you couldn't implement PoE 1's divination card system very well because we don't have agency over which map tile sets we run. But I think there's a few things they could do whereby they could say, for instance, just you could have some sort of oracle you might find as an uncommon, not genuinely rare NPC that you meet in maps. And they say, okay, we're going to start... pick a divination card from this list and we'll bias your map boss drops only towards providing that divination card or something like that. There'd be a bunch of things you could do. There'd be different systems to what's used in 1, but they could work.
Absolutely. No,
give you a way to target unique.
Yeah, no, I love that. And I think that would actually subsidize the need to have rarity like perfectly if like they removed that and then in return they gave us divination cards, which allowed us to achieve essentially what I would hope rarity could do, which would be just like target farming unique. So yeah, no, that's great. And I think there is a potential for us to see divination cards even as soon as 0.5. What do you think? Is that something that could be like very close on the horizon?
Yeah, well, we know that they intend to have them. I feel like they're going to come with 1.0.0, and I think that they're going to have really expensive supporter packs available in 1.0.0, kind of like they did in 2.0 in Path of Exile 1, and one of them will include divination card, like commission for it. And so for those that don't know how divination card commissions worked in PoE 1, essentially the highest supporter pack, which is much higher than the $480 ones at the moment, would include the ability to commission a divination card, but you wouldn't have any information on where it dropped in game. You wouldn't get the card, and nothing of that sort.
Interesting. Okay, I guess we will have to wait and see. I wanted to plug this because this is some of our like fellow content creators and stuff like that. It's actually been kind of popping off as well, and it kind of ties in perfectly to the like I guess, fundamental economic issues within the current like league. But there is a cool private server happening, and I wanted to let you guys know. I know this is mainly a hardcore and solo self-found channel, but some of the folks over with Mobalytics, Dead Rabbit, Local Hole, and Talkative Try are doing the Second Wind private league. I believe that launches like this week at some point. I think Friday is the launch date, so in a couple days. Are you planning on hitting up the Second Wind as a sort of a fresh economy reset?
Yeah, definitely. I think that I prefer to play in the trade league just because more wild things are possible there. So that's my general preference. But the core 040 trade league economy feels pretty broken unless you mostly avoid participating in it in trade that much. And so with that in mind, yeah, I'm definitely playing Second Wind. I think it'd be great.
Dude, the trailer that came out today or on Local's channel was so epic, bro. I was like, what the heck? This has no business being this badass. So, yeah, guys, if you're listening to this and you're interested, I will leave a link in the video description if you're interested in signing up. I think there's already 7,000 people signed up. So it's going to be like, it's going to be popping off.
That's gone up a lot since I last checked. It was in the mid fours yesterday when I was checking it. The other thing to keep in mind with this, it starts 3 hours earlier than a traditional league start. And that's because Local time zone is similar to Europe's. And I think that, you know, Grinding Gear Games, obviously, they optimize it to be the perfect league start time for New Zealand. So they started at 8 a.m. their local so that they can then be on site ready to make things happen. This means I will not be getting up at 3 a.m. to start on time for some funny reason. I value my sleep. But it will still be going and it'll be really good. Just play it at whatever time you feel is useful, because ultimately it's one of those things where being ahead doesn't matter as much, I don't think, in a smaller league economy.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about private leagues. So for context, there's a hardcore private league hosted by a homie, Timmy P, which we call Timmy's Private League, THC for short. Timmy's Hardcore League, and we've been playing it every league since I have since 0.2, and it's just nice to not have to feel like you have to be on like right at the beginning of the league. It's a bit more intimate. You don't feel like you're falling as much behind. Yeah, so you know you can wake up. You don't have to be up at 3 a.m. to get in as soon as possible. What are you thinking about starting off character wise for the league?
I was watching Angormus's Awesome Games Done Quick. I'm going to say yesterday, but for many of people watching that have a similar time zone to you, would it be this morning? I was watching that last night, and that was interesting. I haven't played Shield Wall yet, so that's something I'm giving some thought to. Obviously, Angormus plays a version of it that's optimized for the early game. I wouldn't be optimizing for the early game, but it would still be something that just looks like it's a very different play style.
Yeah, I tried it last league, actually, after being inspired by Angormus and other Shield Warrior Giga Chads. And it actually is really, really fun, man. They really made that combination of Shield Wall and Fortifying Cry super strong in 0.3. I forget what the change was that made it that combination so amazing. But yeah, it's cool. Definitely cool. Moving forward in this conversation.
How far did you take it? So did you go? Yeah, how far did you take that build? Did you go to like Uber Arbiter, or did you go to the earlier Pinnacle bosses, or did you go just to maps, or how far did you go?
Oh, this hurts me to talk about because I was actually having so much fun on it. So I didn't play Warrior. I did this on a private league, and I did it on a Gemling Legionnaire. And so with the Gemling Legionnaire, it was going for pure damage. And this actually was to my downfall because it was in hardcore. And so I got one shot doing my my 4th Ascendancy run in the Trial of the Sekimas. I don't know if you know this, but so the second boss, the set of the 2 sentinels that you kill, if you kill the cold one first, he spawns these like little targets on the ground. Do you remember seeing those at all? And if you stand on these targets, these little like icicle projectiles will come and hit you. And they don't look like they do a lot of damage, Sir Gog, but they one-shot me for like 7-8k like cold damage in one hit. It was crazy. So I didn't get super far. I got to like level 90, I think. But yeah, so I was sad. I had like constricting command too. It was like rough, bro.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. But I want to run that build again. It was actually really cool doing it on the Gemling. I feel like the Gemling Legionnaire is kind of in a weird spot right now where it doesn't have this like sort of identity anymore, like it sort of did in 0.1, where like attribute stacking, of course, was like a really big part of the way you would build the Gemling Legionnaire. And now it just kind of seems like, I don't know, there's not really a whole lot you can do with it. It just is, it's scaling quality and like gem power. There's not really other things that are sort of interesting about it, but it actually worked well for shield wall because shield wall like the skill actually scales with quality, like the extra quality gives it more damage, so it is pretty nice that way.
Okay. I just had someone request to say hi to you as well. You know Lighty?
I do know Lighty. We were talking last night. Hello, Lighty. Yeah, so I wanted to get some early Sir Gog lore, being that this is sort of the first time that we've ever had a chance to sit down and chat, as something I do with most guests on this podcast. So starting off with, when did you start gaming? What was your first foray into gaming, Sir Gog, and what were you playing on when you started?
Okay, so I feel it would have been Christmas 1990. So it would have been 8 at the time. I think I've got the year right on that, that I got an NES, and I remember playing Super Mario Brothers. I remember, what else was there from the NES era that I really liked? A couple of really forgotten games, like, I think, was the NES or was it the Super NES I had later that had Journey to Silius on it? Anyways, like, there were a few games like that, but Super Mario Brothers, which I guess got me hooked on what people term the NES hard era. That game has become quite easy now because it's sort of so well understood and so optimized, but it was actually quite difficult to figure out yourself, especially with no access to online guides and the like. So I remember taking a long time to finish that, then being quite disappointed when the 2 sequels I finished very quickly. And then over time, I sort of got I got a Super NES and then came across a couple of RPGs there. Secret of Mana comes to mind. So we're talking turn-based RPGs at this point. Final Fantasy VI. What was the other big RPGs there? I never owned Chrono Trigger, although I have played it since. There are a bunch of other things along those lines that I started to get to really like. When I got into PC gaming, it was originally Diablo 2, then it was just a mishmash of other things, and then I got really hooked on Dungeons and Dragons Online, which unfortunately now is very, very much gone down the pave, chasing the credit card cheaters' money instead of making a good game. And I also was playing EVE Online for a period, and at some point when Dungeons and Dragons Online was starting to go downhill, and also Diablo 3 had alienated me by having the real money auction house, and at the same time EVE Online was just not something you wanted to play every day. I thought, let's give this new Diablo 3 competitor a go, called Path of Exile.
Oh, I see. Okay, so console gamer as a young kid, moved into PC gaming. It sounds like, for the most part, aside from like Diablo 2, action RPG wise, it was mainly like MMO RPGs that kind of captured your attention. Before we move on to like more Path of Exile stuff, I just wanted to ask you, what are like some of the biggest games in your memory as a child or as a young adult that sort of left like the lasting impression on you? I know you named some of them already. If you had any others that came to mind.
Okay, every time there's a big leap forward in graphics, I would remember that. So that would be going from the Super Mario 1 era. So basically going from, I guess, your arcade game machines like Bubble Bobble and Space Invaders before I had a NES. There's a big jump up from there to Super Mario 1. There's no real big jumps on the NES after that. You then have to go to Super Mario World, was the first thing I played on the SNES. That was a huge jump up. Donkey Kong Country would be the next huge jump up. Then there was a huge sort of jumps forward that took place on consoles I never owned. So the original PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII, stuff like that were a huge leap up, but I never owned one of those, so I didn't really get to experience them that much. The games that left a lasting impression after that, Diablo 1 and 2 both, and I think it was because of the whole, like the random loot, meaning that you could potentially find something spectacular that was better than anything your friends had. And The funny thing was that I think the last time I played Diablo 1, I might have been wrong about this, but I thought that an Archangel Staff of Apocalypse was the best thing you could possibly get in the game. And I actually legitimately found one. It was on a vendor, and that actually destroyed my interest in the game after that, because I was like, oh, I've got the best thing I can ever get, so why keep playing anymore? Other things that blew me away later. So we've sort of gone through the graphics side of things. More recently, definitely Expedition 33 was one of those blow you away games. Mostly just the soundtrack is unbelievable, especially because I'm the sort of person that I don't speak any French, but I looked up the French meanings of the songs, and getting a bit of a sense of what Un Dia Timer actually means in the context of the scene was absolutely phenomenal. Other things that have blown me away, though, from a gameplay perspective, definitely be Path of Exile 1 has been the most enduring. And otherwise, I like games that are just very different to everything else I've played. So Dyson Sphere Program has been something that whenever I'm not in the mood for Path of Exile, I will boot that up. And it's like Factorio and just sort of more science fiction setting.
Oh my God, I love Factorio so much. That has been like one of my addiction games from like last year. I got into it, and that is a special game. I think a part of why I love that game so much is because of the graphics as well, like the sprite work that reminds me of like Diablo 2, like almost like, you know, one-for-one translation. Very, very fun. Interesting note about the graphical improvements. Actually, hearing you talk about sort of like going through the jumps between like the Super Nintendo or the Nintendo Entertainment System to the SNES to the N64, it felt like every 4 years there was like a significant graphical improvement, like going from 8-bit to 16-bit to 64-bit, like three-dimensional stuff, and then going to like the PlayStation and then the Xbox era. Like, it's kind of wild to think about it now. Like, it was all within the span of like 20 years or something like that. We went from like arcade machines to like really, really, really good graphics. And now, as you mentioned with like Expedition 33, like there's no limit now basically to the creativity that people can pull off. And sadly, I haven't played the game yet. It's one of those games for me that has been on my radar, and I've watched like playthroughs of it on YouTube, but I'm a bad single player gamer, Sir Gog. I love, even though I play solo self-out in Path of Exile, I still like to have the online component of it, but I definitely need to play that, and I will play it eventually, for sure.
Can I suggest something with Expedition 33? I would not normally suggest this for games, but because I feel like Expedition 33 is a piece of fiction first with a game stapled onto it. Whereas most games, it's the game mechanics first and then there's fiction stapled on. So, you know, if you take Path of Exile 1, the Godslayer's rampage through the Pantheon is just stapled on because the game would be exciting without it. E33 is the opposite. And I would say it's probably the best piece of fiction in 2025, not just in the video game genre. But because of that appeal, it's one where the casual difficulty setting actually works really well. You can play through the whole thing on casual difficulty, and it's really chill. Something for when you just want to kick back, relax, and just essentially watch a movie, except it's a little bit more interactive. And you'll probably get lost a couple of times in the like there's a couple of areas you'll get lost in that are annoying.
Yeah, I think that like as in terms of innovation as well, I've never been like a super big JRPG fan. Never actually played like any of the Final Fantasy games. I know. I'm a bad gamer right now. I'm showing my true bad gamer colors. Don't judge me, guys. But I feel like they've sort of like innovated with like the more interactive approach with like the parry mechanics and sort of like those things keeping you sort of like engaged in otherwise why people don't like turn-based combat is because it feels very much like you're doing your turn and then you're waiting and then you're doing your turn and you're waiting. So I think even that part like really interests me as well, on top of it being like an incredible story with incredible artwork. So okay, guys, we're gonna play this game. We're gonna play this game. After I hit 100, it's gonna be a thing.
I don't think that this is a new system that they came up with for E33. They just did it really well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do it. So I have a few more lore questions for you. There's a few other ones that I'm actually quite curious about. So your introductory phrase, grab yourself a drink intro, is known far and wide throughout the Path of Exile community. I wanted to ask if there was this a intro that you kind of just did one day and it just stuck, or is it something that sort of grew and developed over time?
So it's something that came about because when I first decided to put up a video about Path of Exile, my first attempt, I was like, gee, my natural intro sounds very much like Mathel. And Mathel at this point was one of the biggest 2 or 3 content creators in the Path of Exile space. So I was like, okay, I need something a bit different. And then I thought, okay, I'm more conversational than most. A lot of people are more concise. I went more conversational, but also with an analytical approach. So what's something that conveys that? Now, the original version of the intro was, oh, howdy all, grab yourself a beer. It is time for some Path of Exile discussion. But the reason that I shifted away from that was that it sort of came to my attention that in some areas, like I could mark my videos as 18 plus, but I can't mark them 21 plus. And the States has all of these really strict laws around alcohol and 18, 19, 20-year-olds. So at that point, I was like, okay, you know what? I should probably shift this over.
Got it. Okay, so the original statement was grab a beer. I did learn about this as I went through your channel and watched some of your content, like your earlier content today, and I noticed a shift from grab yourself a beer to grab yourself a drink, and I was like, oh, interesting. Makes sense though with like the sort of the labeling of the content. Another thing that has existed for quite a while, and I know you have a video about this, but for the folks who don't know the story, we need to learn about the toucan. I want to hear about the story about the toucan. Where does he come from, and what is it all about?
Okay, one sec. Let me just change my background so that I'm no longer on blur. You might see the toucan there.
Okay.
I don't know if your viewers can see that. Can you? Oh, hang on. I haven't actually committed to it. There you go. The toucan in the background there.
Yeah.
So the origins of the toucan meme. There was this period where cheat site RMT spam was much worse in Path of Exile 1 than it is now. It's still bad now, but it was really bad back then, and it would mostly take place in global chat. Also, I feel like more people were in global chats, like a larger percentage of the population of the game will just be in the default global chat, whereas these days there's a bit more fragmentation. Like I run 16807, a bunch of other people run their own ones and so on. Anyway, what this meant was that, especially in Global 1, you'd get RMT spam maybe every minute, maybe a bit more often. And people would develop this counter spam that they would do, where they'd do something in order to make the RMT ad scroll off the screen quicker. Now, people tried a bunch of things. One of the common ones was just typing ... and filling up the screen really fast with that. But someone had the bright idea of putting an assay art of a toucan in there. There was no particular rhyme or reason for it. It was just an assay toucan. And it took off a little bit, partly because GGG started muting people for spam for doing it, for doing this counter RMT spam. And that just meant a bunch of people would do it just to become martyrs. And you'd have people who'd be collecting longer and longer and longer mutes, just continually posting the toucan. And it just became this ongoing meme. Anyways, quite some time later, Grinding Gear Games made a number of changes to the chat system, and the main one was removing the ability to use ASCII chat in global, ASCII chat symbols in global, and so that mostly killed off the RMT cheat site spam, and they started, trying to promote through other methods, but the toucan legacy lives on to some extent. And Grinding Gear Games have started taking it on a little bit. Like the Augury map has a toucan in it. The Alva's treasure chest bundle from the recent, not the supporter streamer, but the week 2 recent, promo on Twitch. They both came up as examples where you could get a toucan attached to a chest that was part of an MTX.
Dude, that is a deep cut that I love. I watched the video sort of hearing you explain this on your channel as I was doing my research, and I thought, wow, that is an amazing piece of, like, I guess, Path of Exile sort of history that I'm sure lots of people don't know about. So that's awesome. Speaking of history, so as I was going through your channel, I saw that you started making content about 8 years ago. The first videos that you have actually still live on your channel are from Magic the Gathering Online. Was it Magic the Gathering Online, the game that inspired you to actually just like start this journey as a YouTube and content creator?
So the thing that actually made me really start the journey was when my Incursion League videos in Path of Exile 1, 2 of them just exploded. And that was when I went from YouTube being like, oh, I just want to do something else and then I'll refer to it from YouTube. That was when I went from that to, oh, let's try taking this a little bit more seriously. And so that was when I decided to put a bit more effort into content creation. Back then, like I was a Magic the Gathering fan from like very late 95, early 96, when I was at school, all the way through to, I started losing the obsession maybe 08, but I kept around a little bit. And then I finally, like I had one last surge when the set Amonkhet came out, which was about 8 years ago. And then eventually after that, just completely lost interest. But at one point I had a blog for MTG that those videos were basically designed to have a write-up on a blog.
Got it. So you actually were making PoE content prior to the Magic the Gathering Online content, but those videos sort of just existed as the earliest pieces of content on your channel thus far.
Oh, no. The Incursion content that I made was, it wasn't far after the MTGO videos, but it was later.
Okay, I got you. I see.
I made the YouTube upload account for the purposes of the MTGO videos at the time. And then just because it's not something that actively disappoints people if they find it. I've hidden videos on my channel, including one of my highest view videos of all time, actually, because they're no longer useful to anyone that finds them. And they're actively disappointing. Whereas those MTGO videos, no one's going to find them unless they're just curious about my oldest video. So they're harmless in that sense.
I got it.
Rather
Now
I
have clarity over like the timeline, the Surgog timeline. So you have a really great style and format for your content that I'm a super big fan of. And I haven't been watching you since the early days of like PoE1 8 years ago, but definitely since I got into Path of Exile, I love to watch your news videos specifically because of how like concise, well-spoken and just like insightful you have about like the certain like news topics. So wanted to compliment you on that and ask you, just generally speaking, like, did you have anybody that you kind of like looked up to or were inspired by that like kind of helped you like shape this like format that you've kind of been known for nowadays?
So I sort of worked a bunch of it out just by virtue of looking at what people were interested in. And I did end up becoming more and more typecast as the news person. So what I would do when I was working in my aircraft technical records job until a few years ago, I would often get up in the morning, have a look at what Grinding Gear Games had put out, and then just during breaks through the day, I'd have a look through anything else, and then I'd sort of consolidate everything into one newsy video. I was doing this more as a hobby at the time, and people just generally found those videos useful because I think the thing that I found, and this goes back to Magic the Gathering as well, there's a really interesting period when a new expansion comes out. And during that period, you don't yet know what's going to work well and what yet isn't going to work well. So there's a lot more possibilities that are exciting. And let's just think of what's a unique that's been added recently that people were hyped about early but didn't really excite people longer on.
In Path of Exile 2, that's a good one. Maybe like some of those unique scepters that came out, like, I don't know, Palm of the Dreamer or something like that. Like maybe something that was exciting, but not too many people use it. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad example though.
Palm of the Dreamer is really hard to get your hands on. That's the thing. I think it's still quite valuable. I want to actually submit that as my Twilight Reliquary key. I've got to pick one of them up at some point and do that because you can't submit an item that you don't own. Just trying to think what would be a good example from either game. Anyways, the whole thing is that there's just build options and there's items that end up becoming just another middle tier option or end up being just a little bit below a middle tier option. But when they're new, they're exciting. And so I will tend to have that excited viewpoint early on, and I'll be thinking, what can be done with this? Actually, come to think of it, the best example of this is the Assassin rework in 3.27 in Path of Exile 1. Where Granny Gear Games did a whole massive overhaul of the least popular Ascendancy there. And they didn't make it into something that people regard as a stellar success, but they did make it into something that's genuinely playable and has some things going on with it. And so, yeah, there's this feeling where things are a lot more exciting at that point. And so I will genuinely be excited, and then I'll talk about why I'm excited about things, various combinations that could potentially make this into a winner, and then also say, you know, this is why I think it might be a little bit more limited. And then later on, a lot of that discovery and wonder gets sort of optimized out of the game when people play around with the new Assassin and then decide, you know what, this is actually just inferior to other options, except in a couple of really narrow niches. And at that point, people stop being excited by it.
Got it.
So that's where it basically came from. Liking things that are shiny and new because you haven't yet realized that once you polish them, the shine falls off.
Definitely. One thing that was interesting at the end of your most recent video, I believe it was your most recent video, you talked about clickbait and rage bait as a last important topic. And I think that it was pretty like interesting of you to bring that up, considering all of the, I guess, the issues going around with the temple and stuff like that. I definitely could see people kind of capitalizing on these issues and creating like sort of rage bait or like clickbait, however you want to phrase it, content. So for those people who are unaware of these issues, are you able to go into like a little bit more detail specifically about what people should keep their eyes out for, maybe some telltale signs to help viewers not get rage or clickbaited?
Yeah, so look, I'll give the starting point. Like the key thing you want to look for is anyone that is very much not a casual player saying this is the end for casual players. But we'll come back to that in a sec. The background that I think is worth knowing is how I figured this out. 020 was not a very successful league launch in Path of Exile 2, but I genuinely felt it was a 4 out of 10 release day experience, whereas a lot of people were more, this is a 2 out of 10 experience on release day. Anyways, I put out videos explaining sort of the nuances and it coming across as it being a 4 out of 10 release, and they didn't do very well. Then one morning I was in a foul mood. I can't remember why I was in a foul mood, but I put a much more incendiary thumbnail up, I put a much more incendiary title up, and it was noticeable that YouTube ad revenue for that was something like $110 more than it was for the previous video, talking about the similar topic. And that was the point at which I realized, okay, this is how monetizing other people's anger can be something that there is a very clear material incentive for people to do if they're in this space. And that's something to keep in mind, because the more inflammatory you can make something sound, the more money that it's likely to make. And that also can apply positively as well. So for instance, if your honest assessment of Expedition 33 is that it's a genuinely decent game, but it's a bit overrated, and you genuinely think it's a 7.5 out of 10, if you were to post a video explaining why, you would not make very much money out of it, because you've got a less extreme opinion than people that are saying it's, that it's the game of the year. Now, I would agree it's with it being game of the year, but leave that aside. That doesn't mean that someone's opinion is wrong there if it doesn't sort of go with the herd there. So there is this strong financial incentive for content creators to not just replicate the opinions other people hold, but to take a slightly more extreme take on them. And we will make money out of doing so. And that's something that people need to keep in mind. The key thing to look for is fake interest in the experience of casual players. That is the key thing I think that will tell you. Like if someone says that the temple changes that were made, that this is the end of the league for 99% of the player base, that's just not true, because it's taking away aspirational content that a casual player was never going to get to anyway. So it's an exaggeration. It's what they genuinely think, except applied, instead of being applied to maybe the 20% of the top 20% of the player base, excluding the top 1 or 2%, it's sort of extending that out to the very bottom of the player base as well. That ends up just being an exaggeration and not true. So yeah, that's the sort of thing that I think people need to be aware of. And also look for things that are designed to make you angry and that are designed to make you not log into the game. Because that's something that, again, will make content creator more money if you watch a second video instead of logging into the game.
Very interesting. Yeah, no, that whole point was very appreciated. I feel like you didn't have to look very hard to see sort of like dramatized, or I'm not sure if that's the appropriate word, but very dramatic takes about the issues at hand with the temple. There was a lot of concern about the casual player base. And yeah, so no, I thought it was super interesting to like hear you talk about that and sort of like raise awareness about the rage and clickbait stuff that happens whenever issues start to become really prevalent. So yeah, thank you for sort of sharing light on that.
Yeah, because the people who lost out of hotfixes 12, 13, and 14, 12 and 13, they were what you would term PoE's middle and upper middle class. They were not the people who were below that.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree. Just one more sort of like, actually, let's just move right into more Path of Exile stuff, as this sort of like is the perfect segue for that. So you said earlier on in our conversation that after basically playing like Diablo 3 and it not hitting the spot for you, I think you mentioned something about the real money auction house and whatnot. So you moved into Path of Exile, and you said that in terms of like your games, the games that have lasted or have left a lasting impression on you, Path of Exile has basically had like the longest longevity, or one of the longest pieces of longevity. What about Path of Exile, if any, or if you can distill this, has created this sense of longevity for you that's made it one of the games you've played for the longest?
Yeah, I think it is the fact that for a long period of time, it's never gone into the pay to cheat space. I do consider Path of Exile a box price game because although you have a generous free trial, you will need to buy stash tabs at some point. But it's the fact that it's never gone into that space of chasing the credit card cheaters.
I got you. I think for me, as someone who's a brand new player, I guess not brand new anymore after about a year's time, I fell in love with the gameplay of Path of Exile 2, but I also fell in love with Grinding Gear Games as a company because they have this sort of like really in touch with the player base reputation. The value at which like the game provides to the player has always been something that I've been actually like very astonished about. Like just the small things, man. Like just even having, when I logged into PoE 1 for the first time after playing PoE 2, all my stash tabs were there. And that felt like a very unique thing to GGG that you wouldn't really see in very many other game developers. And so like, yeah, man, it was just like it was really cool to see not only like play a game that was super fun and enjoyable, but also the company behind it was also like something that I wanted to support because of all these really great little decisions that have kind of built up into them having this like pretty excellent reputation overall.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's really noticeable there is that they have a business model that is quite different, even to other games that can look superficially similar. And you see with other games, they will generally have this approach where either they want you to buy the box and then they don't care about you anymore. They've already got what they want out of you. And like an example of this that's done in a good way would be either Dyson Sphere Program or Expedition 33. Like you're not an ongoing customer to them at that point, but they don't then come around and mess with you. With Grinding Gear Games, the approach is quite different. They want to cultivate perhaps a few % of the player base that are actual super fans of the game and that will then both evangelize about the game to other people, but will also spend a lot on just completely discretionary stuff like MTX packs and the like. And that's where they make their money. So essentially, they make their money by making their already enfranchised fans happier, which is quite different to, say, Sandfall, where they make their money by convincing someone that's not bought the game to try it. And so that's quite different. It does cause some issues, though, in that it does run the risk of giving a degree of veto power over the game's direction to the more enfranchised sections of the player base. And that's something that's important. Like it can have a bunch of negative consequences at times because sometimes Grinding Gear Games want to make a change for the long-term good of the game that in the short-term players don't like, and that can be something that's difficult for them to get through. Whereas in other games, they have different financial situations entirely.
Absolutely. When I bought the game, when I bought Path of Exile 2 Early Access, it was just like a very cool thing that Grinding Your Games gave you the amount of in-game currency, like as a basically on top of a game that I've already spent almost 2,000 hours in already for $30. And so that was just like excuse me, like I can't believe this, and now I have 2 quad tabs to go with all of these hours that I've spent in the game. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that like they do really cultivate this audience of players that love the game and love the company and want to support financially and buy. I haven't personally bought the $500 supporter pack, but I'm like slowly leveling up my my tier so I can get the art book, because that art book is badass and I really, really want it. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that for sure.
Yeah, and it's, as I say, it is quite different to a lot of other games. It does sort of change the way that they design things.
Yeah, it stands out even more because I guess we find ourselves in an era right now where a lot of bigger game companies are very like they're very forward with like purchases, like microtransactions. Like you look at any modern day game, there's a battle pass. There are some sort of like pay for convenience factors. I think in an ecosystem right now where like there are, generally speaking, there's a majority that lean towards like microtransactions for like pay to convenience or pay to win, or like just shady stuff, the dark pattern stuff, that Chris Wilson has been talking about in some of his recent videos. Like it kind of makes GGG even shine even more in this ecosystem currently.
Yeah, as soon as they start talking about pay for convenience, you want to be very careful of that, because pay for convenience without limits. I think there's a bit of a difference when it's the equivalent of just buying a box price like Path of Exile 1 or 2, where you basically need to buy a certain amount of stash tabs for the game to work well. Not necessarily early on, but definitely by the time you're at endgame, you need to have some stash tabs beyond the baseline. But when you've got this pay for convenience, that ends up being something that is really, really transformative to the way the game gets designed. And especially, I think the worst example of this is when you start getting some of the softer versions of paid cheating. This was when Dungeons and Dragons Online, when I went from loving that game to starting to not love it anymore, was when they started introducing stuff like quite substantial percentage XP potions. And the way that they work in that game, it's a real money purchase, and it would be 6 hours of plus 30% XP with the original release, and then later they added 50% XP ones on top of that. And what this ends up creating is an incentive for the developers to lower XP across the rest of the game everywhere. So they work out how much XP gain is the most fun for the systems that we've got in the game that involve XP. Then they provide you that minus the XP potion. That's the amount that they will award you for content, because they want the most fun experience to be restricted to people who are paying the XP potion every 6 hours. And that's this sort of really pernicious thing that comes up. As soon as there's a pay to cheat element in a game now, I tend to be looking elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that is a lot more common in places like the East, in Asia, where like that's kind of part of the like ecosystem of like online games. But for myself, I'm the exact same way. I really enjoyed like playing Lost Ark when it came out, as someone who enjoys action RPGs and MMOs as well. But as soon as I sort of hit the wall where it was kind of like, oh, you need to pay for a lot of these extra things, and there were just like significant advantages for like purchasing things, it just throws you off, man. And it sucks to hear that. Like it sounds like, from what I understand about Dungeons and Dragons Online, that wasn't a thing for a while, and so you were enjoying the game the way like the XP curve and whatnot, and then they sort of like slowly introduce these things over time, which is like kind of like a rug pull for you in a sense, because it really just kind of ruined the game.
Yeah, I'll mention exactly how they did it in that game, because it's really interesting. You can see how multiple systems develop over time. So the game launched, I started playing it, judging by, I was living with my ex at the time, so that means it was either 06 or 07. I started playing it, let's say it's the start of 07, and at that point the game is very much a World of Warcraft style box price plus subscription, but usually the box price is waived. So normally it's just a subscription fee for the game, and there's semi-regular patches, and then it's, you know, there's a substantial player base. It's at least enough to keep going. Then they change it by introducing an MTX store, but initially the MTX store is not particularly egregious. It has a couple of things that are softly in the pay to cheat space, but they're consumables you can get in game. Just you can get more of them this way. I feel like the equivalent would be, I'm just trying to think in Path of Exile 2 terms, probably not. Imagine Divine Orbs you could only apply to your own items. So you couldn't trade them to other players. It'd be sort of like that. And you'd be able to buy these from the store, but you could also get them in game, so it seems like it's all fine. And then over time, they start putting more and more precious consumables into the game store, and they start allowing you to trade more and more things. And you can, like, at some point, it just cracked. I think it was when they started putting the second top tier of raid tomes into the store that one I was like, nah, this is the end for me. And it's why, like, often people will say slippery slopes are a fallacy. No, slippery slopes are real. This was an example of it.
Interesting. Yeah, that is very unfortunate, especially because it sounded like you were really passionate about this game for a really long time, and so like you're probably like, oh, what are these little things coming into the game? Oh no, there's more of them now and more of them now, and then it was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and then it was like, well, I can't play this, I can't support this game anymore. Like it sucks, and I can, I'm trying to empathize with this even more. Like I'm imagining if this happened to like Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2, it would be like heartbreaking. You know what I mean? Like, this love and this passion for this game that's so awesome was just like completely tossed out the window because of like these shady kind of dark pattern development decisions.
Yeah. And like there's a couple of things that have been, that Greater Gear Games know there's a line and they haven't crossed it because I think they've worked out that their competitive strength in today's sort of world of games, their key selling point, their unique selling point is integrity.
And that stands out. So going back to more Path of Exile 2 questions, in your like time that you've spent in the last, I guess 8 years or so, has there been like a favorite or notable point in Path of Exile like 1's development that really stand out to you, like a favorite league, for example, or a favorite update?
I think most people are very partial to the first league that they go from being a bad player to being a reasonable player in. So that would be, even though I didn't think that much of the league mechanic, it would probably be Parandus in Path of Exile 1. And so I feel like that might have been 2.3 from memory or something like that. That was the first time that I went from being, the sort of player that was doubling around in white tier maps at most to downing Atzari, to downing the 4th Labyrinth, all the end game content that I hadn't been able to beat before.
That's super cool. Alongside that, I know you're very like data driven and you appreciate interactions and mechanics. Was there anything that you sort of discovered in your years of Path of Exile in terms of like tech mechanics or interactions that have like really stood out to you as being like, oh, like this is like one of my favorite things that I've like discovered or seen? This is a tough one.
On this one. It's, yeah, I feel like there's been a couple of projects I've sort of led to try and work things out. I reckon it might be cracking how Path of Exile 2 Val Orbs worked. That might have been one of the bigger ones. So there were a bunch of us that were sitting in a Discord trying to work out exactly what Val Orbs were capable of doing in Path of Exile 2. And the real point at which we solved it was when I noticed Calm's Heart. That every corrupted Calm's Heart, the amount of life that it gave was always a multiple of 10. And that was the point at which we worked out exactly what they did.
That's amazing. I love that. Especially as someone who's based my whole identity off of a Val Lord, because I just think they're just such a fantastic item. It's such a fun item in the game. Yeah, that's super duper cool. So speaking about Path of Exile 2, just generally speaking, how did you sort of feel about Path of Exile 2 as it was becoming developed? Because as someone who's been playing Path of Exile 1 for a long time, there's sort of this opinion that I see floating around where it was like, you know, up to a certain point, the development of Path of Exile 2 was just supposed to be like sort of like an expansion for PoE 1 until it became too grandiose for its own good and became its own second game. So what were your thoughts sort of like leading up to the release of Path of Exile 2 as a Path of Exile 1 enjoyer?
Right, so the timeline here, just for people to know, 2018, ExileCon 1, they announced Path of Exile 2, which we were expecting to be Path of Exile 1 4.0's announcement. And they announced Path of Exile 2, they gave some early footage. ExileCon 2022, they gave a lot more on Path of Exile 2 and said that that was when they clarified that it was going to be a separate game entirely. So from 2018 to 2022, we thought that it was going to be, I think the slogan was 2 campaigns, 1 end game. And then that was the change. So 2018, I thought this was looking really good. I was actually at ExileCon 1. And I thought, oh yeah, this is looking like it's going to be fantastic. A whole lot of the early design decisions that Path of Exile 1 had been locked into were being able to be reconsidered. So I was really looking forward to that. Then along come a couple of controversial patches in Path of Exile 1. And I think the main one here was patch 3.15. 3.15 contained a lot of major nerfs to support gems. And I think the initial launch of 3.15, which didn't stay for very long. Like a few days later, they partially reverted some of this. I think what they were going for was a situation where you might willingly decide not to socket a support gem when you had the capacity to do so sometimes, which in Path of Exile 1 would be complete and utter anathema. Now, Path of Exile 2, this felt like it was going to be the case, except they put in those mastery support gems. And so if you don't have anything else to use, and sometimes even if you do, the masteries just don't really have any downside to using them. So chances are you'll use one of them and just get +1 gem level. But in Path of Exile 1, support gems give a lot more power than they do in 2. So 3.15 comes along and decreases the amount of power each support gem gives. And at that point, I start thinking, I wonder whether they're trying to have this situation where in Path of Exile 2, it's not always the right choice to do what would always be the right choice in Path of Exile 1 and have maximum links on specific gems when you're able to meet the opportunity cost of them. And I wonder if they're reassessing a bunch of fundamental design decisions that they made in Path of Exile 1. And then eventually they come along and they split the games up. And I started thinking at that point, well, that's really good because this means that they can have Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 can be like Path of Exile 2 is not prisoner to some of the design mistakes that were made early in Path of Exile 1. And so I like the idea that they would split the two in the end.
Okay, got it. So when you got your hands on Path of Exile 2, what were your sort of like first general thoughts about the game? And I have to ask this. So after getting, a year in on PoE 2 and quite a few years on PoE 1, where do you stand in terms of which game you prefer at this very moment and why?
Okay, out of the two games, I prefer one I think I prefer one lightly. I think one just has a better end game at the moment. But 2 has so much potential once they can iron a few things out and just once it's had 15 buff and nerf passes so that it feels like every class has a reason to exist, every weapon type has a reason to exist, and most skills have a reason to exist. I feel like at the moment, Path of Exile 1 has just had that more than 15 buff and nerf cycles more than Path of Exile 2 has. So they've been able to fix a lot of outliers like that. There are still outliers in 1, but they generally don't last all that long when they come up. Exception, of course, of being Trickster, which took a long time to get addressed, but has been now. And then Path of Exile 2, I like the moment-to-moment gameplay in the campaign is the best part of the game. Path of Exile 1, I think the campaign is terrible now. And honestly, Path of Exile 2 makes it hard to go back to Path of Exile 1. The campaign in 1 is so easy that it just feels patronizing at times. And you're sort of half asleep, but then because you're half asleep, you make mistakes and they set you back. And yeah, Path of Exile 1, not very engaging in the campaign. The end game, though, Path of Exile 1 has this fantastic bit that 2 can't match yet, and that's that period where you're unlocking your Alice. I think that's the best part in Path of Exile 1 at the moment, is when you go from, your first map to having like 100 Atlas bonus. You're constantly making meaningful progress, and just things keep feeling better as you're going.
Yeah, that's, I think, a really big reason why it's hard for players to get into Path of Exile 1 is because the way that new players enjoy or experience the game for the first time is like the weakest part of the game. So, of course, there's lots of like learning, and there's a lot of things that are kind of overwhelming a little bit in Path of Exile 1 as well. But it is that first impression that is not the strongest suit, where they've really got it right in Path of Exile 2, in my opinion, where like, man, the campaign kind of like grabs you by the balls, man. Like I remember like playing and fighting Geonor for the first time and just like saying to myself, holy shit, this whole fight, this whole like setup is amazing. It was kind of like it really just like showcased what they were trying to create with Path of Exile 2 in the campaign. And it is very, very strong for sure.
I think they do miss a bit with Acts 2 and 3. I think Acts 1 and 4 are spectacular. Acts 2 is my least favorite. I know a lot of people prefer it to 3, but Act 2 I feel is way too much. Find the correct NPC to talk to in town right now, and then only then can you progress to the next thing. There's way too much of that. Way too many trips to that desert table, that planning table in the center, and that's just messy. Act 3 is quite a bit like. Act 3 is too homogenous in parts, and there's a couple of zones that I think could be trimmed down. Funny one is that people often raise Madeline Waterways as an example. I don't mind that zone at all now. I think they've got that into a perfect spot, but it's actually one of my high points in an Act 3 run. The rest of it is much worse, I think. Yeah, so there's a few thoughts I've got on it, but I feel like if Act 3 were trimmed down a bit more in a couple of places, if there was a vendor on the 400 BC side in the Vaal land, a well, and if Sin was there, like that would just make things so much better.
I can't believe they haven't added that in yet, dude. It was like something that I noticed in like a 0.1 where like you go through into the, Utsal area and back in time. And that area can be pretty hard, especially on the first playthrough. And so I found myself, especially in hardcore, having to go back to the Zagrat encampment and recharge my flash charges. The well is a whole other topic of conversation. I mean, I know you have very strong opinions about the well. I'm on your side when it comes to that. It just feels unnecessary. And then to have to go back to the temple and then go through the portal just to click on the well. It's like, oh my God, you guys are killing me right now. Like, just give us it.
Yeah, it just feels like the worst type of gotcha. It's like you go back to town, you forget to hit the well, you get back, and you're like, oh my God, I did that again. It just feels like it's one of those moments where a developer has said, ha ha, you didn't do the silly thing, you didn't press the right code or whatever.
It's like Nelson from Simpsons just laughing at you when you did something stupid. Yeah. And it's bad, especially as a hardcore player too, because you're trying to optimize your defenses as much as possible. And so like you're upgrading your flasks, you're putting on the right charges based on the boss that you're fighting. You're fighting Viper, for instance. You want to make sure you have your poison charm on and stuff like that. But then you forget to click the freaking well and you go into the boss fight and you don't have any charge flask or charges on your flask or your charges on your charms. It's like, man, yeah, I could definitely live in a world where the well just doesn't exist anymore. Please give it to us.
Yeah, it adds nothing to the game.
Yeah. But I do think, to your point about Act 3, I personally don't like Act 3 as much as 2 at the moment. And I think it's just because there is this section of Act 3, and I know you mentioned that you don't you like the waterways, especially after like the reduction in size. It feels decent, but I think it's the combination of the waterways and the sunken city into the Apex of Filth into the Sun Temple. Like all 4 of those zones are not like the best zones, especially like the Sun Temple and the waterways for me. And so it just feels like you're like going back to back to back to back, like shitty zones, basically. Whereas I think with Act 2, there's more of like a larger area and then a smaller area and then a larger area and then a smaller area. It kind of feels a little bit more balanced, kind of the way that like Act 1 feels. The same with Act 4 for me as well. You mentioned the talking to NPCs. There's a thing, I don't know if you've experienced this with Act 4 as well, where like you'll kill a boss and then you'll have to wait for one of the NPCs to kind of either come out of a cage or the hooded one to spawn after a boss. And that part of it, I really don't enjoy, just because like, you know, you kill the boss, it should be like the end of the quest. And so it results in a lot of backtracking. Sometimes you got to go back to a certain area in Act 4 because you forgot to like click on the dude in the bird's nest or free the guy from the cage and stuff. So frustrating for sure for me.
Yeah. There's a bunch of those little things. The thing that I will defend the Sun Temple Zone just as it's another the spectacle that I don't mind its bad layout. Like, it is genuinely a terrible layout, but the zone is just spectacular and different. So I like it for the variety.
Yeah, that's fair. It is very unique. It is one of those unique zones, and like, you know, credit where credit's due with GGG. They've created a bunch of unique zones within the game that have left a standout impression overall in the campaign. Like for me, some of my favorite moments when I played through the first time were like getting on the Dreadnought Vanguard, like rolling up with a Sala and being like, "Oh shit, we're actually like going on the caravan that we've been chasing this whole time through Act 2." So maybe that's kind of maybe why I like Act 2 a lot, is because you're kind of like you end up fighting the final boss on this caravan that you kind of been like chasing, which is interesting. Act 4, the prison area with the water splashing through it, I mean, that's a pain in the ass, but at the same time, it's like that is so badass as well. Like the way that they've interacted with it.
That zone just, again, it's a spectacle. It's not a good zone, and if you were to just assess it minus the visual effects, you would say this is a bad zone. It's like Cell's map in Path of Exile 1, but in the context, it's really just well done.
Absolutely. I'm actually surprised that they didn't make a prison map layout, because most of these other zones, I guess not most of them actually, Sun Temple is one that they did convert into an endgame layout, but the Dreadnought Vanguard, they decided to not incorporate that into the endgame, and the prison as well, interestingly enough. So it's funny, some of these spectacle maps we get in the endgame and some of them we don't get. Yeah, it's something interesting to note.
Yeah, I think the performance might be the issue with the Dreadnought Vanguard. And that may actually be the reason for the prison as well, that the performance in some of these zones is just, it's degraded, but you can get away with it because in the campaign there's less enemies around, there's less particle effects being thrown by players. Could you imagine, for instance, if you're firing off oil grenades in the Dreadnought with an endgame character's ability to fire off oil grenades?
Yeah, there's just so much fire everywhere. You get to those mounds of bodies on fire. More fire. Speaking more about the endgame, so we were obviously promised endgame changes for 0.4 that were kind of pushed to 0.5. I wanted to get your perspective right now on how you feel about the current endgame and its state right now in 0.4, and what are you potentially looking for in the endgame rework for 0.5?
Okay, so let's start with, I want to start by addressing the earlier incarnations of the endgame, because I was thinking about this recently and I thought, you know what I think they should have done with the day one launch of Path of Exile 2? I think they should have had a level cap of 90, a map cap of tier 10, and just seen how things went with that mindset in 0.10 and then use that to inform future decisions. And I think that might have ended up with them not, like, with a bunch of less mistakes having been made. All that said, I think that the current state of endgame, and really this is the 0.31 endgame, but I think they've got it in a serviceable but not spectacular state at the moment. And I think if they hadn't promised more in 0.40 and then ended up having to retract that because they couldn't deliver, I think that this might have been received a bit better than it was. Because the core of the end game at the moment, it's all right. I don't like the abrogating of what do you call it, tablet rolling to rare. I think that's sort of a bit just, it's the wrong, because it's something you can bypass economically so easily. I don't think it's the right thing to have there. But otherwise, I think generally we're in a reasonable state now. It's not a great one. What do I want in 0.50? I want the thing I would do, if I was making one change, I would allow players to select a favorite, for each of the 5 different biomes, select a favorite map layout. And then I would add in something that you might call terramorphic expanse. And this is just a land area that matches your favorite for that zone. So if you've picked grasslands for a particular area, for a particular biome, then everything in that area becomes a grasslands. Every terramorphic expanse of that type becomes a grasslands. I think that would allow a whole bunch of additional targeting of particular tile sets, but not going to the extent you can do in Path of Exile 1. So you still have some variety in optimized endgame play.
I really like that idea. And it would be cool if they sort of complemented that with like more reasons to go into these like areas. Like I think they have sort of these sort of interesting things happen where you're searching for specific parts of the atlas for specific reasons. Like for instance, right now I'm just purely going for XP. And so like the way that I'm going about that is hunting for corrupted zones because they have the chance to give the +1 monster level and the XP maps. And I like that. And I like that there's also reasons to do the cleansed areas if you want more, rarity and fracturing orbs and stuff like that. And so I think that, complementary to like the ability to favorite a particular biome alongside a reason to go to that biome would be spectacular. Having played not too much of the end game in Path of Exile 1, I actually just played 3.27, which is the first time I've ever like actually gotten far. I got to tier 15 maps, and I really, really enjoyed my time in the end game in Path of Exile 1. I thought it was fantastic. Specifically, the way that you progress through the Atlas in terms of like the unlocking of points, it made me think, wow, like this is so much better than the way that like the corrupted Nexus system works. Do you think that like right now the corrupted Nexus system is the way they should go about it? Or would you be more of a fan of a new system, maybe exploring the Atlas and doing it via map completion or boss kills? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think they've got it in a serviceable but not great situation. But the biggest problem we've got at the moment in PoE 2 is that just the Atlas tree is not very exciting and not very big. There's a number of mathematically correct nodes to take on it. Then there's just not very many interesting points that feel discretionary. Whereas Path of Exile 1, there are some points that are mathematically correct to take. But then after that, there's just a lot of flexibility to go, okay, I can pick a mechanic and I can really spec heavily into that mechanic. And then I can do a bunch of other things on the side as well. So Path of Exile 2, just doesn't have enough points yet on the Atlas. It doesn't have a large enough Atlas yet for that to be the thing. As for the corrupted nexuses being the unlock, I feel they're maybe a little bit too coarse. So in Path of Exile 1, it's very granular. It's like you get 1 point something like 125 different times. In Path of Exile 2, you get 5 points on 8 occasions. And so there's only 8 events you're working towards. I don't think that's enough.
Precisely. And it doesn't really complement like the exploratory aspect of the end, like the Infinite Atlas either. I really like I really like the idea of potentially having them rework it, add more, and this could be totally something that is coming in 0.5 and we just don't know it yet, but having a bigger Atlas tree, endgame Atlas tree, and sort of allowing us to do it in a more, as you mentioned, granular progression approach. Because then we're actually like encouraged to like search out these different biomes and these different maps and kill these different bosses, even when sometimes it's unfavorable. Like I'm going to skip Sun Temple as much as humanly possible in the end game because I hate that map. But if I have to go there and kill the boss one time for the Atlas progression point, I'll go and do it. And it may help me enjoy the map a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think that the single biggest improvement that they made, though, to the Atlas in Path of Exile 2 so far was when they went to the very worst of the maps and they just put more density in them.
Yes, I agree. It was kind of like they only have these specific layouts. How do we change them to be better? And it was just like more monsters, more and more rare packs, basically. Didn't change the fact that Augury still is not the greatest time to run around in. So I wanted to.
But Augury is now Augury is not a map that I dread, whereas before that, Augury was like, oh my god.
True.
Even with the toucan in the middle of it, I still can't bring myself to run this map.
I actually have to look out for that now because I didn't realize that there was a toucan in the middle. So after I kill the Chimera, I'm gonna keep my eye out for you and see that.
So it's the Augury map also has a flavor text that's like I think they look to the birds to see what even fools can see or something like that. Everything about it is like this is about some Val sect that are worshipping a toucan for divination purposes.
That is amazing. I love how like in touch they are with this. This is fantastic. I feel like I've learned a piece of history through this conversation. So there's a opinion that I've seen floating around. I don't know if you'd classify this as rage bait or clickbait, but I've definitely seen some videos about this as well, talking about the current cadence for GGG, the 2-month cadence between patches for Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Want to get your perspective on if you think this is working well for them in this current cadence, or if you think this is a little bit too ambitious for them to pull off not only quality leagues for Path of Exile 1, but also continually develop Path of Exile 2.
So firstly, I don't think this is rage bait, even though it's not an opinion I agree with. I think it's sincerely held by the people that are advocating it. But the reason I don't think this is the case is that Groningen Games have a financial inflow cadence as well. And essentially, each of the 2 games can support a certain number of developers that are working for the company. So there's this thing where Groningen Games having a bunch of people working on PoE 1 brings in money that then means that they can employ people to work on 1 and 2. PoE 2 development work that they do for that brings in money that they can then use to develop both games. I think that the key thing, and Jonathan's mentioned they've worked on this already, is that they wanted to get some better project managers in, so that they could have more of a clear understanding of what they can achieve and what they can't achieve. And I guess having worked in a sort of adjacent field to that of lease transitions for aircraft previously, you got a sense as to just how big a job it is, the sort of project management and reporting that was going on all the time there, where, you know, you might have, people probably don't know that much about aircraft, but the non-emergency maintenance is generally summarized in a document called the MPD by the manufacturers of the plane. And this might have 3,000 maintenance tasks, and you would have to then go and work out, you'd have to verify that every one of these has been done appropriately and that there's a plan in place for the ones that need to be done during the lease transition. So you would then be auditing all of those. This would be a job that take one person a week or so. You'd be auditing them, going through all of the historic records, and then you'd just be going yes, no, da 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 da, and you'd come up with a list of what needed to be done at the end of the lease transition. And so this is the sort of project management side of things, where you're breaking a big task down into a lot of small ones, and you're making sure someone's doing them even though you're not doing them yourself. That's the side I think that Groningen Games had been behind on, and they have said that they've brought in people with a project management background to help with that. And that, I think, is the solution, rather than, you know, reducing the release cadence, at which point you're going to end up with a couple of problems. Firstly, if you reduce the release cadence, then you have a situation where streamers are going to be less capable of being loyal to the game. What's Groningen Games' entire marketing strategy at the moment? It's related to streamers. So that would mean they would then need to lay off developers to pay for other sorts of marketing. They don't want to do that for some funny reason, and so that's not what they're doing. There's a whole lot of other things problems that would cause. So yeah, I don't think that changing the release cadence would work, but I also think that they need to potentially be willing to have less ambitious leagues sometimes in Path of Exile 1 in the short term. Less ambitious doesn't mean bad. Like, the original Breach was a popular league, and it was a not very ambitious league.
Interesting. How has it been for you? Just like personally speaking, now having basically a Path of Exile variant to play every like 2 months now. Like, how are you feeling about all that?
So it's a godsend in a way, but it's also messy at the same time. So like, this would be the case for anyone that does streaming or content creation full time. You have this thing where you have 1 month that's good, 1 month that's terrible, and they alternate. And it's a lot better than when it was unreliable. Like, I think a lot of streamers were sort of on the threshold of maybe quitting during the period where it was 3.25 PoE1 for ages, and there was just nothing else really happening. Then Path of Exile 2 comes along, The launch period's fantastic, and Grinding Gear Games did the supporter streamer promos, which were an absolute godsend for us. Like, I don't think that's apparent to people outside the industry just how substantial that is. And so you have those sorts of things that are going on. You sort of got to deal with it. It becomes, the reliability is important. I would like to know their target date for 328 now. I would say that. I would like to know that more than 3 weeks out, because it would mean that I could make certain plans. Like, if the earliest they could release 328, and I don't think they're going to do this, but one sec, I'm just going to bring up a calendar to check this. So the earliest they could release 328 is February the 6th. I don't think they're going to even try and make that date. I think they're going to go for either the 13th, the 20th, or the 27th. And probably actually the 20th or 27th. But if they were to go for the 6th, then that means that at some point in the next 2 weeks, they're just going to drop the release date. And then suddenly I'm like, that puts me in a spot where it's kind of hard for me to go on a holiday the week after next. That's one of the things that's messy when you do content creation. Like, you've got to be anticipating things like that happening.
Absolutely. No, it's a good thing to highlight, because I'm even falling into this as somebody who's not a full-time content creator, but somebody who is into obviously streaming and making content when I can. And I'm planning my life around Path of Exile leagues. And so I could only imagine, as somebody who's doing it full-time, playing both games and covering both games, that it's just like, there aren't many times where you get like the chance to breathe really now, because it really does feel like, wow, we're going from like 0.4, we got the bear, or we got the talisman, we got the druid, we got the temple clusterfuck, and then all of a sudden it's going to be 3.28, and then it's going to be a whole next slew of videos and potential issues and things maybe. So yeah, it just seems like almost very hectic, especially for full-time content creators.
Yeah, and the other thing that's hectic is that I never, because there's starting to be a bit of a divergence in direction between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. There is a small but vocal section of the Path of Exile 1 player base that loathes Path of Exile 2. They've tried it, it's not for them, they know they don't want to play it anymore, and that's fine. But that becomes very difficult for content creators, because it means that those people tune out during PoE 2 peak season. But then when you jump back into PoE 1 peak season, they're going to want to pay attention again, and you've got to then sort of get them back paying attention again. I considered splitting channels at one point and have decided not to do it for now, but I may have to. It's something I just keep monitoring. That's something else that's not that apparent. Splitting channels is quite difficult to do on, setting up another YouTube channel requires getting 4,000 watch hours, and that's not a small amount.
That was actually going to be exactly my follow-up question, was just that particular slice of the PoE 1 community that just, for whatever reason, PoE 2 has just hurt them for some reason. They will never like this game. They will never play this game. Do you find yourself seeing a lot of that particular interaction as somebody who has been covering and playing Path of Exile 1 specifically for quite a long time on your channel and your content?
Yeah, I mean, like, people are going to have different opinions to each other, and people are going to have different tastes. So there is a strong overlap between the two games, in a way that, like, there's not a strong overlap between Path of Exile 1's fan base and what's something quite divergent, Minecraft's fan base. Like, these are two very different games. So you wouldn't have a channel that had both of those on it, but you can for Path of Exile 1 and 2 because they're so similar. But there is definitely a section that are like PoE 2 snooze, or there's also a section of PoE 2 players that have tried PoE 1 and have just not liked it either. So yeah, I did a poll at one point, and I think of my viewers at the time, 60% played both games, 20% PoE 1 exclusively, 20% PoE 2 exclusively. And had it been less than a majority that were playing both games, and especially if it ceases to be a plurality playing both games, then at that point I'll have to set up a second channel.
That's actually a really smart idea, kind of seeing where your audience lies. It's really cool that YouTube offers just the ability to kind of just like poll our communities on like anything that we want to gather information and kind of help you sort of decide like what to do moving forward. Because I can definitely see that thought process being really rough because you've spent all this time, 8 years building up this channel, and then now you have to like potentially start a new one because of an outlook from, you know, a portion of your community for a different game. It's just like, oh, like it's not.
You do have a huge advantage. You do have a huge advantage setting up a second channel from that perspective. I needed luck to get my first channel off the ground, and whereas now I only need effort. Whereas I needed luck and effort to get started originally.
That makes sense. That very much makes sense. Speaking about content creation, so as we wind down this conversation, which has been lovely, by the way, so I wanted to say thank you again for coming on today. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to chat with you. I want to see if you had any sort of big highlights throughout your 8 years as creating content. Some examples of this could be meeting a specific person, being at a specific event, anything of the like. What are some things that have happened to Sir Gog that are absolute highlights over the last content creation year?
The things that are so there's the funny moments, right? There's the funny moments like going into the gym at ridiculous hour in the morning, and someone comes up to me and goes, "Do I know you?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Are you into online gaming?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah." And it's like, "Yep, that's probably where I've run into people." The crazy thing is, it's happened twice in my own suburb, and only once or twice out in other places where someone that has encountered me in an entirely separate context. And what else have I had? I had one of my uni friends. We'd been sort of close friends, sort of all through the noughties and all through the tens, and like I'd gone to a wedding, sort of knew her family reasonably well. Her husband got into Path of Exile 1 at some point and came across my videos and mentioned to his wife, and she's like, yeah, she knew that I'd done content creation. So that was kind of funny. So just the times that you encounter someone in the rest of your life that has come across your content is kind of funny.
I feel like you would be unmistakable in real life. Like if I saw you at like the grocery store and you were rocking like the electric sweater and like you were just like going to grab like a can of food off the shelf, I'd be like, that is Sir Gog in the flesh, like immediately, you know what I mean? So you have like this like obviously very recognizable personality, but then the fit as well is something that I could definitely see people catching on to in the wild.
Yeah, the funny thing is that like until I was 35, I always wore black. And then I sort of realized, why is it that I'm always wearing black? And I didn't have an answer to that. And so I sort of went slightly far the other way.
Oh my God, dude, I'm 33 right now and I only wear black. So maybe by the time I hit 35, you might have to send me some shirts, man. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened though. I was when I was 33, so that's 10 years ago. I was working in a job where I would wear a white or black shirt and just your sort of stereotypical white collar office work attire. And then at some point I just realized that wasn't for me anymore. Even when I was out, I'd just be wearing a black shirt or a red shirt or a white shirt always.
I mean, things change with time, dude. Fashion changes with time. You're in your era now. You could end up going back to more muted, neutral colors down the road. But I'm not going to lie. I'm a big fan. I think it works for you. Absolutely. So I wanted to ask a question that I think is interesting, especially for you, because you have such like level-headed and reasonable takes. So I wanted to kind of like pry a bit and get this out of you. So do you have any like hot takes about PoE 1 or PoE 2 that people may not know about, or that may get you in trouble with your own community?
I haven't stayed quiet about this. I think that as much as I like asynchronous trade in Path of Exile 1 in particular, I think it's caused a lot of problems this league. And there's one of those things where grinding gear games have done something that players love, and it's going to really bite them later on. The reason I say this is that because asynchronous trade existed, a whole lot of items that used to be not your exhilarating drops, but your, oh yeah, cool, I'll grab another one of those. People can now just have a race to the bottom on the pricing of them, and they don't really feel like loot anymore. So things like Shaper Guardian maps, Elder Guardian maps, a whole lot of these sorts of end-game consumables that used to hold some value in bulk now don't. And there's one of those things that, yeah, I have said this before. It's not like it's something I've stayed quiet about. I think a lot of the reasons that people felt loot was bad this league, some of them in Path of Exile 1, some of them did relate to the league mechanic just obsoleting a lot of low and medium end equipable items. But at the same time, the league mechanic wasn't giving a bunch of these items, and they created in value as well. And I think that's going to cause a lot of problems for grinding your games, because what asynchronous trade has done in Path of Exile 1 as it has increased first mover economic advantage. And that was already really substantial if you got to maps on day one. Or not just got to maps on day one. If you got deep into red maps on day one, you already were far ahead of the league economy. That got worse with async, because you can just dump a whole bunch of stuff into a stash tab on sale, and then deal with the fact that you can then just bully other people out of the market because you've got so much more of it. At the same time, people love it because the buying experience is so much better. So I don't envy grinding your games trying to figure it out. The mistake they made there was not limiting it to 10 sales like it is on the currency exchange. And currency exchange, you can't bully other people out of the market because you can only have 10 listings.
Do you think it was a combination of the league mechanic as well? Like for me, I really loved the Genesis tree as playing an SSF because it just like enabled me to do things that would normally like require me to interact with a lot more like systems and mechanics. And so that maybe coupled with asynchronous trade being introduced in the same like patch may have caused more like problems than they anticipated. What are your thoughts?
So my initial thought was that, and then I went and looked into things that the Genesis tree doesn't provide, and that was when I came to the conclusion it was more than that, because the Genesis tree is very generous when it comes to providing what I would term day 3 gear. So I'm talking like 6 links with good stats, the sort of stuff that you might wear the first time you clear a tier 17 map. It's really, really good at producing those items, but it also just doesn't produce a lot of things that ended up also creating in value this league. It's quite stingy when it comes to unique items. Not that it gives you none of them, just that it is quite stingy on them. A bunch of things along those lines.
I got it. Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard so many people talk about like asynchronous trade, wanting it for so very long, and I feel like it was directly the reason why I stopped playing trade in the first place, was because I didn't enjoy the experience. I didn't enjoy the website. I didn't enjoy having people not respond to me, or
bad faith listings were really bad.
It was just there was a lot of friction, and I understand that like that was a cool part about it, but for me personally, it kind of turned me off of that particular way to play the game, and then I never looked back. And now, even though the main reason why I don't play the like trade league anymore is gone, I still have no interest in it anymore. I think I've just become a full SSF converted person. But yeah, it's interesting to hear that you think that like it did create some potential problems, along with obviously solving a lot of issues for people as well, user experience issues and stuff.
I will clarify though that I think that the real issue is that they allow you to list so many items. If you had to be picky about which items were listed, then the whole dump everything into a tab meta wouldn't be there, and therefore you wouldn't have as much of a race to the bottom that turns a lot of things from loot into humdrum drops. That's the real problem with it at the moment, I think. And there's my hot take, that I think a lot of people are listening to this and they're saying he is completely wrong, but I think it'll be really tested when 328 comes and we no longer have the Genesis tree, and so those day 3 rare items there'll probably be some way of making them with whatever 328's systems provide, so they'll be a bit better than what exists in standard on day 3 of a fresh start, but they'll be less extreme.
That is, unless they release some sort of new content that has not a Genesis tree, but another sort of league mechanic crafting tree of some kind. I think that will probably be pretty rare, but you never know. You never know what they're going to do in the next.
I think every time they've had a league where the league mechanic has condensed day 3 gear acquisition so that it is done basically trivially with the league mechanic, it's been a failure. Necropolis was another example. Necropolis was at the time the highest loot had ever been in Path of Exile 1, and as well as that, it was also the condensing of all the early days of crafting. That did really badly, and as much as people have fond memories of Harvest League did worst on every metric that I can think of from that year that it was from. And that was another one where if you were in the right trade Discord, Harvest League would sort of crunch down all of that item acquisition time. It would just, it just didn't end up working well. And so I think that they'll avoid doing anything that gets you straight from, like, I think they'll try and avoid anything that means that the first time you attempt a tier 16 map, you're already in gear that's good enough to do tier 17s. Because you mentioned you've only got to 15s. The jump from 16 to 17 is monumental. It's not the small leap that it is in Path of Exile 2 from 15 to 16. It's monumental.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I want to go back and play just on softcore SSF next league. I had this, I don't know why I do this. I feel like I'm just a masochist at this point, but I just can't. It's hard for me to enjoy Path of Exile without playing it with the stakes of, like, if I die, I have to restart. But it's especially in a game I'm so unfamiliar with, like Path of Exile 1. I know that there's like all these really amazing pinnacle fights, and I want to be able to experience them and get to them. So I'm excited to like hop into 3.28 and actually just like not have to worry about the death penalty so much and just play softcore SSF and like truly get to see at the end game. Because like, yeah, I got to T15 maps in SSF hardcore, but I never got to fight any of the pinnacles. I never got void stones and stuff, and so I feel like I've been missing out, and I got to put my ego aside and just enjoy the game in softcore for sure.
I think you'll find that PoE 1, like, there was a period where hardcore was the only hard mode available, and then there was a period where, and then solo self-found got added, but people found that like there was a big migration out of hardcore towards solo self-found among the people who wanted a harder game than the base game, but didn't necessarily want both of them at the same time. And one of the central things was that grinding gear games stopped really balancing around hardcore and started balancing around softcore. And so there were more and more surprise moments where you could just get splattered you weren't expecting.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that kind of leads into a whole other conversation that we don't have to get into today about like defenses and stuff like that. Just as sort of to briefly touch on it, you know, as I discovered PoE 1's defensive layers for the first time, truly in 3.27, it kind of made me realize how, I guess, unfinished the defensive, like I always call it the defensive lasagna is in PoE 2, because for the longest time it was just like, get your resistances up, get your defensive layers of choice up, preferably energy shield if possible, and then you're good to go. Whereas in PoE 1, it's like, oh, endurance charges give you damage reduction, and there's fortify, and there's all these other things that like kind of add to this really deep dish lasagna. And so I'm excited to see how complicated they go and Path of Exile 2. I really hope they add more though from PoE 1.
Yeah, I think they've made a decision in a couple of places. Like a lot of those things that you talk about were added as reactions to certain short-term needs the game had. So Fortify, for instance, they were trying to make melee appealing in Path of Exile 1. So like, okay, let's add a defensive layer only melee players can get. Then they provided ways for non-melee players to get it, and it became something that became a bit more expected on a lot of builds. And then they made it harder to get again, but like there's been a bunch of things along those lines where they want to reward a particular playstyle and they create a defensive layer to do so, and then people who are not playing that playstyle find a way to use it anyway. And then that means you end up with stat inflation on monsters, because once every player has Fortify 20, the only way to react to that is to give all the monsters 25% more damage so that you get the intended amount of player deaths. And so that's sort of one of the things that's been really complex. And the other thing in Path of Exile 1 is that the danger isn't base mob stats, it's map mods. and map mods scale really high in Path of Exile 1 as well. So there's just a lot of complexity that goes on there, where people can opt into danger without realizing they've opted into danger, and then you've got some tools that work for it, and they're more and less reliable in certain circumstances depending upon the ones you've got.
Yeah, the way that you kind of talk about how they have to adjust for like everyone having fortified 20 makes me think about like the way that they may not want to have to adjust for everybody to have more life in Path of Exile 2. As we sort of come to the conclusion here, I just wanted to see kind of what your thoughts were about like that particular issue. Having sort of the ability to scale life in Path of Exile, or not have it in Path of Exile 2 versus Path of Exile 1. Where is your stance on that? And do you think that they're actually going to add that into the passive tree at any point in time?
I tell you what I want to see. I want to see weak life nodes on the passive tree in Path of Exile 2. Ones that you take only to address an urgent problem, rather than ones that you feel you want to path to all the time, like the Path of Exile 1 ones. So Path of Exile 1, it is usually the case that a 5% life node is not worth taking unless it's an important pathing node, and a 6% life node is pretty solid. A 7% life node is great. I think on that basis, if there were a lot of 4% life nodes added in Path of Exile 2, if you had the same sort of balance shake-up, then that would be a good spot to be in. Now, we wouldn't get 4% because I think that'd be 2% in Path of Exile 2. If you wanted to create nodes that were kind of, you could take them, but you don't feel there's a strong pull to take them. The other thing is that Energy Shield support on the passive tree is too good. And monster damage has been balanced around those nodes being as good as they are as well. So yeah, it's tough to get that right, but that's why we need a lot more buff nerf cycles than we're getting at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know that they're going to like get that figured out. Absolutely. They have been so in favor of Energy Shield, and it seems like no matter how hard they try to nerf it or take away the recover we can get for it, it's just the way to go in order to like increase the max hit. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I think that would be great if life was just considered a global defense, because there are ways to scale global defenses that aren't on the passive tree necessarily, but through gear and through like campaign buffs and stuff like that. And that just might be enough to give you like maybe like less than 50%, maybe like 25 to 40% more life on a character that would actually make a significant difference. I'm obviously, I don't know if that would be like the solution or something like that, but it would be interesting to see if that would be just enough to make life feel better.
I think it's an interesting one. I think like, why not just give it a try for one league?
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. As a final closing question, something that I like to ask all guests on the podcast, what, if any, pieces of advice would you give to somebody just starting out, making content on YouTube, to help them progress on their journey based on all of the lessons that you've learned along the way?
Can I clarify, is this hypothetical person's goal to be YouTube focused or Twitch focused?
Let's go with YouTube focus, since I think that's kind of primarily your focus, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah, Twitch is very much a side thing for me. I would say, okay, you need to have a unique style you need to not be very similar to the people who are much bigger in the niche. And when I'm saying much bigger, I'm talking people that are bigger than me. So you need to be quite different in style from them. And at the same time, you're going to need to have something that is a unique pull to people finding your content, which can be quite hard to do because most people will start with build guides. Build guides are a tremendous amount of work to do well, and there's a lot of them that are bad. I think one of the things to do is look for questions that no one else is answering and put together a decent answer to them and post that publicly. That's the sort of thing that might get you an initial breakout. With YouTube specifically, you need to get your 4,000 watch hours will be the harder one, and 1,000 subscribers before you get agency over how many ads get shown. Before that, YouTube will put the maximum number of ads on, which is really disruptive. And so you will want to get that at some point, but that can sometimes take luck. I feel like the biggest thing with my story on YouTube is that going from 3,000 subscribers to 55,000 subscribers was work. Going from 0 to 3,000 was luck.
Interesting. And why do you think it was luck that got you from like 0 to 3,000 essentially? If you could elaborate on that a bit more.
Right, so I got there with a couple of videos around my pathway to getting a headhunter in patch 3.3, which was the first time I sort of ever got to the point that I was able to buy buy the highest value items in Path of Exile 1. And at that point, like, headhunter was maybe a quarter of a mirror. And I put together a guide that outlined my strategy at the time, which was basically running tier 14 maps and selling all my 15s and 16s, back when 15s and 16s were worth a bit in Path of Exile 1. And this guide may or may not have exploded. The reason it exploded was because it happened to be the first one that was put out that league, and it also, snippets of it got used by one of the aggregation channels, like one of the clips channels that were big at the time. And, you know, with my permission and all, it wasn't like they just ripped off a bit of the video or anything like that. But that meant that there were two things that were sending people to view it that I wasn't expecting. On top of that, like some of my smaller videos before then, I'd posted to Path of Exile subreddit, and they'd done okay out of that, but it wasn't anything substantial. But the key things that were lucky was just that no one else did a similar project before me. If someone else had, who didn't even need to be someone as big as Mathil at the time, if someone that was just a bit bigger than me at that point, Slippery Jim was his biggest back then. Anyways, if someone that had an established 10,000 subscribers back then had done a video like that and had come out before me, then mine would never have got started.
Wow. Okay. So it seems like it was a little bit luck, a little bit of like just like serendipity that it happened, that you were the guy to do the guide that no one had really done before, that ended up getting views. I kind of feel like that happened with me with my I don't know if you've seen this piece of content I made, but it was a Path of Exile 2 1,000-hour player trying PoE 1 for the first time, and it just felt like at the time that I made the video, it was a very unique perspective that I hadn't really seen before. Being that I come from like the influx of new Path of Exile players who had started playing PoE 2 first instead of PoE 1, and so I thought it would be like something that would be interesting for PoE 1 players to watch and be like, oh, like this is strange. Like this guy's never even played PoE 1 before. And so I think that also resulted in quite a bit of interest in this video, and alongside it being lucky that it was like the first one of its kind essentially as well.
Yeah, that's the key thing, is just being first and having something that's good enough. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be first in that scenario. And then the thing I've learned more recently is there is a time and a place for putting out a really good video, and there is sometimes the right thing to do is to just get something out quickly that's maybe not perfect. And knowing, like for instance, one of my most successful videos last year was the Temporalis duping exploit in Path of Exile 1, back in January of last year. I didn't know absolutely every step in reproducing that. I wouldn't have disclosed it if I did, but I had a vague sense of what was going on. And so I was able to point out some genuine evidence that there was a duplication problem that was going on, and tell people, yeah, this is the problem. I don't know, and be the first person to break the news. And that was a case of me working out at 3:20 in the morning that this duplication was happening, and then doing a bit of research into it and putting out a video that was like, okay, this has got to go out right now. I probably will know more about this in 24 hours time, but I've got to be now, otherwise it's not going to be, I won't be first. And so you sort of develop that intuition over time. When can you do something tomorrow? When can you do it? Or when you know more? When do you have to go right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think timing is very, very important. It's something, it's a bit of a lesson that I've sort of learned along my like very brief stint as a content creator over the last year. And yeah, I think that like you summed it up perfectly. I don't love like the feeling of having to push something out immediately, or else like timing will impact it. Like I don't love the stress of that, and so I'm trying to kind of formulate content that can work for me, especially being somebody who I think, and I talk about this with a lot of my smaller content creator friends. when it comes to like specific news content and stuff like that, I think that people will always go to something that comes out quickly, but also I think the name attached to who's making that video is a huge weight to it as well. So even if, for instance, I made something about the temporalis duplication thing in PoE1, that was before you, I think you would obviously get way more views on it, even if you did it a day later, just because of who you are versus me as well. So I think as smaller content creators, we kind of get not locked into specific types of content, but things that can exist and be pushed out, like regardless of the time, or maybe have a larger like gap in like time as well.
See, I think you would have had, if you got it out 3 hours before me on the temporalis duping, yours would have exploded instead of mine. But once I put something out, that absolutely obliterates the opportunity for anyone. I think I had like 45,000 subscribers at the time. That obliterates the opportunity for anyone who's substantially smaller than me, and really also sort of goes back in time like 15 or 20 minutes. And then the people who are bigger than me, again, like if Zizaran did a video on it, he could have probably put it out an hour or two later than me, and then started taking the momentum from me. There's this sort of sense where you have more flexibility the larger that you are, but also you have, like, it is more important to fact check as well and get things right, because it's really problematic to get things like, I'm not talking like getting a nuance wrong, but I'm talking getting things substantially wrong, which often happens when there's a really breaking story. You have something that is just very, very wrong in there. And I remember putting out a video in, when was this? I feel like this might have been 2021 in Path of Exile 1, where I'd done some research on a particular item, Shadow Stitch, which is a niche item in Path of Exile 1. No one really cares about it anymore, but it was a reasonable League starter chest back then. And I'd made a mistake in how you created it that was quite important, but that I'd fact-checked it and I believed I was right. And so that was something that was quite important to get fixed up when that came up.
Interesting. Yeah, I think
ended up pulling that and putting a revised version of the video out that had the factual correction in it.
Yeah, that stuff is super important, especially when you're like doing sort of news related things and making sure that you have all of the appropriate information in play, like correct, especially when you're doing it first as well. Like you could have some serious like negative implications if you like put something out, something's not correct. A lot of people watch it and then it kind of just like spreads through. And so, yeah, I could definitely see that being something of a point of concern as well.
Yeah, like in Path of Exile 1, basically no one understands Ignite proliferation very well in that game. And that's something that, when I say basically no one, it is well documented. The playbase does have the information, but people assume that Beric's Respite, which is a unique ring, I'm not talking about the 327 exclusive versions, I'm talking about the base version. It has text on it that allows your Ignites to spread, and it's different text to what exists on most other sources of of those modifiers, and people do not understand how they stack well, and that's just spread around that people think never use Beric's Respite on most builds, whereas actually it does something materially very different. It's very worth considering on a lot of builds, but yeah, this information has spread because a lot of people just have it wrong.
It's interesting that showcases sort of the power of Path of Exile 2 content creation. It is a wonderful game to make content for because there are so many nuanced things to talk about, mechanics, interactions, as you know, oh so very well. Like I think the limit is endless. If you wanted to, as you said, start off with something, you can move into a completely different topic. Interactions, skills, builds, all this type of stuff. And then the crazy part about Path of Exile that I never really thought about when I started making videos for it was just how this cadence allows, it's basically like a content creator's like wet dream essentially, because there's always new stuff to talk about. It's almost like, wow, like if I'm gonna make, initially it was like I want to make a video about this game because I love it so much. I didn't realize that it was like also going to be able to support new content, interesting content on such like a frequent basis as well.
Yeah, things change. And one of the other things that's really frustrating with that is that sometimes you have to audit your old videos for ones that are getting large amounts of views that are materially badly wrong now.
Yes.
The 100,000 view video that I think I've either I can't remember whether I unlisted it entirely or whether I just obliterated the thumbnail and title to say out of date now, do not use. But that's a 100,000 view video from a description of how the Atlas of Worlds worked back in patch 3.9 in Path of Exile 1.
Yep, I think that content can drastically change from patch to patch or even week to week in some cases. I thought it was pretty funny that like as the temple changes were happening in Path of Exile 2, it was like these videos were covering like basically every step of the way. I think you did a few videos on it as well, and like these videos became basically irrelevant due to new changes, essentially like within like 8 hours or 7 hours, and then another day later the temple situation has just changed. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. But yeah, anyway, I won't want to take up too much of your time. I know we're at like 2 hours, just over 2 hours. Yeah, did you have anything else that you wanted to talk about or cover before we wrap up today?
Oh, one more thing to add to what you were just saying then, that sometimes there's no game changes, but just theory crafting evolves too. And I'd like to give it as an example here would be Path of Exile 1. It's a build that doesn't really work anymore, but Hexblast Mines was something that the Korean language section of the player base worked out a way to make a, what you might term a B tier build out of the starter patch 3.20. And the build version that they put out was very different to the builds that would end up being an STS starter by patch 321. And what had happened was just iteration. People looked at the Korean versions, thought, oh yeah, this actually genuinely a solid build. But what if we get rid of their life stacking aspects and Rathpinth Globe and all that, and just change a bunch of things at once? And these iterations just kept getting better and better. And so the ability to make, well, actually, let me position this differently. The end of 320 Trickster Hexblast Mine builds that were very, very popular, they were able to be made on day one of 3.20, but no one thought to do them. And so there was just this evolution of the way the build was put together, and it took place over a period of a month or so. And at every point, the build guides from 2 weeks ago felt quite bad compared to what had been worked out since.
It's ever changing, man, and it's kind of a genius way to go about game design. It keeps you just constantly engaged with this game, man. And now I'm like we're in the cycle together, Sir Gog. I'm trapped in the cycle, man. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on today. Thank you so much again for coming through.
It's been fun.
Absolutely. Just at this point in time,
messed up at the start.
Hey, dude, no worries. I actually selfishly was like, oh, perfect. I had to grind a few more maps, and I will be playing more after the conversation's over anyway. So no hard feelings about that. Yeah, just at this time, we'd love for you to just shut yourself out for people who are living under a rock and who don't know you. Where can we find you, and what are you going to be working on in the future?
Right. So I guess my content on YouTube is probably 60% news, 30 to 40% strategy. And so that's on @SirGog is my YouTube handle. On Twitch, I tend to play a more chill, relaxed approach on Twitch and just sort of goof off a bit. I'm not on very often, but again, it's the same handle, SirGog. And yeah, that's basically where you'll find me.
Nice. Do you have any sort of plans for content in the next few weeks? Or are you kind of just going with the flow right now in terms of the news stuff?
I may end up putting together a build guide to the Witch Hunter specific variant of grenades, because I feel like there are a lot of grenade builds doing the loop in Path of Exile 2 at the moment, but the Witch Hunter is something that it's kind of cool. It's not something, it may not be quite as optimized as the Deadeye approaches, but it does well, and it's something that is a bit different, a bit of fun. So I may end up doing that.
That's cool. All right. Well, as always, guys, I will leave a link in the description to Sir Gog's YouTube, Twitch, and all that. I will be checking in on your Twitch channel. I want to see the shield wall build, if that's what you're going to cook up for the second Win League pop off. If you watch today on YouTube or on Twitch Live, I appreciate you guys watching. If you're watching the VOD on my YouTube channel, I appreciate that as well. Thank you guys so much for enjoying this episode and watching this episode, and we will see you in the next one. Peace out.
Catch you around.
All right, we did it, man. Thank you so much for today, man.
All good, mate. All good.
Any plans after today? What you're getting up to?
First thing I was going to do was check, which I've just done, is check whether there was been a hotfix 18 yet or not, which there has not been.
No.
Today is the hottest day we've had in ages in Melbourne, so I'm going to the beach later today, but that'll be probably closer to 6 or 7 tonight, and I might actually just take mostly day off from Path of Exile 2, partly because when the temperature is this hot, Path of Exile 2 runs pretty hot on a PC, and you end up, like on a 37°C day, 99 for those of you that are in the States watching this, the last thing you really want is an 800-watt heater that's active in your room.
Dude, I love it during the wintertime because my room gets like significantly warmer than the rest of the house. So I like go into my room like, oh shit, it's like a sauna in here. I need to like take off my sweater and stuff like that. I know exactly what you mean, but in the summer it's probably terrible.
It is an 800-watt heater when the game is running warm.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that sounds like a good day. No news to cover. Just a fun little chat podcast, and then the beach later on tonight. Sounds like a pretty ideal day to me.
Yeah, so you're going back to pumping out some maps, are you, or something else?
Yes, I have a goal today. I've actually set a goal of like 20% per day. So I'm like very, very close to hitting level 99, and then that goal will go down to 10% per day to hit level 100. And then once I hit level 100, I can like go to the beach, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, you probably don't want to go to the beach if you're in.
No.
Imagine that ending pretty badly.
Some people do it, man. I've never done this like cold plunge thing before. Have you heard of that? Where like you just like submerge yourself in like ice freezing cold water for as long as you can?
No, I haven't heard of that. I did recall once. Judging by who I went with, this must have been second year uni. So we're talking 2001. I remember going the end of semester 1, went down to the beach, and I don't have planned this, but the weather forecast was a bit wrong. Like, these days, hourly weather forecasts are actually pretty accurate. Back then, hourly weather forecasts were terrible. And so we knew that it was going to get cool, but we thought it was going to get cool like 8 p.m. rather than being like 4 p.m. And me and a uni friend had our last exam on the same day. So we're like, oh, stuff it, let's go to the beach afterwards. And then it turned out that when we were there, it was absolutely rank weather, but we were both the sort of crazy people that were like, stuff it, let's go for a swim anyway. And so that was the shortest day of the year. I distinctly recall it being the shortest day of the year. So it would have been the 21st of June, 01. And yeah, me and a friend, she and I went down to the beach and we're like, oh, let's go for a swim. And by the time we get to the beach, it's like ominous clouds. It's going to be pouring down with rain. And we're like, stuff it. We'll come here. Go anyway.
Yeah, that's I mean, if it's warm out, I don't mind. So here's the thing, like as sort of something to end off the conversation with. As I was younger, I would swim for hours on end, no matter like how bad the weather was. I had like a cottage I would go to, and like, it could be like whatever, 20 to 30 degrees, and no matter what, I'd be like in the water. But as I've gotten older, I've become much more of like I'm only gonna swim if it's like scorching hot out and I need to like dunk myself in the water basically, and then I'll like basically come out. But yeah, dude, there's people, and I've seen this actually kind of driving by because I live close to a lake that will just like be out there in the middle of winter, bro. And I think there are like some actual health benefits. I don't know if this is backed up by science and whatnot, but if you like submerge yourself in like freezing cold water for like as long as you can, and within like a healthy reason, it actually can provide you with like immune system boosting and like help you just like give you health benefits. I don't know. I'm not a health person really. I've tried to be healthy, but yeah, it's wild, dude. So not on that train quite yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'd have to check into stuff like that. It's like there's so much health weird information that goes around these days, and someone's trying to sell you something, and then they tell you a tip that doesn't sort of directly line into that, but sort of is 2 steps away from the product they're trying to sell you.
It might just be a scam, dude. I might have just gotten baited into cold plunging, but we'll see.
Or it could just have been a troll too, which would be really quite funny. Like it's sort of, yeah.
That totally could be it. Imagine if it was just like an influencer or a bunch of influencers who are like in on it together and they're like, let's just get as many people as we can to like start dunking themselves in ice cold water under the guise that it is healthy when it like does absolutely nothing. Like that is the power of like the like social media sphere. Like it could totally just be a thing, you know?
Yeah, or even traditional media for that matter. The number of rubbish reports I've heard on there where where there's some supplement they want to sell you, and it's anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, it was great to chat. Enjoy the beach. Enjoy your day, chilling. And yeah, I'll look forward to seeing some new stuff popping up on your YouTube as well.
Yeah, catch you around, mate. Have a good one.
All right, take it easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there it is, the podcast with Sir Gog himself. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A special thank you to anybody who listened to the pod at any point in time during the intro. It was another good 2-hour podcast that just went by super duper quick. And man, like, these I feel like a lot of these chats could just keep going. Sir Gog was no exception there. If you guys had any points about the podcast that you were interested in or enjoyed, feel free to leave them in the chat. We'd love to talk to you guys more about this. We're going to get to eating some food and then back to playing some more maps, but there definitely will need to be a food break. 20% a day, you're a madman? Yeah, I'm going pretty hard. Cold water dunks help with muscle recovery, usually after doing exercise. See, that makes sense. But there's a difference between like cold water to help like with inflammation of like the muscles and stuff like that, and then like freezing cold water. I would have to do some research on this. Missed the pod. Can't wait to type 50 comments on YouTube. Muzz, this is going to be one for you, especially because we talked about PoE 1 so much as well. So yeah, I think that you're going to like this one. Absolutely. So the guys, if you are listening right now and missed the pod, you can go back and watch the VOD on YouTube right now. Or if you want to wait, the episode will be available on my YouTube channel in the near future, probably tomorrow. Excuse me. Gonna wait for the episode. Gotta boost that engagement. I appreciate you, man. I always appreciate the engagement. It's funny whenever like I started posting the podcasts and you would drop these like crazy comments. I'm like, man, why is this guy always gotta come in here and like, I don't know if you're trolling me or you're mad and stuff like that. But now we're homies, and so yeah, it's just funny the arc that we've kind of gone through about the podcast and about the comments and stuff like that. Appreciate all the comments and engagement, Muzz. I only comment on Bozo comments. Hung, did you see some of the comments on the newest podcast with Ziggy D? I think it's been mostly positive for the most part. I don't know if you're going to be eating good on that one. Is that why Hung always replies to me? Yes, dude. That is precisely why. He actually targets you specifically when he sees a Muzz comment. The one I commented on was wait, on the Ziggy D one? Wait, what did you say, dude? Hold on, let me look.
Then
Wasn't it me? Wait, what did you say, Demiria? These pods are always A tier, but you didn't buy the diamond tier streamer client. How? That's a secret. That's a secret, Ein. Hope you enjoyed the podcast, man. I think. Oh, you didn't say anything. Okay, hold on. Which is the one that you commented on? Oh. I really need to interview Rax. That would be awesome. It was one when he was offering a critique in the. Oh, it was this guy. You respond to this guy? Oh, yes. Don't listen to the parts you don't like. Group. Or just don't listen to the podcast, I guess. I don't really want that. Did you see this comment? PoE 1, PoE 2 does nothing better than PoE 1, and it's getting worse every league that PoE 2 release. This one was pretty good. Absolute nuanced take. Absolutely nuanced take. Snatcher 81. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that's your alt, brother. There's no way. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. This guy's out here making alts and shit. Haters gonna hate. Yeah, welcome back, Azizel. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you enjoyed the pod if you were listening. And just a heads up, guys, we have another episode scheduled with Halcyonish. I think that's how you pronounce your name. Halcy for short. She'll be coming on. Second lady to come on the podcast ever. She'll be here on Thursday. You were just in her chat. She's excited. Oh, that's amazing. Hell yeah. I'm excited to chat with her as well. She is Pog Bones. What does that mean? Why do you have a podcast where you ask questions that are somewhat personal? No one wants to hear personal stuff. This is PoE, Burb, me smart, me my. Dude, when you say shit like that, I can literally hear your voice saying that. Oh, she's amazing? Yeah, dude, she's super cool. We decided to chat with her about everything. Okay, surely we can run. Actually, you know what? Before we start mapping, I need to eat some food. Let me get you guys set up with some YouTube here while we take a quick dinner break, all right? All right. Let's take a look at some. Do you guys want to finish watching the Exiled Again video? We could finish watching some Exiled Again. I think there's a couple ones. Yeah.
Lock this. Upgrade this. All right. Guys, show me Garrison Spymaster right now. Garrison Spymaster. Boom, there it is. Ah, yes! Oh my god, today is the best day for temple building ever!
All right, guys, give me 10. I'm going to go grab some food from upstairs. And then we are going to... Holy shit.
That's what I'm talking
about. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I'll be right back.
He's got a lot of AoE on this build because this is enormous. One of the cooler looking AoE builds. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure this goes against the vision of the game, sir. Primarily because there is actually no vision while you're playing this game. You cannot see anything.
Attachment requirements, not terrible, but whatever. Then we'll use a desecration. And then we go to the Well of Souls. Since this one doesn't have any fantastic numbers, I'm not going to use an echo on it. And now we pray for attack speed, preferably. All of these sucks. I'll take the intelligence. The next process would be whatever. I'll buy 5.
Your order is registered.
And the next process is make sure it's quality and socketed. Then you do this. You pop a divine orb on it, and you pray it goes to +5, like that. So it's not really that hard to do.
What the f was that? Oh, what? Ah! 3 socket, 3 socket, 3 socket. I mean, it's still though. Ha! Ha! All right, deleted the evidence. I deleted the evidence.
Right? Try. Whoa! What? Oh my god, yo!
Alright, guys, let's delete 30 divs. Oh, shit. Never mind. Never mind. Holy shit, boys.
C'est parti. Et paf! Oh putain, c'est passé. Oh le spirit! Oh my fucking god, chat! OMG!
I don't know. Spirit, pause. Let's go.
Out there, and now the executioner who threatened us only half an hour ago. We come seeking vengeance as well as freeing his prisoner Latus. One thing I want to point out here is that Angormus at the moment has 225 maximum HP, and there are multiple attacks from this enemy that will deal between 360 and 540 damage, meaning if Angormus fails a single dodge roll, he will die immediately. Notice that we are using that same shotgunning technique where we pile up enemies on his feet to defeat the executioner who threatened us half an hour ago. Congratulations on Angormus on a clean Darth microtransaction is back,
as they have written a Path of Exile 2 haiku. Angormus is fast. The wisdom of the monkey slams very hard. Somewhere, Quinn dies.
I'll leave that as an inside joke for the moment. I'll just say that Quinn is a streamer and that the monkey that we're about to fight, Mighty Silverfist, is an iconic enemy in the end game, in the mid game of Path of Exile 2's campaign, as well as in various incarnations in the end game. And so I just want to give a shout out to Zaki, who is a particularly well-humored fellow. And this is Mighty Silverfist, an iconic four-armed quadrilla, a cryptid of Path of Exile 2, who slams us with a whole column. You may notice that we're in some Aztec-inspired ruins. We've reached the biome that inspired the League mechanic, and now we're moving through the ruins of an ancient culture, the Vol. Mighty Silverfist is going to try to slam us with this pillar, and we win the fight. Angormus with clean execution there, going hitless against that boss. Those 3,400 plus points on the passive tree mean that the game is so deep and rich and complex that, in fact, if you were to take every atom in the observable universe and turn it into a universe of its own, rich with as many atoms as ours, in all those multiverses, one for every atom in the observable universe, there would be more valid paths through the PoE2 passive tree than there are atoms in all of those universes combined. So like I was saying, Torvian gets buffs from the bleachers. You'll notice that there's a priest over here on the top left. There'll be another one at the top center and another one at the far right.
Oh shit, I haven't watched this yet.
However, Torvian is not that smart. So what we do is, as he attacks us, he'll be picking up stones like this, and we get him to target those stones at the enemies to knock the priests off of their blessings, so that way he can't empower us.
Damn, Angormus looks locked in,
and we use those
boys.
stones to interrupt these various blessings, and we need to continue doing that. So when we recognize that he's in one of these stone pickup
Wait, is this
and
the
throw
whole video?
animations,
Oh, wait, no, it's
we
the
stand in front of the corresponding priest to get rid of those buffs. And like I said, Angormus needs help in this fight. Cheers from the audience to counteract the cheers from the heralds that empower Torvian, Hand of the Savior, against whom Angormus is doing particularly well. And now we'll see a transition at about 1/3 of remaining HP. We see Witness his fury, and we summon down a very threatening beam of fire, not because it can damage an Angormus.
I was just thinking the other day though that like
fun.
Yeah, like I actually really enjoy the temple building.
Should we
and I feel
watch
like they did a
this,
really
or
good
should
job.
we?
They accidentally did a good job.
Or
Like,
should
I'm
we?
not gonna give
Oh,
them
that was a
because they
whole
wanted to
games done
remove
quick
it.
thing
It
that
was
I missed.
obviously
All
an
right, I kind of want to
accident
watch
that
the
they
whole
did.
thing.
Angormus needs help in this fight. Cheers from the audience to counteract the cheers from the heralds that empower Torvian, Hand of the Savior, against whom Angormus is doing particularly well. And now we'll see a transition at about 1/3 of remaining HP. We see Witness his fury, and we summon down a very threatening beam of fire, not because it can damage an Angormus.
I was just thinking the other day though that like
fun.
Yeah, like I actually really enjoy the temple building, and I feel like they did a really good job. They accidentally did a good job. Like I'm not gonna give them that because they wanted to remove it. It was obviously an accident that they ever did it in the first place.
Wake
but,
up in the morning, Steve.
I mean,
They really created a nice like progression system for the end game where like you're constantly working and it's getting better and better. You're the loot's getting, you know, better with more time you put in. Like that's super sick.
Yeah. I love the temple. Like for me, this is like in terms of Po1 and Po2, in terms of how much fun I'm having, the fact that I'm still playing Po2 and Po2 maps at ass is like top 5 league for me.
Yeah, honestly. I think I put it maybe even top 3 for me actually.
If Pee-wee 2 was a better game, like it's hard. Like how do you like separate the league mechanic from Pee-wee 2? You know?
Yeah, like that's the part is that you have to basically treat the temple as if it's its own ARPG, like standalone ARPG is what it feels like right now.
Like once you have that, you could just Armory, Alchemy Lab, Armory and place a Smithy and that's it. Like it's the one road, you don't need any logs, and when it's finished, then you do need 2 logs for both Smithies, and Armory will disappear naturally. Международный скандал, почему?
I kind of want to watch a bit of this game's done quick thing while we eat, boys. This sounds super interesting.
Like you place another Smithy. Now you need 2 logs, but...
Is this the highlights or the full thing?
Hey
all
everybody,
right.
I'm Angormus. I'm here with Crimson Cast, the legendary campaign 2 knower of everything, the most knowledgeable campaign player, and he is also the world record holder for everything in Diablo 4.
And I am here to introduce and commentate for Angormus. I want to give you guys a bit of context. In Path of Exile 2, the speedruns are treated like an esport. We don't care about leaderboards for permanent world records. We care about live races that are hosted by the devs. There have been 9 so far. Angormus has won 6 of them. Outright rank 1 regardless
Look at
of
how many
class,
empty
and for his
seats there are
chosen
there.
class,
What are you guys
the warrior,
doing?
He
Fill up
remains
these seats, boys.
undefeated, inarguably the best warrior speedrunner in the world, ready to showcase his talent for you today. We're excited to have you on the cursed
I'd be
shores
sitting
of
right
Rayclast. I am
I'd
the
be sitting right
representative
beside this
of the
guy,
Rayclast
right here.
Tourism Agency. Come with me, tourists, as we run through Path of Exile 2 together.
Frank, can I just get a confirmation on the character name?
Yes, indeed. The character name as selected here is Trans Rights. Trans Rights getting at just over $1,100. So Trans Rights will be our character for this run.
And we begin the run on the Executioner's Stand. The local Count Gianor, overseer of this region, has started to consolidate power and has taken everyone with any semblance of fighting ability and trumped up charges against them.
How did they choose the
We
name?
select
Did
our
people
character class
like
we are
vote and pay
lone
for the name?
survivor of the Executioner's Stand.
That's cool.
We drift down the river and we wake up on the riverbank where we are ready to go, and we can get started. 3, 2, 1, and we're off to the races. Within the first 5 seconds of the run, we have an item duplication. The devs really want you to have a weapon, and if we refuse to accept the first one they give us, they'll give us a second one, which allows us to dual wield maces, and that means that we'll have more damage than we otherwise would. Shout outs to the devs for giving us 2 maces. I really appreciate it. I want to let you know that I am the undefeated words per minute champion of Path of Exile 2. So don't worry, no matter how complicated the game systems are, I will be able to talk as fast as Angormus can run. So if you have any questions, please get them into donations, and I am happy to be interrupted and answer game mechanic questions. As we run through the tutorial area here, the riverbank, Angormus picks up an item called a skill gem. Skills in Path of Exile 2 are an item, and we will be using this first skill gem called Rolling Slam in order to do the main damage that we need to defeat the Miller. Some form of wicked corruption, some sort of disease or blight has taken over the region, and whatever it was, it got to the Miller before we did. He is besetting the gates here of the local encampment where the people cast out by the Count Gianor are hiding, and so we need to defeat the Miller to secure the safety of the town. One thing I want to point out here is we are choosing to face tank a number of the Miller's slams here, and that's simply for better DPS uptime. We defeat the tutorial area, and that will give us our first view of Path of Exile 2's most iconic game system, the passive tree. There are more than 3,400 total nodes on this tree, and I've memorized them all. and I am here to be your guide through it. I'm kidding. I haven't memorized anything close to that
I've
many.
memorized them
But
all.
we'll be using them. There is an incredibly deep amount of character customization available in the game. We are now into the Clearfell encampment, where our adoptive father Renly will be talking to us, and we unfortunately get bad RNG for what's available in the shop when we first start, and we are now going to use our second skill gem called Bone Shatter to set up our initial
I'm sure he
combination
could,
of
absolutely.
skills. Rolling Slam allows Angormus to do area of effect slam damage. It's actually 2 slams back to back, and we will cancel out of the second one and use
He's a
Bone
great
Shatter
caster.
in order to form an important item combination. Excuse me, an important skill combination. So you'll notice he throws.
I wouldn't
his
be
maces
surprised if he
overhand,
actually gets the
hits a
job
bunch of
from
the
GGG
enemies,
playing,
and with that, he will be able
like
to
doing
take
the actual
out large
official cast
clumps
some
of
days.
enemies.
He's great.
Angormus briefly showing off that he got some good items there. That glove with 1 to 5 fire damage and 7% attack.
Yeah, dude, his casting's
is
top
about
notch. He's
as
great.
good as we could hope for. I'll be talking more about how items work in Path of Exile 2 throughout the run, but we're fighting our first mini boss, Bira of the Rotten Pack, who will give us some permanent cold resistance. I just want you to know that throughout the run, we will be doing bosses and not doing bosses. The ones that we're skipping may give us permanent bonuses, like Bira did with the base cold resistance, but some of them take too much time to be worth the benefit of their permanent upgrade, and I'll be calling out a few of them throughout the run to see exactly to save time just based on the risk and reward of spending extra minutes to kill them. We are now running through this map where Angormus doesn't know where the exit is, and that's because we are in a zone that is procedurally generated. Like all maps in this game, every single zone is procedurally generated, and that gives us information about, and that means that the primary skill as we run through this game is going to be sight reading the maps. We're now into the second zone of the game, the Grellwood, where we're going to be fighting some very tough wolves here on top of this ancient Vol beacon. I'll be explaining more about what that is later on, but just know that it allows us to get some deterministically sourced crafting materials that we will be using throughout the run in order to upgrade our items. And I think GDQ attendees will know what to do when I say this. All crafting materials in this game are called
Prada pod time.
orbs.
Oh, is Prada doing a pod tonight?
Thank you to the GDQ audience for knowing that call and response. That'll be happening many times throughout the run. Is
Christina. First MTX for your eyes. Something bright blue. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Walking Calamity bear build has been doing that to me this league, where it just flies everywhere, flashing in my face. But it's been good fun. It's been good fun thus far. Prada, I have to call you out immediately because when you sent me over your profile picture, I had no idea that it was an anime girl and not the troll face. Is it actually this picture? Is your profile
Princess,
picture?
look at that. Yeah.
I can't. Is this a specific?
It used to be a troll face before. He changed it recently.
It's kind of the same. If you lean back far enough.
It's true. It's true. I'm looking straight at it right now, and if I have your YouTube channel open as well. Literally is the troll face. No difference.
It was the troll face for a long time.
Which is why Prada.
I swear to God. Or maybe it was the anime girl the whole time.
I first saw your videos, and I thought it was like ironic, trolly, like engagement, and then I listened for like a minute, and then 3 minutes, and then 10 minutes.
It looks exactly like the troll face.
Fire. He's actually serious. This is good. I wish everybody had this perspective. So am I alone in that, or do a lot of people think that, some of your earlier videos, like I think it was called Why You're Not Having Fun in Pee-wee 2 or something like that. I can't recall what the initial video was.
The original one was You Are Bad, but It's Okay.
You Are Bad, but It's Okay. That is the one. And I thought it was a troll video, but I don't think it was unless you've been,
No.
This is the long con.
There's definitely a way to make a point and keep it entertaining and like throw some jabs out there, but there's nothing wrong with being bad at video games. I think there's like this stigma that if you're not the greatest of all time, then you're wasting your time. And we kind of just try to shatter that. Not everybody can be the best. Not everybody can be the best blaster. Kind of just got to do your thing. And the video game's supposed to be fun inherently. But
Right. Video games, I mean, they are for 99.9% of people ways to just chill and enjoy yourself. You're supposed to have fun playing them. There are very few people
work.
Right.
Play for a couple hours. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with pulling up to the game and trying your hardest, right? Like, there's nothing lame about sweating or, you know, turning it into a second job. You can get home from work and lock in and be as efficient as possible, and that's cool too, but to expect to be able to compete with that when you're not trying and you're a casual gamer is, I don't know. Doesn't work in any other game.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to work in PoE2, as we did see this league. So I guess we can hop right into it, man. What is your take on just the entire debacle, the temple debacle, the snake debacle, whatever we're going to call it? I'm sure it's going to have a name in 2 years' time when people are typing about it on Reddit or on streams or whatever. What do you?
People will remember this.
They will remember.
Sure.
So what is your take on it? I don't actually know.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it because of how annoying it is to set up and the amount of ways you can brick it over and over. The campaign reset stuff was kind of, you know, obviously they got that out of there as quick as possible. But I mean, the fact that most people had to re-roll an entire character to reset their temple because they were told that they needed to do that to set the temple up as efficiently as possible with that interlude reset. Yeah, obviously it's a printer. It's one of those things where the people that are watching it from the outside that didn't want to do the, you know, 15, 20-hour grind of temple setup or more, it's probably doesn't feel very good to just watch people print. But that's the nature of these games, right? If there's something like that and it's available to everybody and you need a character that's just this threshold of good, you might as well blast it while you can, especially if you think it's going to go.
Did you?
It's either I didn't. I was doing the Atziri farm. I was just trying to drop. There's like a single unique you can drop from her that's pretty good if you get a double corrupt, but it's like 2 mirrors if you get the slam.
Oh, sick.
So we went for that the whole time, but yeah, honestly I just didn't feel like setting it up. It just did not look fun.
Right. Yeah, it didn't appeal to me. Obviously, it didn't appeal to me at all. It just looked like highly repetitive and obviously a patchable thing. Honestly, like something like that. I know it's existed in games like Path of Exile or like Diablo 2 for a long time, but in a modern game like this, that obviously was something that the developers were like, oh my god, we're gonna get back from holidays.
That was terrifying.
We're gonna fix this. So
there are also there are other farms in the game that are just less fun, less entertaining, that are really profitable.
All right,
like Child of Chaos,
I will
the whole
watch
time
this
that was
later.
Going was insane. Like if you were farming for Adorned, it's selling.
All right, we are back to gaming though, boys. Oh yeah, guys, I forgot we're actually going to get our Raggiatas tonight as well. Very excited about that. I don't know if 99 is actually going to happen tonight, boys. We still need 12%. But we will try and do our best. We'll try and do our best. If not, it'll be a tomorrow angle for sure. Easy tomorrow angle. Hello there. Oh fuck, that did a lot of damage. Oh! Fuck you, invincible snake monsters. Please die. Whoa, that's a lot of hands. Whoa, what the?
King died by the spirit's will. You'll die by mine.
If you must. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Sun Temple. Oh no, dude. Guys, I didn't realize that Sir Gog was a Sun Temple enjoyer. It is a cool map. It's dog shit layout wise, but it is cool as a spectacle. I do agree with that.
There's a target. Strike fast. Aye, you know, slouch. Not yet.
Oh shit, I should have saw if the door was up here.
Need a sec.
Who are you talking to, Circa? I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Yeti, what up, bro? Welcome back. Welcome back. That message felt, Circa, that message felt like it was, I agree with what Yeti said. I mean, Yeti's never wrong. He's like my wife, never wrong. Is it a solid gym sesh? Let's go, dude. We had a solid yap sesh with the homie Sir Gog. It was great. He ended up pulling up after a little bit. I think he was like a half an hour late or something. This man is fucking yoked. He thought it was an hour later, which I kind of thought was going to be the case, but it's fine. It honestly gave me time to do more maps. I'm not mad about it. Wait, is there another Jade Isles over here as well? Boys, I can't believe we're finally going to get Rockiatis tonight. That damn time change. I'm glad you got to see most of it live. Dude, I'm happy you got to see most of it live too, bro. Usually do you watch the episodes on YouTube then, Azizel, or no? Yeah, usually you watch the YouTube episodes on YouTube, right? Or do you do the VODs? Do you watch the VODs, I mean, or do you watch like the actual episodes when I release them? Oh, you've been trying to work through the backlog? Nice. Any favorite episode that you've watched this recently? Dude, I do that every episode. What do you mean? You're just literally telling me that you like every episode. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. No, thank you. That's actually the nicest compliment. You like the Jazzers one? Oh, hell yeah. Wait. Yeah, Central Americans are dope, eh? He's fucking hilarious. I work with a lot of Guatemalans, El Salvadorians, and Venezuelans. Oh, shit. Trump ain't gonna let you in now? Oh, shit, bro. Oh, it's fired, man. I love how Yeti's firing shots, even though he's from Australia. That's hilarious. Yeah, we don't need to get super political in here, boys. Let's keep it tame. Let's talk about video games and shit. We are chill here. Come on in. Yeah, no, you're good, Azizel. You're good. I know it's a touchy subject for people. That's it. I was gonna say that. Yo, what up, Fatality? I didn't get to say hi to you earlier, man. What up, dude? Good to see you popping in during the podcast, bro. It is all caps, but you don't have to follow that. God, bro. Absolutely caught. Dude, we had almost like 100 people watching that podcast, though, between YouTube and Twitch. Full natty, boys. No raids. Oh, I guess there was a raid by Snoobay earlier on today. So not full natty. God damn it. We're on a cycle now. That's awesome. Thanks, Azizel. Yeah, dude. I think YouTube went up to like 60 people at one point. And then Twitch had like a solid like 30. Watching Rewind the Sir interview, he's talking about how hot it is. I live in Phoenix. I'd kill for Sir Gog's weather. Dude, Phoenix is like dry heat too, isn't it? Snoop Bay raid, yeah. When's the Rax interview? I haven't talked to Rax at all ever in my life, so I would have to ask like DM to hook me up. It'll happen eventually. Maybe before 0.5 I could ask DM to help me. I don't want to like bother him or anything. Plus, Rax is doing the Path of Exile podcast soon. So maybe that would be cool if we could organize something for before 0.5 comes out. Is talkative trash still clickbait? You're going to have to find out. Tell him you'll talk about tacos and Plant Daddy all he wants. Dude, that is That is going to be some easy convincing, won't it be? Plants and tacos. I actually love tacos so much. I wish I had tacos tonight. Rax, Darth, and Gazzy are all awesome creators, man. Agreed. It's kind of crazy that I've interviewed 2 out of 3 of those guys already. And they were all awesome. You had that for pre-dinner tonight? Oh my god, Jenny. You crazy for that one, bro. Oh my god. I was gonna say I fucking love fish tacos, but I feel like you already just said that, so we're chilling. Baja. Taco, taco, taco. You joined the stream when I did the roast pork belly podcast? Wow, you're a fucking OG, Fatality. What the hell? You are an absolute OG, my bro, my boy. Yo, Moody gifting the T1 sub to Fatality. Dude, thank you so much. Fatality, enjoy your T1 sub. 101 subscribers, boys. That's crazy. Thank you, Moody. You're a fucking real one, brother. Yeah, Fatality's been here for a long time. All things considered. Records being broken. Did you swatch to bidding 2 for more damage? No. I'm using bidding 3 still. May 25? Wait, what was in May 2025? Oh, Fatality. May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. Yeah, I mean, for me, that's a long time. You know what I mean? For some reason, Fatality found me when I was doing a roasted pork belly pod, and then he just stuck around for whatever reason. Support the vision, you know? Does the passive tree change at all if you want to do non-hardcore? If you want to do non-hardcore, you probably don't even need to swap into armor and energy shield, honestly. You could just keep playing armor and evasion if it's non-hardcore, and you'd be fine.
Lady Luck's not so stingy after all.
No problem, Starfall. Let me know if you have any more questions. What am I running at the moment? In terms of build, Mr. Oracle, or just content in general? In terms of content, I'm just doing XP. Farming XP, that's it. And for XP, I'm doing Abyss, Abyss, Yo! Ben! Here's the build. Ben, welcome in, brother. And for XP, I'm doing Ritual, or sorry, not Ritual, Abyss, Breach, and Irradiated. How you doing, Zen? Welcome in, brother. Zen, I have TTS now. TTS works now. How's the job search going, brother? Yes, please. Nice, I'm back to my forked ricochet explosive shot build. Oh shit, that sounds cool. I haven't been applying since before the holiday. Oh, okay, I got you. So you're taking a little break from it still? Understood. And we are amassing quite a number of XP tablets. This is really good. When do you plan on like actually submitting more applications? Obviously, there's no rush or anything. I'm just curious, asking for my own knowledge. All right, boys, here we go. Oh, you'll get back to it here this month. Okay, nice. Yeah. You got lots of time, brother. Trying to enjoy some PoE while you can. Nice, bro. Yeah, you deserve it. How's the build coming along? I'm skipping that. Remind me what you're running again, Zen? Oh. That song was weird, bro. I'm just going through some new shit. Oh, you're doing a Varash to Sork. Oh, hell yeah. All right. Boys, it's prediction time. It's prediction time, boys. Get your points in, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see how many believers are in the chat. Endgame. Oh, Endgame Disciple Exploding Wolf Pack. Cool, man. Hell yeah. A little bit of a minion gamer. Yo, this would probably work really well for hardcore. I want to bet it all, but I don't want to lose it all. Then don't bet. Bet half. Bet half. You need to spend some more time on this. It looks clean. The Wolfpack's kind of crazy. True. I have no idea how any of this feels. Believers rise up. Oh my God. Someone actually put 10K on yes. That's crazy. That is sick, Zen. Hell yeah. Someone actually put fucking 10K on yes. Holy, I want that guy to win so much right now. That guy might win so much right now. Big money, no whammies. Let's see it. Oh, I gotta change the music. This playlist is not good. You didn't even do that temple shit and I have some pretty good gear? Hell yeah. The temple can drop really good crafting bases for sure. And like just raw currency, I guess. You sold one of the bases for 15 div? Damn, bro. Was it just like an exceptional base or something? Or just a regular item base like level 82? Oh, come on. Show me the Rockiatas, boys. I can't believe we're getting it tonight. I can't believe it's dropping, like, basically right now. I can't believe that. It was an exceptional ancestral... Oh my god. Why does this never drop? Sorry to the believers. There was 2 believers and there was 1 non-believer. And that non-believer got paid the fuck out. Hold on though, we have redemption. We have redemption. There is another one really close by. You were the non-believer? Shit, you just got paid.
You must. The deal is made. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
The thing is, though, 40K on black. Holy. We have another one right here, though. So there's a chance. There's a chance at redemption. $40, $50. Wait, yeah, that's crazy. So you bet 40 and you got back another 11.4K. That's pretty solid, man. You're almost at. I bet. How much do you have now? You probably have close to being able to rename my character, don't you? Are you hoarding up blaze bucks for that? Oh, you have 52K. Sheesh. Halfway there. Next character name, Ring of Power. Oh my god, bro. If Reddy gets the points for that, don't give him any ideas. I gotta add in some more rewards. Yo, Shadow, thanks for the follow, man. Yeah, don't give him any fucking ideas. He probably has a ton of points too. That would be the most troll shit ever. What are you running for Rage Gen? Eternal Rage. Permanent 44 Rage equal lots of damage. You actually just made me think I have a guy I need to get back to with my resume. I gotta find that tomorrow and get an updated resume. Hell yeah, bro. Dude, the Tactician reservation cheat code is insane, brother. It's insane. I only have 108 spirit right now, and I'm running all this shit right now, bro. It's so good. So good, dude. Yeah, Tactician's so good, man. Oh shit, we need more tabs. Damn. 0.8% players on hardcore SSF playing Tactician. That is some off-meta gaming, boys. Media! What's up, brother? Welcome in, dude. How's your day going, man? We are at 90% right now. How are you doing, brother? Had to run about halfway through the pod, but we're back now. Welcome back. Yeah, we got 10% more to go. I may or may not do it all today on stream. I might get to 95% and do the rest tomorrow. Yo, Beautyville. Beautiful. You. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. There's actually so many rares on this map that I missed on. Damn. Oh my God, we're getting so close to getting Rockiatas tonight, boys. Holy! It's just right over the next hill.
Gold is worth more than this.
We're gonna have to start selling these tablets, honestly, and jewels too.
More otherworldly remnants.
Oh, all tier 4. Just the whole thing is tier 4. Interesting. Azizel, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Have yourself a good night. We'll catch you next time, dude. Thank you, Azizel. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'll be back live tomorrow. If you're around, I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Peace out. The Serpent Clan is once more. Where's the breach? Yeah, what up, Silent Siegfried? How's it going, man? Do you need a talisman and a staff for bear druid, or is it just a weapon? All you need to do to be a bear is to have a talisman. So you don't even need to be a druid to be a bear. You just need to have a talisman.
What do you need? Let us
Have an order?
You beat Act 1, finally. Now I'm stuck at the Jamin Ra final battle. He demolished me in your stack. Oh no, dude, are you following a build guide, or are you just kind of winging it? If you're stuck, maybe you could look at some builds to help you like figure out what you're doing.
There it is. Let's move.
Oh, no worries, dude. That's not your fault. Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you're struggling with the boss, maybe check out some like build guides that might help you out. Like, what build are you playing right now? Are you just kind of homebrewing something? Homebrew. Okay, so that might be why. If you're struggling, maybe take a look at some build guides, perhaps. I think Jamin Ra is usually the point where people's homebrew builds start falling apart.
Don't let up. Raven's falling. It's getting stronger. Woo. One less beast for the battle tonight. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh no, I have the invisible slow debuff. God damn it. I don't know why that happens. It's so annoying. The rich get richer. Ever seen is the fucking Jeffrey Bezos of HCSSF, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy. Yo, nostalgic. I'm vibing to this song as well, dude.
I serve. Goodbye.
Dude, this is like literally, I wish you could just mass craft maps like this too. There's like a map crafting option where you just applied all the currency to all the map. All right, let's hit this. Yo, we actually got a couple T16s from that. Hell yeah. Yo, Waifu Gate. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
If you must. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Is that the grinding phase or the bored as heck phase? No, sorry. I was just dazed and locked in. What up, Wretched? How you doing, man? Sorry, I was literally just zoning out and locked in at the same time. You're still going to 99 tonight? I want to try to. I still like 10% away. We'll see how I feel at like 95%. Yeah, sorry, Wretched. It's been like 10-hour stream already almost. With a 2-hour podcast. We're a little bit sleepy, innit? Yeah, we're locked in, bro. How are you doing? Time to grab another midnight coffee. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta stay locked in to be aware, honestly, at that rate. Yeah. Gotta stay locked in. How you doing, waifu? What's going on? First message. Holy. You're doing well. You're getting through your campaign on your first HCSSF slowly. Nice. What build are you playing? Yeah, slow and steady is the key, especially on your first playthrough. It's not a race. It is a very long marathon. Goodbye. Oh, I didn't get my maps. Damn it. Warbringer Bear. Oh, shit. Nice. I figured I would take the life and armor as far as I could get it, using fissures from Fury of the Mountain and Shockwave Totem to make them pulse. Okay. Hell yeah. You're a fellow eye bleed build enjoyer, I see. Using fissures as I am using grenades. Making our eyes bleed from on-screen effects. Yeah, I can't see the ground effects because between the pulsing fissures and the walking calamity going off. Yeah, I'm with you there, brother. I got grenades just fucking flying all over the map. Can't see shit. I'm actually excited to try out Bear. I haven't tried it out yet, but I'm probably going to play it for a private league coming up soon. I'm going to do, instead of Warbringer, I'm going to do Smith of Katava, though, for hardcore SSF. Oh, waifu, I found that that rare talisman that turns you into like a demon bear. And I'm sad that I'm not going to really be able to use it on the private league that's coming up soon. It is chanceable, so I could actually get it in the private league, but it's extremely rare. Like when I found it, it was a tink. I guess it will always be here anyway if I want to come back and try it out, but I'm like, damn. It made me want to like try out the demon form even more, or the bear form, I should say, not demon form. It looks so badass. I'll show you it if you haven't seen it after this map. Oh, you've seen a video of someone playing it? Hell yeah. It's so sick, dude. I love shit like that. It kind of reminds me of like Diablo 2 back in the day, you know what I mean? I just want to put it on despite it being not even for me. Where is his talisman? Fury of the King. Lord of the Rings. Fury of the King. Dude, how crazy does this look? This looks so sick. And you get your own fissures. This unique would be the only thing to get me to play Druid. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, how crazy is this? It looks so fucking badass. And it actually does nutty damage, too. Like, looking at my gem level here, my gems, like, no support gems, it's at 12.8k, and I'm fully invested in, like, projectile damage. Like, my passage has no investment in, like, basically any of this shit, really. Like, it probably does stupid damage when you scale for it. Also, look at this. Look at this animation here. Wow. They did a really good job with that. Is it level 0? Bro, it's level 78. Great interview with a legend. Loved his perspective on the endgame and potential needed changes. Yo, thank you so much, In Search of Reality. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you listening. Thank you so much. All right, boys, here we go. We gotta get this Rakiata. Surely we'll get it before level 100, right? Surely it'll be before level 100.
take cover! Need more time! One down. Who's next? Need a sec.
Man, I want to use my T16 maps that I have, but there's no like plus to monster level zones or XP areas nearby, sadly, and it kind of feels like a waste using them on a normal map.
Take cover!
I serve. Let us hope. Speak.
30% lightning damage. Damn. Wait, this is such a weird, like, bro, I have to go all the way around to this dead end Caldera map. You're killing me, GGG. You're killing me. This is so scuffed. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's do this penitentiary, I guess. Yo, waifu, if you're still here, are you part of a guild at all? If you want like an HCSSF community and you're not part of a guild, you're welcome to join the Beach Boys. We got a bunch of active HCSSF gamers in here. It's like a very much a focused guild on HCSSF players, but we do have a few people who play softcore as well. Let's see. Man, I wish I could figure out how many Jade Isles I've done, because it just seems absurd that I haven't gotten it at this point. Oh, shit. How many of you guys have Rockiatas right now? I can't believe I got it on my second Jade Isles last league, and now it just feels like it's impossible to get. Button up Blaze looking sharp. Yes, sir. Inspired by Ziggy D. I was like, I looked into my closet today before I was getting ready to stream, and I was like, man, it's going to be a button up day today, boys. How you doing, Pav? Good to see you, man. It's popping, brother. You're 0 out of 6? Fuck. Bro, I must be at a 0 out of like, I want to say like 13 or 14 right now. It hurts me to even say that out loud. But we're going to get it the next one. We're right here. We're almost there. Oh, you've been sick as fuck, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. What have been your symptoms? You dropped Rigwalds last league, and that's it for rare lineages. I haven't gotten Garukans. I did get Rigwalds a couple times last league, actually. I used it on my Invoker last league. It was awesome for Tempest Flurry. I haven't really done Garukans yet either. I haven't been targeting it. I have so many of those maps I could do for it. You dropped one of each? Huh? Zen, what the hell? Not fair. Oh no, you got a flu? Fuck, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. That blows. It's been a decent league. Dude, when they put Rocky Autos in the game, I was like, oh, that lineage looks fucking OP. I want that. And then I just did 2 Jade Isles and got it. I was like, oh, nice, I got it. And then I fucking died like a day later with it on me. Okay. I didn't realize it was so hard to get, though. Got insanely lucky. Yeah, what up, Chomsky? How you doing, bro? Oh, recombo, man. Let's go.
I serve. Let us hope. Zest now lies dormant. Let us hope. Zest now lies dormant.
Oh shit, 2 moments of Zen right here? Holy. All right. This is so weird. I don't understand the map layout or the pathing sometimes. It's so jank. GGG, why is this so jank? Someone tell me. It's like paths are overlapping each other, but somehow they don't connect to the right map. I'm confused about it. 92%. Damn, boys. 8 more percent. 8 more percent until 90 fucking 9. Holy shit. Yo, Riffraff, welcome back, dude. How was work, man? We're still here. We're still blasting. Appreciate you coming by and checking it out, checking out the stream. Dude, 8 more percent, dude. Although I don't think I'm going to hit it all tonight. Pretty tired. But we're definitely going to hit it tomorrow. You just lost $60 aces versus kings? Wait, when were you playing poker? Were you playing poker online? Yeah, level 99 and 100 is insane for PoE 1. It's in a grind here too. It's way crazier here than PoE 1 by a factor of a lot, actually. You had aces and you lost? What the fuck? That is so unlucky, dude. That guy hit a king on you? Oh, no. That is so unlucky, dude. That's poker, though. It happens. How'd the talk with Sir God go? The talk was really good, man. Thank you for asking. Wait, you work at a casino? That's wild. I didn't know that. And then what, were you playing poker after work? Yeah, I had a podcast with Sir Gog. Yeah, if you're not familiar with my content, waifu, check out my YouTube channel. I have a bunch of podcasts with various PoE creators on there. There might be some people that you recognize. I actually need to make a macro, or not a macro, but a command for my podcast specifically. Let me do that right now. Oh, I do have one actually. Let me put that on my Steam deck or my stream deck. Podcast. Check out Blazes. Excuse me. Check out Blaze's podcast, the Passive Tree Podcast. Okay, that should work. And then on the stream deck, if we do Twitch commands, we do chat message. Okay, nice. Got it all set up. Cool shirt. Yo, thanks, Twice. How's it going, brother? Yeah, I think I saw you on one of the guides or something on Mobalytics. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, no, I do have some guides on Mobalytics for HCSSF. There's not too many guides over there. Is that how you found the stream, waifu? That's awesome. If Mobalytics led that to here. They're doing something right over there. So are you mainly like a PoE 1 guy, or? I found the stream just scrolling down and looking for HCSSF title. Oh, nice, dude. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm always curious about how random people find you on Twitch because the discoverability on this platform is kind of rough sometimes, you know? The discoverability is rough sometimes. Do you stream PoE 2 as well? Gonna have to check out your stream, bro. Whoa, we just had a suffering? No fucking way. Holy shit. It's like the one emotion I don't actually have. Hi, Tink. Oh, hell yeah, Rip Rav. Enjoy. When does the Steam release come out? Did you mention that to me already? I played a lot of PoE 1 and I did content creating for it. Did Faded Connections with Cat Master ages ago. Now I'm coming back to PoE 2 with these last 2 seasons. Nice. How is the journey been with PoE 2? Did you play it upon release or did you just start playing it like last season? I would say it's a pretty fun game. Oh, it comes out Friday. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shit. We got a researchers, boys. We got 4 mil ready to go here on this one. Let's fucking do it. Let's go gambling. Mostly this season and last season. You played it very shortly. Oh, okay. I got you. The game has come leaps and bounds from 0.1. Absolutely. You picked a good time to hop in. I think the state of the game overall is probably in the best it's ever been, despite having some not so great league mechanic interactions this league and bugs, but it's pretty good. Okay, we got the bad roll out of the way here. We got the bad roll out of the way. That roll was so bad that it didn't even show up out of the loot filter. How do you feel about life builds? Life builds. I wish life builds had more life. That's what I would say about life builds. I wish they had... This was actually the worst Venter's box ever. I feel like this is cursed. That one was so cursed. So here's the thing, Waifu. When I first started playing this game, I played Warrior. And I had no idea about anything in this game, and it was like playing this game on fucking hard mode because the Warrior was slow, mace skills were clunky, life and armor didn't feel great, and I still really enjoyed myself. The problem with the problem with life, as I talked about with Sir God, was just like you just can't get enough of it to justify speccing into it. 0.1 Warrior was a nightmare, bro. It was hard.
I have many services.
No, you're good. I think the caps were necessary. Yo, Garp with the follow. Thanks, dude. Okay, yeah, we still got a couple more maps to clear out for this. Man, they're really making me work for this fucking Jade Isle. God damn. Yeah, I'm on Warbird right now with life and armor. I haven't gotten to maps, but I'm definitely considering some ES next time. So if you're playing life build and you're using a shield, The shield actually subsidizes quite a bit. The problem is that your max physical hit is going to be really low, so you can die to one hit from like bosses that do a lot of physical damage, like the monkey, the colossus, the big skeleton dude that spawns in the little donut ring. Queen of Filth also does a lot of phys damage. There's just certain bosses that are going to be super scary for your build, and that's only because you won't have enough life to withstand really large hits, unfortunately. Have you normally been like a hardcore player, or is this like the first league where you started playing hardcore? That is very respectable. Oh, Bear doesn't use a shield. True, I forgot you were. The Bear gets like inherent like damage reduction in armor. Tank Queen of Filth. What dropped? Divine Orb? Hell yeah. Oh shit, okay, I got you. I mean, Sunder's still a thing, bro. I played Sunder in 3.26 by accident as my first time playing PoE 1. And then I was like, holy fuck, Sunder feels so good in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2, bro. Completely different. It's so spammable and nice and satisfying in PoE 1. I did one of the races back in hardcore. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, races are fun. Yeah, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned this, but I also have a guild for HCSSF players. If you're looking for a community of people to hang out and vibe with, who all play hardcore, like, you're more than welcome to join if you're interested. We got some blasters in here. Oh shit, this is kind of scary. Oh yeah, you'd be down? Fuck yeah. Send me a message. Blaze pin to win. And I'll get you in. We just added more slots to the guild, so. The Beach Boys featuring the guy who hasn't been to the beach in a month? Yes. True. I'm avoiding the beach at the moment. Blaze pin to win. Yep. Put on some old school bangers. You see how big second wind is now? Brother, it's popping off, dude. Got like, what, 7-8K people signed up for it? Dude, the trailer looks amazing. They did a great job promoting it and everything. It's awesome. UGG gave 2,000 spots. That's so sick. Yeah, so I talked to Local Hole and Try about doing a second win hardcore chapter for 0.5. So I told them I'd help organize it. So the Beach Boys might be involved in organizing the second win hardcore chapter next league. As a private league that would run adjacent to second win, but as a hardcore private league as well. Wonder how they're able to do prizes. They have a whole thing set up through the Discord. It's all through Discord, essentially. Timmy tried to do prizes? What did he try to do? Oh, no. Like, what do you mean? GGG shut Timmy down? How? Oh, it can never be cash. It has to be in-game stuff, like Steam cards and shit. It can never be cash money, like actual Venmo or PayPal, shit like that. Yeah, it can never be cash. That's the workaround for it. Yeah. Temple? Yeah, what up, B-Wizzle? How you doing, brother? What's good? Oh, okay. Sounds good, waifu. Sorry, I missed your message earlier. Yeah, log in real quick. Send me a message. Clean glasses. What up, bro? Where is he here? It is waifu. Hello, bro. %133% effectiveness. Is that too juiced? I don't know how that feels because I've never had that much effectiveness before. But that seems pretty fucking juicy in terms of health. You should be able... So basically that's them having like double the health and more and then some. You made some maps last night. You're trying to be careful. Yeah, be careful in the temple, man. Don't get greedy about juicing it. Those monsters in there will fuck you up if they have a lot of health. I do play a bit of HCSSF to practice mechanics. Oh, dude. I'm not gonna fucking kick you out of the guild because I see you playing on H or softcore SSF. It's all good, man. We practice all the time on softcore. No worries at all, man. Not sure how hardcore this hardcore guild is. We have members who don't even play hardcore in the guild. It is, as you'll note, quite forward in the HCSSF department, but yeah, it's all good. If you start playing softcore, you're immediately kicked out and banned from the not only the guild, but from this Twitch channel as well. Hey, somewhere I can link my bad SSF items. Hey, exactly. And if you ever need like crafting advice and shit, like we got some absolute like fucking huge brain crafter giga chads as well. I just slam currency on shit until it fucking either bricks or becomes good. If you play softcore, Blaze will block you on Twitter, bro. I don't even have Twitter, and I still block you. That's crazy. How'd you know that? How do I get to this map? Do I need to go here and then over? Yes, dude. Have a good night, waifu. Good to meet you, man. Welcome to the guild. Appreciate you stopping in, bud. Yeah, man. Catch you later. Have a good rest. Damn, bro. No more XP ritual tabs. I mean, breach. No expedition or no more XP breach. Rhythm is a dancer. Jazzarus! Yo, thank you for the raid, homie. Let me get you a shout out. Jazzarus, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend. How are you doing tonight, my friend? Dude, you caught me at the end of like a 10.5-hour stream, brother. I'm fucking cooked. We did a podcast with Sir Gog tonight, the legend himself. The Mr. Howdy y'all. Let's grab a drink. It's time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. You feel me? How's the league going for you, man? You excited for Friday or what? Welcome in, guys. Yeah, I saw the time. 10-hour blast is crazy. Yeah, I have a I have a specific XP schedule I've been trying to adhere to. So for level 98, it's been 20% today. Level 99, where we're at. Oh my god, guys. My gorgeous, beautiful lady has entered the chat. The ultimate VIP. We're not gonna hit level 99 tonight, sadly. I'm so tired. Nice, dude. What build are you gonna play Friday? Are you gonna go Wolf again? What's your plan? Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome in, guys. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. I'm basically asleep. I am basically asleep. I'm playing with my eyes closed right now. Oh shit. Yo, what song does this guy make you? Does this song? What movie does this song make you think about? I can't even talk anymore. I've yapped for 2 hours plus another 8 on stream. Yo, Witch Hunter's actually really sick, dude. The song always makes me think of Bruce Almighty. You have a bow that you made for an Amazon? Yo, send me it, Fen. Let me take a look. Is it a accuracy, super high accuracy bow? Yeah, Blaze pin to win. Blaze pin to win. Oh, I gotta turn the volume up on this one a bit. Yeah, Witch Hunter, you could do a lot of different things on. Dude, you should go Spear Witch Hunter. That would be sick. Try and get Adziri down and get the Adziri Spear and do Adziri, like, Spear Field. Herald of Blood. Oh, that worked. You got it, Fen. That's nice. Yeah, that's really nice. You could even divine this for a bit more accuracy rating on the T3. That's solid, man. Very, very good. Spearfield could be nice. You had some suggestion? No problem, bro. Yeah, you don't have to listen to me at all. I was just kind of thinking about interesting stuff. Have you seen the builds that people are doing, Jousters, with Adziri's spear? It looks fucking awesome. I want to kill her and get the spear, man. Oh, you watched Matho's video? Hell yeah. I haven't seen that one yet. I was just looking at PoE2 Ninja. Oh yeah, sorry, Fan. I forgot you don't play. You play on Trade League. Sorry, I'm used to talking to people who play SSF. That is totally my bad, dude. That bows were 7 div. Damn. All right. Yeah, no, I understand that. That makes sense.
What do you need?
You don't want that.
And go. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Does anybody see how to get to this map? Guys, help me. I don't know how to get to this map. So I tried going from here to here and it didn't work. I tried going from here to here and it didn't work. So confused. Where would another way to get to this map be? Other blue? This one right here? I'm gonna run this one first because maybe after doing this stronghold, it might just open up. Oh, fuck. I have to fight the prisoner on this map, though. That's unfortunate. Dude, can you believe that this was the sample for Crazy Frog, boys? Yo, Troy, welcome back, man. How'd you enjoy the podcast? Did you listen to the whole thing? Yo, Traumatic. What up, man? Going good, brother. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping in. What's good? How goes the evening? Yo, Kadachi, welcome back, man. You enjoyed the pod while you're at work. That's excellent. Thanks for stopping by and letting me know. Appreciate you, homie. Yeah, it was a super fun chat, man. Zergog's super nice. I loved how he was like, I used to wear all black until I hit 35. And then all of a sudden, I just started wearing all these colorful clothes. And I was like, yo, I'm going to turn 35 in like a year or two. Like, I'm going to have to hit you up for some clothes. And we both had a good laugh about it. Yeah, dude, we're very close to 99. Very close. Very, very close. 7% more. Yeah, definitely gonna hit 99 tomorrow though. I'm exhausted. I want to do this Jade Isles before you end stream because I really want to get Rocky Yatas. Build looks nuts. Which build? This build? This build's okay. Bro, Kadachi, guess how many percent of people are playing the Tactician in hardcore SSF right now? Yes, bro. Hit me with a number. $100%. No. How many? What percent of people do you think are playing the build playing Tactician right now? I'll give you another chance. Less than 1%. This is a truly off-meta build. 0.8%. 0.8%. Yeah. Oh, fuck, that did so much damage. Holy shit. Less than 1% of all players in hardcore solo self-out are playing the Tactician right now. This is off-meta as fuck. They all get blinded to the campaign and switch to something else, yes. That is very accurate. That is too accurate. Yeah, the Tactician is so defensive. You're not wrong. Pin is just insane. Pin is so good. No one knows about Pin, bro. I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen. I think if I hit level 100 on Tactician, I will be the second person in the world to ever do that on hardcore SSF with the Tac. I'm pretty sure there was only one other guy who's done it, and it was last league. Which is pretty cool. All right. Please give us the Jade Isles. Please. Yes, we unlocked it. Nice. All right, here we go, boys. Here we go. We're just going to chuck in a T14 white map.
I have many services. Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
Without pin, you can't do nades. You can do nades on any build, man, if you want to. Pin just makes it better. Pathfinder's fine as well. You can do nades with Pathfinder. Tactician is just good for hardcore because of the pin ability to pin everything. All projectiles build up pin. Also, pin stops them from attacking, so it's just crazy like that. All right, guys, let's do our prediction. Let's do a prediction, boys. Do we get it? Get your points in, boys. Get your blaze bucks in, all right? Get your blaze bucks in. Does Rakiata's drop? Get your dollars in. Get your dollars in. Do we have any believers? Oh shit, we have one believer. Yo, Arjack. I appreciate the belief. Many people don't believe, but Arjack does. How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. What's going on? All right, it looks like no one wants to vote. You're just weed manning away? Hell yeah. Does that mean you're doing? Does that mean you're playing a plant build, or you're smoking weed? I took that in two different directions. Oh, okay. But you're also smoking weed, right?
redemption. I'll stick to damnation.
I'm just. I could be. I guess. I'm sorry. I won't bring it up. I won't bring it up.
Why do you reject me? All I have done in your honor. So be it. I will save my people myself. The power of the ancestors is mine.
Ooh, settle down there, fella. Why is it always this one? Are you kidding me? GGG. Man, one of these days it's gonna drop. I'm sorry, Arjack. It didn't work. Next time, I appreciate it. All right, gentlemen. It's that time of the night. I'm exhausted. We didn't get to 99 tonight, but we will definitely hit it tomorrow. Yeah. Crazy stream today. Huge stream today. Thank you so much to everybody who stopped in, who listened to the podcast, who hit me with the follows, the likes, the subscribes, the raids, dude. Thanks to Jazzrus and Snoobay for the raids today. Been an absolutely amazing stream. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for lurking as well. Yo, Chomsky, thank you for the follow. Riff Raff, appreciate you. Arjack, anybody else who's lurking in the background. I'm gonna send you guys over to Everseen. Send him my regards. And I will be back tomorrow and Thursday. Thursday, I have a new podcast episode with Halsey. Very excited for a second lady to ever come on the podcast. She seems super cool, so I'm really stoked to talk to her. Anyway, guys, that is it for me, unfortunately, for tonight. But yeah, this is a home for the HCSSF players, absolutely, Chomsky. So yeah, you guys have a great night, and I will see you in the stream tomorrow.